you. And that's cool, you do you. But me, I've been doing my own thing, I swear to God. I be killing everybody, tell me if you wanna get involved. Lyrical revolver that is aiming at the center of your thoughts. Yeah, they tell me everybody in my city that I'm finna love my songs. Cool shit, saying pretty please with a cherry on top is a cool way. Whoa, whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. I don't see a reason they should be hating the way that I'm making a way. They don't see all of the stress and the problems I deal with like every day. Envy will kill you and misery loves all the company that it can get. To even the odds, I wish I lived a normal life, but I'm in love with this shit. Boy, I came out like a bull and I look like I took, but I came for it. Everybody wanna aim for the head of a veteran. They legends apparently angry that I have said it is screaming. Don't nobody let them get ahead of me. Independent rappers cannot make it to celebrity alone. They don't ever get a throne, never leave their home. You didn't even have a million views and they headed in alone. I said, huh? You didn't even see the bigger picture, look behind me, see the army full of kings. That is man and mafia, the thief, that is me and me alone. You release to see my bros, I don't never miss a beat. I kill everything I'm on, every video I send my homies who didn't even know. If I ain't the greatest rapper, then I swear I'm getting close. If you really think I need you, all I gotta say is whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah. Whoa, yeah, swear to God I'm with it. I don't see nobody in my lane that's quite go get it like me. Whoa, please don't be wasting my time with that business. Who you kidding, man? Yeah.
Like everywhere that I go, everybody got their hands out. The body is divided, one side of defining the signs of the prodigal. We all getting money, find news head in the clouds. Chase the rain to the pot of gold, how to code out a bunch of the Father in his hands. Hold eternity possible, Reverend Apostle, the doctor, miracle defiant witness, blood applied to the obstacle, unbreakable, never shaking the faith of the King, unstoppable. And that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. The homies founded in a money-making avenue where you could cradle the fence, sit on the bench and be lukewarm, shout hallelujah. Put some fly suits on, then you all set. Bet if you ain't on yet, put on some bread and you can sit with the best of the best. A rap God, still like you got success cause you blessed. Never speak about Messiah and his sheep are impressed. Listen up, I could do it just like you. Compromise truth and live just like you. Say Messiah was only a man just like you, but that's not something I can see I do. In your face they unashamed but claim you changing. You ain't brothers, never been a lane, not entertained with the pedigree of a buster. Truth remains, keep it like bread and the bread is buttered. I suffered being subtle, no I wrapped them candy circles round these suckers. Cut the table, the brutally honest picture that I paint. Let it suffocate my brush of custom using mothers and corrupt seduction of using the front and bluffing while the blood of saints is ushered into discussion. I smell the sucking coming, yeah we running straight chasing after what is disgusting. Concussed from the deduction of what is holy and covered. The ark of the covenant encompassed, made public and unencumbered by the Father when he said the Son away. Where can we run today? I ain't gonna lie, I almost cry when I think about the life that I cost. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field, and that's real to me. Now what's real to you? At times what's real to us might be real and true. I find faith in what made the last name absolute. Found the homies ain't the homies when they mad at you. But listen, I am not a rapper, dude rapping with a ravenous attitude. Come from a different cloth, my fabric incompatible. Leaders claiming they lead them, but I take a jab or two, picking at the fastest of what is factual. And now these actors move, I seen them, they move, screen them, delete them, and don't repeat them. I read them, they cover is clean, but looks could be deceiving. Now even Eden was absent of any treason before the fruit was plucked and eaten. You can see the reasons. I spot the snakes in the grass like weeds and weed them before they become trees. This is my season, and yeah, show me what to believe in. If I don't see the king or the kingdom of what they speaking, I don't believe them. I've been pushed, bullied, bloodied, and beaten. The evil created by my own people. You see the needle in the sack of faith is often regarded as feeble, but I'll be that needle if I need to and prick the soul in the heel. If you try to step on what's been revealed, Messiah's here. Now, why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? Why we ain't real? We were supposed to be brothers. Why we ain't real? Why we ain't real with each other? I'm just being real. I see wolves in the field.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40 on my nerve, bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
We ain't gotta go outside.
Two-step in the rain.
Wake up by my side.
Don't care what you think.
Oh, you just my type. Oh yeah, she know the deal like an old script. And you ain't the first to really sell that shit. Champagne with the roof gun. Bought the jam back in Tucson. Think I got to get a move on. Never had much to lose, but you could do better with me in the middle of the road, or the back of the Jeep. So baby, let's not talk about it. But I gotta know.
If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40 on my nerve, bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man.
Why you act so extra? Let me in your section. Running through my mind, we got a connection. Back home ain't the same. Your pop's drinking all the time. You just wanna get away. Come hop up in my ride. Two goofies on the run, couple 40s in the backseat. Spirits in my lungs.
Hello and welcome, dear viewers, and a huge congratulations and a huge welcome to everyone tuning in yet again. This is FIBA Esports Open II, the second iteration of FIBA Esports Open. To anyone new joining in, my name is Renars, and alongside with me is none other than Chris. Chris, please let us know what's your background.
Oh, it's brilliant to be here. Thank you, Renards. And of course, look, former semi-pro basketball player, full-time content creator, and a massive 2K fan and basketball fan. So delighted to be calling on the FIBA Esports Open II, your co-host, your sidekick. Great to be here again.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very, very exciting times. I myself have quite the extensive background in esports, mainly FPS genres, but basketball is something that has been close to my heart too. And I mean, we're the two tallest casters out there, I think, so far.
I think so. Right now, we were just having a look at Twitch. It seems as though we are the tallest casting duo on Twitch right this moment anyway.
All right, so aiming for those basketball goals. One thing that we definitely need to mention here is a huge thank you to FIBA and NBA 2K for making this possible, for giving an environment where national federations can battle it out for who is going to be crowned winners of their own region, right? So, like, that is a huge setup for, first of all, esports to evolve into its next natural phase, which is going to... I mean, people who are following esports know that this trend is just ongoing, and as you mentioned behind the scenes as well, I think we're not far from seeing it in the Olympics, right?
Yeah, Definitely. Within the decade, you can expect esports to be involved in some way around the Olympics, if not directly in the Olympics. Look, it's great that every single International Basketball Federation was given an invitation to participate.
Yep.
We have 37 teams participating now. That's 20 more than the FIBA Esports Open Part 1. So, as far as a beta event is concerned,
Yeah.
it's going really, really well. And these guys are playing for their national pride right here. They're representing their
Exactly.
countries, which I think is inspirational.
I think that's the highest honor that you can have, right? Being
Definitely.
an athlete and being able to represent what your country is all about is something that obviously a lot of these players are aiming for. And also something that needs to be recognized is the amount of training these people put into the game.
Yep.
Right? Because it's same as any other athlete, really. Like, you need to work on your communication skills. You need to work on your mechanical skills by just how you physically control the controller, how you control your avatar in game. And as well, like, that's something that definitely needs to be taken into account. Strategy.
It's a fantastic point. I mean,
Yeah.
we were literally, we had a look at the Philippine stream leading up to this, even before going live. They are still training, still prepping for their first match there. And look, they are esport athletes, and this is very, very serious. And I think it's brilliant because there are a bunch of young people out there, with their hands on maybe a brand new PS5 or Xbox Series 1X and playing NBA 2K21, and you could be representing your country in the very near future. I think it's fantastic and a great initiative from FIBA and NBA 2K working together to make this possible.
Yeah, as I said before, I think all of this is moving esports to a very nice and cozy direction where obviously as more and more, hopefully, FIBA iterations come, we get more and more national federations on the line here. Now, something that we also need to clarify here, obviously, due to everything that's been happening, this is being held online. So all of the games are going to be held online. And therefore, just to briefly touch on the subject of that many countries that we have, 37 in total, like all of these conferences needed to be divided somehow so there would be fair play. So let's have a look at the global map, and I'll explain a bit more what I mean by that, right? You can see pretty much all of the globe is covered here. So you have quite a few conferences, actually 6 in total.
Yep.
So obviously for a country like Australia, it would be probably slightly difficult to play up against the country of like same Latvia, for example, right? Just because of the distance that's in between these two countries. Internet means that the signal needs to travel a certain distance, right? And the longer the distance, the bigger the delay, and that can introduce some problems in online play.
You're absolutely right. So in the interest of fairness, teams will be alternating as to who hosts as well.
Yep.
And I think we have a very level playing field, which is great. And like you said, very important to group these conferences together.
Yeah, just so it's
to maximize that.
Exactly. Fair play is all what we are about. And again, having national pride on the line, you don't want silly things like internet connectivity issues to come into any sort of play here. So let's just go through the conferences and see finally which countries are going to be representing what. Starting things off here with the Africa Conference, where we have countries the likes of...
we have Gabon and also Ivory Coast representing Africa for the first time here at the FIBA Esports Open. So very excited to see 2 new teams come to it. And just to point out, we are actually pronouncing the English version of Ivory Coast only because we're not so confident in our French pronunciation, and we don't mean to do any disrespect. So
exactly right. I'm sure we're going to ask one of the players afterwards to see how you pronounce it correctly.
I think so.
We can try perhaps the next time. The next conference is the Middle East Conference, where we have another 2 countries here.
That's right. Look, we have Lebanon and Saudi Arabia returning here. The narrative here that Saudi Arabia were very, very dominant in the FIBA Esports Open 1, and that Lebanon have a completely new lineup, a completely new team here.
Bringing out the new guns this time
around. Exactly. Now, I believe you're going to explain to us the different formats for these 2 conferences.
Yeah. So Africa Conference and Middle East Conference, because there are only 2 countries there, these 2 countries in between themselves will play a 7-game series. That is a set of 7 matches. All 7 games will be played out, and the winner of the according conference is going to be determined of who's going to be able to secure the most wins out of those. So out of 7-game series, preferably if you win at least 4 games, that is the moment where you can start to celebrate already. and just think about which champagne you're going to be opening.
Exactly,
up, right?
but all 7 games will be played as well. So once again, national pride is important here.
Yeah.
And I expect to see, fights right down to the last game.
All right, well, let's move forward. The next conference is Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference, and you have 3 countries here this time.
That's right. Yep, we've got the Australians, the Indonesians, and the Philippines here all playing it out. Now, this is actually combining 2 conferences
Correct.
from the FIBA Esports Open Part 1. And, of course, the storyline being that Australia won their conference and the Philippines won their conference. So 2 powerhouses there, and then Indonesia in the middle. And, we love an underdog story, so we're expecting big things. But they've had a lot of time to prepare for one another as well. And the format is a little bit different for this conference.
Yeah, well, because there's 3 countries here that are going to play a triple round robin. In other words, every country will play against each other 3 times.
Yep.
And out of those, then the top 2 performing countries will proceed into a grand final of best of 3, a set of best of 3 games, meaning that potentially there's a maximum 3 matches in play, but whoever secures 2 victories is going to be crowned the winner of the Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference. Moving forward, because we still have 3 more conferences to cover here. The next one up and the biggest one out there is the Europe Conference, and the participating here teams are as follows.
Yeah, so now this one, as you can see, 18 participating countries, which is incredible, a massive increase from FIBA Esports Open Part 1, and we've broken them into 4 group stages here, which were drawn manually by FIBA. So in the interest of fairness, it was random and it was manual. So in Group A, we have Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have Germany, Latvia, Russia, and the Ukraine. In Group B, we have Austria, Belarus, Cyprus, Ireland, and Turkey. In Group C, we have Croatia, Great Britain, Italy, and Lithuania. And then in Group D, we have the Czech Republic, Portugal, Spain, and Switzerland. And you're going to explain the format for the people at home here, because that's a lot of teams.
Yeah, that's a lot of teams, and obviously because there's, as you can already presume, because you see groups here, there's going to be group stages first, okay?
Yep.
So each country within their own group is going to play a single round robin, meaning that they're going to have 1 match against each other country within their own group. Out of each group, the top 2 performing countries will proceed into a playoff session. So you're going to have 8 teams in totals proceeding to playoffs, where it will be a single elimination bracket. So once you lose, you're out of the bracket there. And the top 2 teams out of the playoff bracket will then face each other in a grand final of best of 3. So quick recap. Group stage, top 2 countries out of each group proceed into playoffs. Out of playoffs, top 2 countries proceed into grand finals.
Yeah,
okay,
and that's going to be a pretty massive undertaking there. The story here, the narrative early on, can Italy retain their title? But obviously so many more countries in the mix, so many more competitors and contenders here. It's going to be brilliant.
Yeah, I think, well, last time around, Italy was very dominant. Spain, obviously, as well, as in real basketball, was not something to be taken lightly here. So I would expect that those 2 countries would definitely proceed. But I guess we just have to wait and see, because obviously we have new players on the board here as well that we didn't get to see in FIBA Esports 1. And I'm very, very curious to see how they will stack up against each other here and going up against the big guns. Obviously, being in Group C, I don't know if you're like Croatia and looking at Italy that you have to play against them, you're probably thinking back to yourself like, okay, well, we need some sort of a gem here, right, to come out on top. But then again, I might be just underplaying Croatia. Maybe they're just such a dominant force that will be swept off their feet, right? Okay. Moving forward, though, still 2 more conferences, and the next one is going to be North and Central America Conference, also something new here in FIBA Esports Open.
Yeah, definitely. And look, the participating teams here, the 7 teams, we have Canada, Costa Rica, the Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Honduras, Puerto Rico, and the United States of America. And, yeah, the big storyline here, USA and Canada participating for the first time. How are they going to fare up? I think it's an absolutely fantastic conference. All the conferences are great, but really good to see, powerhouses like the USA participating.
Yeah.
And yeah, you're going to explain the format for this one for the folks at home. It's a little more simple, which is good.
Yeah. Back to more simplicity here. 7 countries playing it out. So it is going to be another single round robin. So everyone is going to play against everyone 1 match. And then afterwards, the top 2 teams are going to go again into a grand final, where in a best of 3 series, the winner of the conference will be determined here.
Yep.
And one more conference that we have still remaining, and that, of course, is none other than the South America Conference.
Absolutely. And look, we've got Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela. A slightly smaller conference. Argentina winning the first FIBA Esports Open and their conference there. However, a little bit more competition here. And I'm expecting some fireworks out of this conference. I can't wait to see it. They play a very, very kind of run and gun flowing style, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, well, staying true, I guess, to the whole region of people being just very uplifted and playing fast-paced game. Here, the format is going to be very similar as we saw previously with the North American Central Conference, meaning that, again, this is going to be a single round robin. Everyone plays everyone. Top 2 teams advance into a grand final best-of-3 series to determine who's going to be the winner of this conference. So let's move on with the day, because there is a long day in front of us, and let's see which games are going to be played today here on your screens. We're going to kick things off with a game between Philippines and Australia, and actually Australia will have a back-to-back game instantly after that, going up against Indonesia. Then Indonesia will play against Philippines, and Philippines as well in turn will have a back-to-back game against Australia, and we'll finish things off with Indonesia going up against Australia. Now, local times shown here, Chris. What do those mean?
Now, that's very, very important. That means the folks at home, you can see the local time is actually the time at which the game will tip off in your country. Now, very, very important. And it means you can plan your day, okay? Look, in Australia, it's going to be a nice Saturday evening. You can have a late-night feast if you want and be kicking back and ready to watch the Aussies tip off against the Philippines right at about dinner time. 5:30 in the Philippines, but on the outside there, the local time, so you can set your watches. And, of course, all the games will be played concurrently, one after the other. We'll have a couple of brief intermissions as well, but it's going to be nonstop action.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're here for the long run, I guess you don't need to worry about the local times shown.
Yeah.
You just need to kick back, relax, and enjoy some very, very good NBA 2K gameplay on your screens, right?
Definitely.
All right. Well, that's obviously not all of the games that we have in store for today. We also have Philippines going up against Indonesia afterwards. Then Lebanon will face off Saudi Arabia and see what the new lineup can show for us. Ivory Coast will pick things up against Gabon. And then Saudi Arabia will play against Lebanon again, and again Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. So for Lebanon, a very action-packed first day, and a lot of pressure, I would say, on their shoulders to perform better than their previous lineup did.
And you might be asking, why are the sides switching like that? Again, we mentioned, from the interest of fairness, one country will actually be hosting each game and get a chance to switch hosting as well, so that they have the stronger connection to the service.
Yeah. And the last 3 games that we're going to see here is going to be Gabon going up against Ivory Coast. Saudi Arabia will go up against Lebanon, and then finishing the day with Ivory Coast again versus Gabon.
That's it.
So I'm very excited to see the Africa games as well, because as I said before, I just haven't had the opportunity to come across anything where in esports these two countries have been involved so far.
Yeah.
So I'm very interested to see in the region who will be the one to set the tone, and obviously the other countries surely to follow in the future. How will they be able to stack up against that, right?
Yeah, it's pretty exciting stuff. I mean, to be representing your country for it's the inaugural tournament as far as the African Conference is concerned. And they are forging a path. They really are leading the way. And hopefully, next FIBA Esports Open, we see even more African countries represented. Like you said, we weren't able to find any examples of them in particular playing 2K against one another. So excited to see that.
And I wonder as well, have they met online each other? Like, that's also something that we'll try to clarify. But one thing to think about as well, all right? Put yourself in the player's position now for a brief moment. You sit at your home. You play NBA 2K really, really good. Everyone around you knows that you're definitely pro player material. And then one day, out of the blue, you receive an invitation from FIBA to play on the big international stage and to represent your national pride.
Well, it's the stuff that you dream of as a kid,
right?
Irrespective of your kind of esport discipline and what game you might be playing. But, playing 2K, knowing you're good. Look, in fairness, a lot of the players on these national teams are actually professional NBA 2K players. They've won tournaments either kind of regionally or internationally as well. So they are incredibly well respected. But I have to think it's just like any professional sport.
Of course.
When you get the call up for your country and the national colors, that's pretty massive. Very, very exciting stuff.
All right, well, talking about excitement, the first game is starting to be prepared in the background here, so we need to start to think about how things are going to go between Philippines and Australia. Now, as you mentioned beforehand, right, these two countries in FIBA Esports won their respective conferences beforehand. So obviously a lot of pride on the line for Australia being the only Oceania country, this time around to represent their region. So they obviously want to take everything home with them if they can. For Philippines, same story. Like they go into this merged conference and they have yet to play against Australia, as far as I know, on the international stage. So interested to see how these two will stack up, because pretty much whoever wins this first game is going to set the tone for the Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference.
Definitely. Look, I shout out to FIBA for basically making this the opening game, the marquee game.
Yeah.
It's fireworks from the outset here. I'm pumped to see what happens, but you're dead right. Look, this is probably, in terms of the conference formats, this is probably the most forgiving format, because it's a 3-round robin. So you get to play every team 3 times, and there's 3 teams in the conference and 2 go through to the grand final. And really, you just want to be in it to win it. But expecting big things. Look, they have had time to study each other's films. We're going to see. Is it a case of it's not broken, don't fix it? Do they continue to play exactly the same way? Will it come down to just literally finesse and player skill and who has the, as they say, the bottle for the occasion, who has the nerves? It's going to be very, very interesting, though.
Yeah, well, as well, just having the fact that you can still go back and just rewatch FIBA Esports won all of the games, that is something that definitely these teams have done beforehand. So let's have a look at the matchup and see who's going to be facing off who here. So kicking things off on the Philippines side, you have none other than Shintaro, Ryle, Izzo, Clark, and Custer.
That's right. And then for the Australians, the Aussies, Ankle TV, Walk, Squoogs, Dunk God, and Cooper.
Yeah, so these are the players, as you can see, real-life players. And why do I mention that is because NBA 2K matches here are going to be played in Pro AM mode, which allows users to play in a 5v5 format and allows for deep customization in terms of jerseys, courts, and arenas, and so on. And obviously allows for the players to play with their custom avatars, firstly, and also allows for, well, people to join in from different countries and have, like, fair playing grounds, right?
Exactly. Look, it's 5v5. It's classic basketball on the digital court. There is a substitute for each team who we're not seeing here as well, so don't worry. They've got backups. It's pretty exciting stuff. They are legitimately the starting 5 for their respective nations and their national basketball federations when it comes to these two nations. Big stuff. Proud moment for all of them and their families.
What do you think in terms of the nerves here? Because on the Australian side, they have a few new faces they're showing. Do you think they feel comfortable? Do you think that the old bucks have passed on the knowledge?
I reckon so. I do. And, the expression is, cool as a cucumber. I think both teams displayed that when it came to the FIBA Esports Open I. And so I feel like they're going to have the nerves under control.
What do you think? Another factor here that just came to my mind, you can see the average age on the Australian side is significantly younger than on the Philippine side. Do you think that over-eagerness will dictate the eagerness from the youngsters will dictate the pace of the game? Will they try to play faster just because they feel like, yeah, we're young, we can take this? Or do you think that the experienced approach from the Philippines side will have the win here? Because
it's a really good point.
It's good to be eager, right? But over-eagerness, just by the fact that you're being young and you feel like you can really push the limits of your opponents, also opens you up for a lot of room for error.
Well, look, as interesting as that is, you raise a really great point there in that it is a young team. But that's something that Australia has done in both sports and clearly now also in esports for a long, long time, like blooding in the young players, as they say, very early on, whether it be other sporting disciplines, definitely basketball as well.
Yeah.
You see a lot of, absolutely fantastic young basketballers brought into the national team very, very early on. And I think we're going to see the same. It's a baptism of fire. We're going to see very, very shortly. We're going to find out, I would say, within the first quarter, whether or not they've got the bottle. But, the critical thing about this is those quarter time breaks and going back, recuperating, assessing what's working, what isn't working. The coaching side of this is very, very important. The captaincy in particular is very, very important. You're basically a player coach, and that's gonna be pretty critical. I personally feel as though they're going to be fine. and I believe that the age helps definitely for the Philippines. Like, you've been there, done it before, seen that.
Yeah,
Let's see, because you're right. It's a really valid point. But I think the young Aussies probably have the bottle. They have the nerve. I'm not too worried about them. I think it's a cultural thing as well. And yeah.
I mean, if you have the likes of Dunk God, for example, the nickname is a statement in itself. And, I would expect dunks coming out from him, even though last time around we even saw a certain situation where the dunks wouldn't go in. So I hope we don't get a replay of that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just waiting here for the game to be set up and making sure that all of the players have joined in on correctly, have everyone's connections are doing fine, and everyone feels nice and cozy for us to kick things off here, all right? Because as mentioned before, we want to have as even playing grounds as humanly possible in these conditions. For the Australian side, one other topic that I want to talk about is that Australia being a region that is so far set apart from others, and I'm always curious about this. Do you have
we're getting word that the game is about to start, though. So here we go.
All right. All right, straight into the game we go. Quick reminder, guys, this weekend we're going to see Southeast Asia and Oceania, Middle East and Africa conferences. Next weekend is going to be Europe, and after that they will finish things off with South and North America here. So, ladies and gentlemen, first game of the day, Philippines versus Australia. And just to finish my previous idea there, I'm just curious to see if these regions that are set further apart from the whole world, do they have some sort of different approach that we can perhaps point out here? I guess we'll just have to wait and see as the happy dance commences for the Australian side. And I love their jerseys, man. They look great. The greens and the yellows brings me back to FIBA Esports 1.
Definitely. Look, the green and gold of the Australian team versus the white and the red and the slight. Oh, no, there's no blue today. Okay, but definitely the white and the red of the Philippines. Philippines win the tip-off. Here's Shintaro on the rock, dishing it out to Clark, getting a pick and roll. That's good D from the Aussies.
Yeah, they tried to set up a screen, and now Izzo with a dunk kicks things open here for the Philippines side. Big dunk at that as well. 2-0 here as Philippines take the lead, and now Wark in possession.
Look, that is a statement dunk right there. We wanted fireworks, and we got it. Literally, our graphics team got to use the big dunk mode straight away. Good ball movement here from the Aussies. Cooper's toting the rock at the top there. Looking for that pick and roll.
See the defense so active with a deep Wark wide open, and he uses that as soon as he sees the opening. 2-2 here, and already almost a full minute passed in the first quarter as Shintaro now looking to set up a play for his team. Will it be another screen play, or will he decide to go solo? Has the opportunity for a moment there, decides to hold out just for a brief moment. Follow up and a dunk.
An alley-oop, no less. And we got an early timeout here.
Yeah, players just making sure that they can keep up with each other's pace here. Wark now looking to see if he can return the favor. First needs to pass that middle court line. Meantime, again, has been left open here. Can go for a pass, can go for a solo play as well. Somehow that pass goes through to Schools, but he fails to make it. And now fast break.
Great defense there. Really good hustle.
Izzo gets the rebound. It's still Philippines on the attack here as Ryle now holding on to the ball. Forced to pass over back to Shintaro. Long three. And doesn't make it. The rebound's not good for the Philippines side. Now Wark and a foul.
Yeah, that was interesting. Now, a couple of interesting stylistic differences here for the Aussies in the Philippines. The Philippines are basically getting an early cherry picker, a really quick transition, fast break player down the field. The Aussies, 4 of them went for the glasses. We get a green.
That's a clean.
green on the three in our first big three right there. The Aussies with this narrow lead right here. Hey, we promised fireworks, and that's exactly what we're seeing early on here.
Yeah, I'm just having trouble keeping up with the pace here, but that's exactly what I hope to see. As now Clark in position, looking to see if he can pass under the basket. Doesn't have the opportunity just yet. Only 7 seconds on the shot clock remaining. Clark needs to make a play here. Now, only 3 seconds now as he tries to go for a shot. Pass over to Shintaro. Clean three and a squish at that.
Wow, Shintaro so cool and calm under pressure there. The Aussies just fell asleep a tiny bit there on the wing. Oh, big alley-oop dunk there, though.
Instantly returning the favor back. So Aussies not allowing for Philippines to extend their lead by any means here. 7-7 and a half. 2.5 minutes still remaining in the first quarter as now Clark trying to pass these defensive players. You can see Australia being really active, and rightly so, with the speeds that Philippines are playing. You don't want your defense to fall asleep here. Shintaro trying to make a move. I think the ball was touched there by the Australian side as well. That's why they didn't reach the basket, and a foul.
Now that is what the coach would.
Around.
That's what the coach would call a good foul, stopping the quick fast break transition basket there. Wow, and we are seeing fantastic defense here. Philippines obviously the home team with this one in terms of hosting. Big alley-oop! Oh,
beautiful stuff.
Cooper showing off the skills there. You love to see it. Now, but the Aussies don't seem to be, that distance in the internet, the lag or the ping, doesn't seem to be hitting them too much. Really good game so far. Enjoying this.
Yeah, I think I see everything that I hope to see so far. So definitely not disappointed. Now Izzo looking to see a set of a play in paint. Forced to fall back there. A bit of a standstill as 3 seconds still remaining. Clark has to take the shot. Passes over to Izzo. No time. And shot clock violation. Team Australia's ball.
That was an absolutely massive defensive play from the Aussies. They switched defensively so well. They're in man-to-man coverage at the moment, okay? Man-to-man D, and they're switching it up brilliantly. And the Philippines just didn't have an open shot there. And they played it well, but the Aussies just played it better.
How does it go through? A second time in a row now, Scooch somehow manages to get the ball, even though there's a defensive player literally in front of him. Like, he probably has like twice the length of his arms or something, guys.
That's it. And
physics doesn't work that way.
Yeah, but that's to do with the badges and the archetype right there. And look, they're playing really good basketball.
Oh.
Now that was a miss. Okay, we caught that.
Yeah.
A really quick transition.
What a return and an and one on top.
Massive dunk right there, and a chance for the Aussies to take literally double the Philippines score here. A 14-7 lead. Let's see, can Ankle knock it in? Of course he can.
Of course. All right, still 48 seconds remaining in the first quarter here. Philippines still have plenty of time to narrow down the point gap. Question is, can they even overtake the lead here now? Is Shintaro yet again looking to set up a fast play? The defensive players are too quick for him. No openings just yet. Finds the three-pointer. A clean one at that.
Beautiful.
Exactly what Philippines needed here. 14-10.
That is dead. You're absolutely right, Renas, my friend, mate. That is how you answer the call right there. And that's a fantastic shot. Really good selection. Patience. And Walk having a look as well. Beating it into Squooks here. Squooks breaks down into his three-point stance. Back to Walk.
7 seconds, so Australia just running down the clock and somehow again finds his way. Work there around the two defensive players, just plays them.
He's up there breathing that rarefied air up above the rim. You gotta love it. It's look, high altitude, thin air. 7
seconds remaining in the first quarter here. Shintaro needs to make his final shot if he dares to do so. An alley-oop with a second remaining. As 16-12 here in the first quarter, Australia in the lead. Instantly we jump into the second quarter here, and Australia now looking to see if they can extend the lead here. Philippines obviously done a great job of coming back into this, but leaving Ankle open, and he puts up a show for us.
And this is a momentum timeout right here. This is the Philippines saying, hey, let's just take a breather here. Let's stop the momentum. And that's a smart move.
Yeah, and for the Australian side, I mean, if you feel the pace is working for you, like just don't stop. I mean, if it works, it's not broken, right? So that's the name of the game here. Long pass into the corner there. Ryle, free open three, and it's good. 18-15 as Philippines close it even closer now. And the ball is lost. A quick turnover pass and a jump shot. clean one at that, and that is a crucial mistake to make on the Australian side.
Yeah, and now that was, they literally came up, look at this, for a half-court trap in lots of pressure. The problem is, if you're going to go and trap in your own, in your opponent's half, you're going to leave somebody open at the back. The Aussies moving the ball really well there.
Yeah, so now Philippines, again, playing on the back foot. Only 3 points this time, so I feel like we might see an even scoreline in the seconds. And as I say, though, Shintaro looks to just go through the defense. It seems to sort of work for the both sides here. Just drag out the two defensive players towards the three-point line and just pass them and set yourself up for an easy two. Ward with the three-pointer, though. Oh my God.
He turned away before it even went through. Swish. That's beautiful.
Cool guys don't look at explosions, okay? So that's how Australians seem to play this one. Now Clark in possession. Screen being set up by Izzo there. Now Clark tries to pass over to Izzo. Back out to Shintaro, three-pointer line.
And look, Shintaro with 10 points already in this one. Half of his team's points. Already emerging as an early hero here. This is such a tight game. Now, the Aussies' defense is getting a little lax here. I thought they were brilliant in the first quarter, but there's that confidence and that composure that we were talking about, right?
Yep.
Can you maintain it for an entire game? A missed alley-oop there from the Aussies, and a chance to tie things up or take the lead here for the Philippines.
All right, well, Izzo starts to slow things down here, gives opportunity for the Australian side to set up the defense, and as I say that, Ryle goes for two, gets a foul against him.
Look,
is set on the free throw line.
Again, coach is sitting there nodding his head. This is a good foul. I'd much rather see my opponent earn the points at the free throw line than get the easy put in. But he's got a chance to knot things up here.
That is good. So 2 for 2 there. Philippines even the scoreline. 2 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the second quarter. So Wark now, almost lost the ball there. Scooge comes in to help out, and it gets a bit awkward now at the moment. There's stuck two players, and Wark again. The speed of this guy.
Straight to the rim. He is taking no prisoners. And Wark has 12 points nearly out of nowhere as well. It feels like Shintaro is the entire offense for the Philippines. The Aussies have been absolutely passing the rock around. But look at Wark. 12 points to his name right there, and he did make that look easy. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, well, Izzo now, decide.
Good contested.
Manages to get it back the ball to Ryle there, is now Shintaro on the three-point line. 6 seconds remaining here.
Yeah.
Oh, and it's a steal there. Echo TV on a fast break passes over to Scores. Doesn't get the dunk in, pass out to Cooper. Cooper stops, and a 3-second violation.
You don't like to see it. That's one of those mental errors, the 1%ers as the coaches call them, that you like to see avoided.
And it has to be a bit of a miscommunication there as well, right? The players are trying to set up a quick play there. Scooge is expecting for a pass, and he just lingers slightly too long around the basket. And a steal yet again coming through from mid-air is now the Australian side on a fast break. Pass over to Scooge. He's wide open, and the dunk is good.
I tell you what, the big dunker mode is getting used a hell of a lot here early in this one. What a first half we've had right here. The Aussies out to another 4-point lead here. Philippines looking to answer. Shintaro, good pass, great pass.
And a clean three to finish things off here for the Philippines side.
Beautiful.
Yet again, just rubbing the back foot of Australia there. Getting closer and closer. Swoosh with a big dunk. Yet again. Just takes things up to himself and decides to, you know what, I don't need teammates. I'm taking this one alone. It's now Clark for a long three. Izzo almost gets the rebound there. Australia's ball though is Wark now setting up a fast play yet again. Wide open three, and it is good. Australia just knocking down the three-pointers one after the other.
Well, look, you come in with a game plan, but sometimes you just got to take what the opponent's giving you as well. And the Aussies at the moment are doing that brilliantly. It's really interesting. They are actually kind of switching between like a 3-man zone at the top of the key, as well as a little bit of man.
3 seconds remaining. Ryle goes for a two-pointer, and only 26 seconds remaining in the second quarter here. So halftime is approaching. Can Philippines close out here with a similar scoreline, or will it be Australia running away? Oh my God! Cluj with another big dunk here, and last 15 seconds remaining before Philippines have to take a breather and decide how they're going to play this out further.
Yeah, looks like Shintaro is going to keep the rock here for the final shot, and then we'll be at halftime. What's he got here?
All right, we are back after the brief pause here in halftime. 34-28. Philippines slightly lacking in the points division, but I mean, it's not that far off, to be honest with you.
6 points is pretty much about how I would have predicted. Not a lot between these two teams, but did you see the Aussies' shot percentage there?
Oh my God, the footwork on Wark.
Incredible.
Just,
Incredible.
He creates space for himself. He doesn't even need teammates for it. Just drags the defensive player out towards that three-point line, and we've seen that approach work time and time again. Izzo now was open. Back to Ryle now onto Shintaro. Super long three-pointer, almost mid-court.
He basically shot that from the locker room. That was insane. Great shot right there. But look, the Aussies' shot percentage is around 95% at the moment. That means they're just not missing. And
oh my God, I thought that's going to go in. Jesus.
As I say that, we see another long-range three. Look, I think if you're the Aussies, you play the high percentage shots. That's your game.
Clark, in the meantime, looking to return the favor with a three-pointer. Custer now on the three-point line, stuck slightly, is now back to Clark. 5 seconds only remaining here. Clark needs to set up a play fast here. Back to Izzo. Oh, and in the nick of time, that's a missed shot. Australia with a quick play now. Cooper out to the three-point line, back to Wark. Wark is going inside, but a personal foul will be played.
And look, again, that's a good foul. That saved a basket right there. The Aussies, though, the transition up the court, so fast. 3 here from Cooper, misses. I'm not loving the deep 3 looks that the Aussies are taking now.
Yeah.
You know, that high percentage shots that they're taking, that's their game, and that's what they need to play with, and I think they need to stick to their strengths there. 3-point game. Remember, every single possession crucial now. You can't have misses. You need to be coming down the court every time now. That's great, though.
Cooper, easy 3. All right, putting Australia again in front.
I hope the folks at home are appreciating the high skills on display here. If that was myself or Renas trying to get green, yeah, it's red.
It's not happening, at least for me, for sure. I haven't held a controller in a while. PC man myself, but now Shintaro, 5 seconds remaining, passes over to Ryle. Ryle loves that corner position there, but 1.5 seconds remaining. A shot needs to be made. Ryle, and that's a violation. Oh,
for the second.
The ball didn't go in anyway.
Second time today that we've had a shot clock violation. The Aussies on defense have been smothering. I think it's working brilliantly. The Philippines are going to have to learn really quickly how to counter that. Look.
Ooh, and a quick steal coming through. Philippines on a fast attack now. Shintaro decides to slow things down. However, Ryle was completely open. Passes over to Clark. Three-pointer. And Philippines down the lead of Australia by 3 points.
So patient, right?
And another steal coming through for the Philippines side. They're off the hook right now as Clark pass over to Shintaro. Set up a screen by Izzo there. Shintaro still working with the ball, and a foul on the Australian side.
And it's just getting tight now. At the age of the players, you know, these wise, slightly older heads from the Philippines team, you know, down the stretch, they're going to be really, really calm. The young Aussie team need to do the same as well.
Yeah, some situations feel slightly rushed here. Those long passes tend to turn into steals. Now 2 seconds only remaining. That was an optimistic shot taken by the Philippines side, but didn't play into their own hands. War could have gone for a play, but however, Skuj, again, right place, right time, easy 2 points, a dunk on top of that as well. What more can you ask for?
Well, look, he's playing brilliantly off the ball. It's great when you are getting open, making really easy assists for your teammates there. Really hard to defend off the ball. And there's that smothering Aussie D. Yet again, they're just doing so well. They are switched on. They're staying focused here, these youngsters.
They're trying not to leave any open space for Philippines to work with. Very difficult shot to take. There was a small likelihood that would go in. Somehow that pass connects. Ankle TV feeling it with the backbone. Knows that it's coming. Dunk God now, slightly stuck there. War comes in to help out. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Please don't let it be another violation. Oh, no, it is an alley-oop at the end there. So now Philippines really need to start scratching the back of their heads and start to figure out how they can play against Australia's offensive side, because that seems to be the biggest trouble right now on the Philippines side.
I tell you what, Squooks out here as the alley-oop god, as Squark again turns to the crowd. He's making it rain, and that is a quick answer right there. That's a quick 7 points. They had it to within 3, the Philippines. It was 39-36. Now it's 46-36.
And the biggest lead we've seen so far on the Australian side, 10 points in front, and a lot of it off the back of the three-pointers that Wark has been continuously able to put up here, as well as fast plays. Clark could have gone for a play there, decided to stick around the three-point line. They feel like they want to still play with three-pointers. Now, what was that?
The hustle right there, and then a backcourt violation. This Australian defense has been smothering, and their shot selection has been really, really epic as well. I'll tell you what, the Aussies, they're looking like favorites to close this game out.
Yeah, I mean, Philippines so far seem to be slightly stressed with how it's been going on. Wark puts up another 3, already 13 points and only 10 seconds remaining in the third quarter. So Philippines definitely have some talking that needs to be done. I think they need to just calm themselves down a bit. I think playing on the back foot, it might have gotten the best of them. Custer now puts up a three-pointer. That is not good as well, even though he was wide open. Had all the time in the world to set himself up for that one.
You're right.
So
look,
last quarter now, make it a break for Philippines.
It is. And look, that was great. That was actually really patient, good shot selection there. You try to finish the quarter with an open 3 and with a bit of momentum. Look, who is going to step up for the Philippines? I feel like it's going to take some individual brilliance. I mean, Shintaro has been the go-to man so far. However,
why? Just why?
Yeah, it feels like they forced that pass a tiny bit. Another good foul though. Don't give the Aussies an easy basket. This is pretty crucial though.
I think, like, looking at these passes, what comes to my mind is I feel like
well,
that's an
and one.
Okay, why not? But yeah, I feel like the problem the Philippines are currently facing is that they're trying to outplay Australia in a tactical game, and it's just not working out for them. They're trying to give these very cheeky passes, like these sort of 50-50 plays, and that's not really the name of the game here. They had an excellent pace of just going through Australia's defense, getting close to the basket, getting the ball in the simple old-fashioned way. Shintaro now with a 3. That's going to be good as a big 3. But it's a small consolation prize for the Philippine side.
That is their first bucket in 3 minutes of play, just about. And this is what the Aussies are doing. High percentage shots down the other end, just chipping away.
Every point counts.
Exactly, and every possession right now in the fourth quarter. You know, the Aussies might even want to think about just slowing it right down, using the full 24-second shot clock here. Another good shot here from the Philippines. They need to make it rain. They've got to take those deep shots now.
Yeah, they just need 5 more like those and they'll be set, right?
Exactly. Look, it's not out of reach at all. But I think
a timeout called by the Australian side. So a reset is in play. Put the ball into play with 13 seconds remaining here. So I feel like we should watch Wark here because
he is the danger man, isn't he?
Yeah, he's just scary to look at. And now, that could have been an alley-up, and then he gets awkward, and the ball just rolls out of the basket. A mistake in the pass, an error. As Wark now pass over to Dunkard, goes for a long 2-pointer. His foot was over the line there, but still makes it. So, again, points count.
Look, that is a captain's play right there. Squooks stepping up, doing a brilliant job, and just saying, look, that's on me, lads. Yep. And misses the high percentage put in shot, but then goes and hustles and gets the steal. I've been super impressed with this young Australian team here. Impressed as well with the Philippines, but I think the Aussies, as they get another massive dunk, the Aussies are just taking no prisoners.
Absolutely.
Here's conservative Chris saying, look, why not Why not slow it down, take the full 24 seconds? But no, the Aussies are like, let's jam home another 2.
Yeah, as I said before, if you feel the pace, if everything is going for you, there's no reason to change anything around here. And as long as Philippines are having trouble to play against whatever Australia is presenting, great job, all I can say. Now, Izzo did manage to finally find the opening he was hoping for. A very long pass over to Cooper. Back to work now. Instant three-pointer. That was a rush.
It was.
He look, another almost half-court three-pointer. He had all the time in the world to take a better shot.
Downtown, yeah. Again, look, that's a little bit of the youth coming in, but you know what? Like, ride with it. Go with it. Why not? Being youthful and exuberant and absolutely taking it to your opponent is what has a 14-point lead right here, so stick with it.
Izzo tried to go for a huge dunk there. Falls slightly short now. Wark goes to a backcourt violation there with passing the ball like that. And we go with that central line now. Wark back to Sploosh with an easy dunk. The man just goes through and doesn't stop.
He has so many points in the paint. It's just been brilliant. It's been unstoppable. And look, the good news for the Philippines is that is something that they can fix. Nice 3 there. That is something they can work on, but before they play the Aussies again, okay? And in this conference, every team will play each other 3 times, yeah? So they can go away and they can work on basically their help defense and handing men off. It's the pick and roll's been killing it. Another good look for the Aussies. Green, wide open, 16-point lead. And look, first game is going to go to the Aussies. I can't see the Philippines coming up with finding glory.
This three-pointer shot, even a screen now being set up by Izzo. An alley-oop opportunity, a steal coming through. Wark on the three-point line, pass over to Ankle TV. Could have gone for a huge dunk, but they still make the ball go into the basket.
And I want to single out Cooper for that brilliant defensive play there from the Aussies to get up and mate, just he's in the minds. He's living rent-free in the minds of the Philippines players at the moment. Really good defense. 1 minute.
1 minute remaining. Philippines need to come up with a quick miracle here as only 3 seconds on the shot clock remaining as well. Shintaro has to give in and passes the ball to Ryle, but that unfortunately doesn't make it. Now long pass back to Wark there. Could have gone for a shot. Decides to go give it to Cooper. And he makes it. Is that the second or third three-pointer Cooper?
Now look, Cooper earned that open look with that hustle on defense. Look at him just, they really are sticking to the Philippines like glue out here. It's fantastic.
All right, well, with 26 seconds remaining, Philippines do manage to score another three-pointer, but I think that's all she wrote for the Philippines side here in this very first game of FIBA Esports Open II, where Australia in their respective conference this time around are looking to set up a very fast-paced game for everyone else to try and catch up with.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, if you're Indonesia, you're sitting back and you're taking notes because the Aussies are going to be staying on to play against Indonesia. Now, this is going to be back-to-back games for them. Shintaro strokes another deep shot. 5.6 seconds left. Are we going to see some fireworks from Walk to finish things?
Long pass to Cooper, a three-pointer in the air, bounces out, and that is it. 53-70. Australia secured the victory in the first game here, and I mean, a 17-point lead is definitely a statement that has been made by the Australian side, and Philippines have something on their table to discuss.
Yeah, they do. Look, the good news for the Philippines, first of all, the Aussies' defense was spectacular.
Yeah.
And obviously the baskets are what's going to stand out in your mind, but trust me, their defense was smothering. This is a great Philippines team. Philippines, the good news is everything is fixable. Everything's workable.
Yes.
You literally just have to play better handoff defense when it comes to those pick and rolls, try and shut down Squoogs, maybe even get one of the wing guys to come in and help. But I feel as though a lot to learn, but they will learn. But we got our next game, and we're going straight into it. No rest for the Wicked, guys.
No rest for the Wicked. Australia's back-to-back game now. As you mentioned before, Indonesia needs to start to think about how they're going to work with the fast pace Australia is playing here. And obviously, well, clearly you don't want to have Wark open. Escouge is another entity to be taken care of. So let's have a look at the versus screen here and see who is going up against who. On the Australian side, one more time, it's going to be Wark, Escouge, Dungod, Cooper, and Vasalio this time around.
That's it, the sub in Vasalio. And then, of course, for Indonesia here, we have Zafar, Loading, Turn Up, Rafisa, and Inner Glory. They are going to be looking for their Inner Glory here in this game. You want to make a prediction?
Look, I'm gonna stick with the Aussies this time around. I feel like they're going on a great pace. I don't think they're gonna slow down here, and I just look. I saw FIBA Esports 1, and I think that Australia has this one in the bag as long as they keep playing like this. So I'm gonna say Australia is gonna take the win here as well.
Want to give a shout out to Indonesia though. We spoke about the youth of the Aussies versus the youth of the Philippines team. Even younger here for the Indonesian team. We've got a 17-year-old, a couple of 16-year-olds as well. And then the old man on the team, it feels funny to say it, only 26, but Ray Antonio there.
Yeah.
The old man, the old head. Look, the great thing about youth and when it comes to esports is that you just come in with a lot of confidence, don't you?
Yeah, that's something that's very crucial in esports. Well, same as in normal sports, right? You can't really make a great play if you're not confident about it actually playing out the way you imagined in your head. So esports is exactly the same in that sense. You need to have the confidence that if you're going to go for these plays, you need to be all in on it, right? You can't just go in and be like, I'm just going to hope for the best here.
Yeah.
Trust me, like the back of your head and how your brain works will just play dirty tricks on you and we'll make sure that it fails.
Now we've just seen Walk and Squoogs dominate, absolutely dominate for the Aussies versus the Philippines. And having a look at Walk's photo there, he does that exactly what you're touching upon. That looks like a very confident young man. Not a care in the world who's going to go out and absolutely ball. I think we saw 4 threes from him where he was turning around and facing the crowd before the shot had even sunk. Pretty impressive. However, look, Indonesia do have an advantage, though, and as an esport athlete yourself at an international, national level, maybe you can tell the folks at home, like, getting to sit back and watch the opening game and seeing the tactics, does it help?
It always helps just in the sense that you already know what sort of pace you're going up against. And it doesn't matter what the discipline is, is it NBA 2K or something else. But, like, the fact that you know how what's just the pace of the game itself already allows you to prepare in terms of, okay, what's going to be my counterplay, what I'm going to do this in this situation, when I go in that situation. If you're on the defensive side of Indonesia, you're already thinking about, okay, how are we going to stop work near that three-point line? If we start to do that, Scrooge is going to go in. How are we going to play underneath the basket, and so on. So, like, these two things are obviously, if they can start to control these two Australian players, I think Indonesia has a fair shot, obviously, at taking this.
Yep.
They also need to make sure they don't make the error of what the Philippines side did, in the sense that they just don't need to overcomplicate things when things are not going your way.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily that those things are not going your way because, like, you're playing bad. It's just that in that particular instance, your opponent is a lot quicker on the reflexes and has a lot clearer vision in mind. So a lot of these times, like, introducing complicated ideas slows down the pace of the game, and that's why we say this, right? If you just see an opening, if you see an opportunity to go for it, just go for it, dude. Like, it's
go with the
shot.
flow. I completely agree with you there. It's going to be interesting. If I'm Indonesian, I've got the coach's cap on, you're dead right. Take away Walk, take away Squoogs, make those cornermen step up and hit their shots.
Yep.
Here's the thing, though. The Aussies appear as though they're going to knock those down as well. But I take away what they're really, really good at, force the other players to step up. That's a really good tactic. But, yeah, the pace was pretty frenetic. I mean, that's a lot of points, and it was end-to-end.
Yeah, still. So a very important victory for the Australian side to receive now, because now in the conference that they're in, there's only 3 countries. They're currently leading. So if Indonesia picks things up here as well, that's double the pressure on the Philippines side, right? Because if Indonesia secures a win, Philippines absolutely need to win the next 2 games.
Definitely.
Absolutely. There's no room for error. And if another game starts not going their way and they start to make errors like this...
Yeah, and a really important point that was overlooked there was that the Aussies were the away team there. So bear in mind, look, 2K... awesome game. Popular all over the world, just like basketball, just like FIBA as national federations
Who would have
everywhere.
known, right?
Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
And a perfect marriage. But the Philippines are actually hosting that first game, which meant they basically had the internet speed advantage. That's probably the best way to express it in layman's terms, right? And so now that was the Aussies. That was the Aussies on a air quotes slow connection. I'm scared to see how quick they're going to be on a quick connection. So that's kind of something like that's pretty interesting to look out for.
We've been praising Australia's side a lot here, but also for them as well. They need to remember that they cannot get carried away with the pace like this, because it's very easy to throw games thinking that, okay, it worked for us in the beginning of the match, for example, then in the middle they fell apart. And they're like, yeah, we're fine. We just need to continue as we went. No, once, like, if things are not working out for you, or if you're not getting any baskets in for like 2-3 minutes straight, clearly that's not the way how things should be going. Right?
Definitely,
so
definitely.
that's the
Look,
time where you introduce a change.
confidence is like a man-made river, okay? You want to channel it to where you want it to go so there's no floods. It doesn't spill over the edges, and that's a really, really good point.
One thing I also wanted to ask you, what are your thoughts on Australia introducing a different player for this matchup?
Yeah, I think it's good. I would like to see there's, as we explained during the beginning there are 5 players in the starting lineup who will play, but every team has a substitute, one substitute on the bench. I think it's important for everybody to step up. I would nearly throw the question back to yourself and say, do you think it impacts the flow? You're an esport athlete. I personally think sometimes it can be a good thing to see a fresh face, and you want to see everybody trains together. You want to see everybody get their fair shot.
2 things come to my mind when I see a different player now introduced after literally a very convincing victory in the first one. One is you want to have, like, keep all your players warm. So, like, in the sense that everyone is on the same page. Everyone has 2 accessible reach, played the same amount of games. Everyone is feeling well, and so on. That's one thing. Second thing, this individual might have a particular way how he approaches the game, and that's another curveball that Australia might throw in the tracks of Indonesia.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're ready to go to the game.
Oh,
there we go.
We're back, and we're not back. We're back.
Having some technical difficulties. I love that FIBA ad, but every time I hear the little doink for the notification, I go to check my phone, and of course, no phone's on the set, so I get nervous every single time I hear it.
But to be honest, I'm in the same boat. I'm like, please don't tell me I forgot something.
That's not my phone in the back pocket. I promise, director. Look, a couple of technical difficulties. Again, this is a great opportunity to explain. This is the world we live in now, and every single basketball federation that is a member of FIBA was invited to participate. They saw how FIBA Esports 1 went with 17 teams. We now have 37, so 20 more nations signed up, and we've grouped them into these conferences to allow for the best internet speeds and the most fair games. But the world we live in, as everybody knows,
technology is technology. Okay?
It is,
like, it's gonna turn its back on you once in a while. But who hasn't experienced?
Exactly. So somewhere someone is pressing the reset button on a server or a router or something, and we're actually going to be getting the fix. But this might be a good opportunity though, because we spoke a lot about the Australians.
Yeah.
Okay. And it'd be a good opportunity to actually talk about some positives from the Philippines, in particular Shintaro, who looked deadly from the top of the key.
Yes.
And I feel as though, God, like a couple of clankers, a couple of missed shots there, and this could have been a lot closer game.
I think one thing that Philippines were not utilizing as much was the fact that Australia was leaving the underneath the basket, that area just completely open for most of the time.
Yeah.
So they had situations where they could have gone for those plays, and they did so in the very beginning of it. But towards the latter stages of the match, they sort of forgot about it being about a possibility.
Yeah.
So I think that was also one part that was lacking there.
Definitely. It seemed as though either of the shooters that were located in the corners could have just shot for a quick backdoor cut, a quick basket. And you know what?
It also might be just the fact that, look, it also could be a single approach that this team wants to try out and see to the full extent what it could potentially bring, and deduce from there further on how they want to play this. So this also could be a dark horse tactic where you will not necessarily purposely lose, but you allow yourself plenty of room for error to see afterwards which are the painful zones that you need to work.
Definitely. And you'd like to see them adjust on the fly, but look, that is easier said than done.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it was a 20-point win.
Almost.
17-point win. You're right. 17-point win. it really was a little bit more closer than the scoreline would kind of dictate there. And so I'm with you. And sometimes you got to say, oh, you know what, that tactic actually can work. Let's stick with it. But you're right in that they might switch it up. And Indonesia.
I think so. I think we're going to see a different game from Philippines in the near future. But now, still coming back to Indonesia and Australia, as the teams are preparing here. Indonesia now this they're obviously in a tough situation. Wherever you look, you go up against the winners of previous conferences, and you know, it's a huge task to take upon themselves. Now, for Indonesia, obviously, hopefully they have done their research, as mentioned before. The replays are available, so you know pretty much how the games have went on in the past and how they just went on as well. If they had the opportunity to follow that match, and you know, what do you think is going through Indonesia's mind? What's their sort of mentality coming into this?
Look, you're representing your country. First and foremost, okay? So there's the pride factor, okay? The big thing is that you're looking at these two powerhouses, but, you know, our pre-match notes, we refer to them as an unstoppable force, the immovable object. And then, you know, the hard place, the rock in between is Indonesia, wedged in between them right there. And you don't want to be, the classic expression is the whipping boys of that particular conference, okay? So I think what you need is like a strong performance. You need to kind of like come out and make a statement. They have a tough task though. They're gonna play back-to-back games here.
Yes.
They're gonna go Aussies, then the Philippines. So look, I think important to make a statement early on, but I'm told that we're ready.
So let's see how that statement plays out.
Let's see.
Into the game we go as Indonesia now walking out on the court to greet Australia. Australia now in slightly different jerseys, but still the familiar greens and yellows.
But look at this epic Indonesian uniform here. I got to tell you, this looks fantastic. The red mohawk, the arm paint, they came to play. I tell you what, they're the best dressed team we've seen so far.
But we'll have plenty of teams to judge up against here. So let's see. To follow up on what you said previously, I think Indonesia wants to set the tone of the game here, and they do so by winning the pitch off there. As now Rapista with the ball, looking to get his first 2 points.
Oh, look at that. He had the crossover behind the back and then the open drive. And already they've exposed something in the Aussies that we haven't seen yet. But that's a great pass. We were asking, are they going to hit a great shot as well? They're going to hit the corner threes. The Aussies they might have been listening to us, mate. You know, they've come out and said, yes, we are.
All right, well, let's see if they can keep up with the pace of Indonesia here. A good pass to turn up, goes for an easy layup there, easy 2 points. And Australia, again, on the back foot here, looking to see if they can return the favor as Scooge now can easily go for the shot, decides to pass.
Interesting. I would have preferred to see him just dunk that home there. Again, they're going for a double team on the Aussies as Wark knocks it down.
How does that go in?
Oh, 45-degree angle, and he just absolutely hammers it home, rattles home the three. The double team is interesting there from Indonesia because it does leave somebody open.
That is absolutely true. Now, Rafi, 10 seconds remaining, goes for a 2-pointer there. A very long one at that. Unfortunately, overstepped the line. I feel like that 3 would have been easily in as well. Now, let's see if Wark will try to put up a 3 of his own here, trying to get the defense out of the zone. So far, so good. A Scooge with an opening and a dunk on top here. Australia instantly returned the favor.
And he nearly, I would say he posterized it loading there because it was a pretty standard two-handed dunk, but you don't want to get too many of them on you, you know. You don't want to be known as the guy that Scoogs was dunking on.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Rapista, easy 2 here back in return. So far, close game. I would say Indonesia are definitely good at keeping up with the pace of Australia, but as well, is it just me or do I feel like Australia have slightly slowed down a bit after that initial blunder?
A little bit. I think that's a great offensive rebound, but really good hustle by Indonesia to just get a hand up on that shot and to make sure that there is some, competition.
And the foul
Nothing wrong with that.
into play there. I I'd say it was slightly uncalled for. The play was already slowed down by the Australian defense, so slows down a bit more, but that means less time for the Indonesia side to work with. Loading up a shot.
Now, Rafisa, to answer your question about the pace, Rafisa just looks so fast out there. He might be the fastest player we've
How
seen.
does that connect two defensive players and the ball still goes through? Now pass out to Duncan, over to Wark.
Great little handoff to Walk right there, and he'll take that all day.
Yeah.
Hanging off the rim. He's happy. That's a nice bucket right there. I tell you what, Indonesia pretty impressive early on here.
Yeah, very good pace from them, and you can see they're very collected as well. I don't see a lot of chaotic movement happening from them. Rafisa now needs the help of his teammate. Ball passed over to Turn Up.
Very impressed early on here with Rafisa.
And again, tries to go for the jump shot there. Doesn't make it a very long three. A very eager shot. The rebound is good as Turn Up will secure the 2 points. 10-10 in the first quarter here as a minute and 40 still remaining.
And again, this two-man high pressure, they're trying to trap Quark there, but it isn't quite working. Now, Rafisa gave up on that pretty early on. An interesting point here, as we see the Aussies move the ball around, about Rafisa. He says he loves to eat durian, and he's the youngest in the team.
All right, so eating the officially world's smelliest fruit.
There we go. So, wow, I got to tell you, though, I'm pretty impressed with the Indonesian team early on here. They're within a possession, and that's kind of where you want to keep your opponent at all times.
If you take notice as well, Indonesia are doing just as what we were talking about, and that is like keeping Australia away from the three-point line. And talking about 3 points there, Indonesia of FIFA, my man, putting up another three there for his team. Is now Spooge, long pass to Vasilio, corner shot, and now we see it go through. Last time we saw that. Slightly overplayed.
That's it, but that's the second corner three we've seen now from the Aussies. That was the question. Can they knock those down? Great defense there from the Aussies. Rafisa is the entire offensive side of the ball for Indonesia, though. So Australia, they know they can probably counter that. And with Indonesia, though, if I'm them, more of the same, please. Keep feeding him.
Exactly. Well, 15-13 now in favor of Australia. Vasilio now finds himself in the middle of the court, not the corner where he usually would be. Wark tries to go for a three-pointer, finds an opening.
Oh, beautiful.
As clean as it gets. And Australia now starts their ball rolling. Those three-pointers start to go in one after the other. And now Indonesia need to quickly remind themselves what they need to do to stop that from happening. Turn Up, finds himself underneath the basket, forced to move out, and a three-pointer comes in.
Inner glory, finding his inner glory and knocking it down from the corner. We've seen some good shooting, not a lot of errors from either team here. It's a tight game. You love to see it.
3 seconds on the shot clock, and a steal comes through. Timeout called by Indonesia to stop the play here. 16-18 is how we're going to finish things in the first quarter. And Australia probably were expecting more from themselves.
They were. Here's Rafisa. Didn't quite get the shot off there. But look, a good first quarter. Exciting stuff at home. I'm really loving this. Is a very tight game. Indonesia repping well.
Yeah, as I said, if Indonesia takes the win here, it's horrible news for the Philippines side, because then double the pressure either way. Loading now, could have gone for a block there, slightly hesitated, and that returns as 3 points for the Australian side. So next time around, make sure you'd rather take the jump than don't.
Now look, the lonely life of a corner three shooter, okay? That is the lowest percentage shot in basketball. Oh, he went in. As Rafisa rattles home another one. That was beautiful. I'm telling you, the kid is on fire. He's fantastic to watch, exciting to watch. The lonely life of the corner shooter, though, they are stepping up and playing it well.
Spooge now, pass out to Cooper, over to Wark. Glory could have gone for a steal there still. Slowing Wark down, not allowing to take the shot. And as I say that, the defense just like, yeah, you know what? Take it. It's fine.
Well, look, Wark showed them like drive, pulled back, and just dropped it in. He's a stud. He's a star.
Exactly, but that's also the pretty much what makes you a star, right? Being able to fool the defense like that. And obviously as well, the defense can't afford to risk or take any risks. They're forced to react to that play, as now Rafisa. Let's see if he can set up another three. Gets the back of his head of his teammate.
Backcourt violation. Look, a little bit of confusion there. Good hustle by the Aussies on defense, carrying over from what they did against the Philippines. I got to tell you, though, you're dead right about the star, but also Inner Glory is doing a good job of trying to anticipate. It's so difficult to anticipate these players. They're so twitchy.
And, of course, look at the pace of the game. It's
Look at
obviously super hard. And saying Wark's name just again and again and again.
And
look.
That is a young man saying, you know what, team, I got you. He's putting the entire team on his shoulders. And this 8-point lead at this stage, really crucial that Indonesia gets some buckets here.
Yeah. Well, I think just more plays from Rafisa, for sure. Turn Up has been very good at in terms of securing the basket once the ball gets closer to the rim. So another force that can be definitely utilized. But also on the Indonesia side, more corner shots, I would say.
Deep three right there.
An eager shot to take there, but the rebound is going to fall in hands of Australia's Wark now trying to set up another play. Finds himself in the open, a screen set up by Squooge.
Oh, I thought that was going to be an alley-oop for a moment there.
Well, Wasilio does get the rebound. Squooge is wide open. Still, Wark is being covered by two players.
Oh.
And that's a travel violation. I think the first one we see here today.
I think so as well. My God, you don't see too many of those. Either the refs don't want to call them or well, the players are taking the appropriate amount of steps. But that was interesting. Look, Vasilio is done well.
Oh, yes. Exactly wanted to mention that. Rafisa is probably going to go for a three-pointer, and he does exactly so. And essentially in Wark's fashion, if you will notice.
You know what? Rafisa is giving me a real big case of the Allen Iversons. And not to show my age there and maybe the youngsters at home, I hope you're familiar with AI, but he is really just shooting around as another corner three gets rattled home. This is something we spoke about before the game.
Yeah, and I mean, that three-pointer was made by Dunk God, so don't be fooled by the name. The man can set up three-pointers as easily as Wark can do for his team. Now Rafisa,
a great
difficult opponent to win there.
Yeah.
Fakes out the jump shot, passes over to Turn Up. Turn Up could have gone against Scooge. It's a bit difficult at times here as Rafisa. Jump shot out of paint, doesn't make it. Turn Up tries to finish the thing off here.
Great job.
And we'll be able to do so here. 24-30, only 6 points, between these two teams. So Australia not allowed to have that big of a lead that they had over the Philippines. However, it's only the second quarter.
Oh, this guy. He's at the all-you-can-eat buffet.
What do you do against that? What do you do against that?
The all-you-can-eat three-pointer buffet, and he's just chomping him down. It's fantastic. This is epic to watch right here. Again, he's single-handedly taking the game. A very tight game.
Ooh,
great alley-oop there. Rafisa and Turn Up. Got to say, I want to shout out to Turn Up there. The hustle for that offensive rebound and that putback. That's difficult to do.
He's always there.
Yep.
He's always there, and he's willing to put up that fight that's so necessary for the Indonesian side. As now Wark completely covered, forced to pass over to Cooper. As Cooper takes the three-pointer, and that's also good. What is with three-pointers in Australia today?
Hanging with our man, Mr. Cooper. Banging it home. These are some of the deepest threes we've seen. This is fantastic. I mean, look at the hustle here on defense. Rafisa. Great play. Dives on the ball, gets the timeout in. Hustle play. Coach just giving him a pat on the back after that one.
Well, 15 seconds on the shot clock here. Rafisa needs to set up another play for his team. Dangerous pass there. Turn Up almost missed out on that. Goes for a dunk and just makes it through.
Oh, my God. He just threw that down.
No respect for
that was like he was playing on a 6-foot rim. That was crazy. And we have 40 seconds left in the half here. The Aussies with the 8-point lead. Want to build upon this lead before the half. Or Spooks made the cut there.
Wark retains control of the ball there. Pass out to Cooper. Long three again. Australia. I don't even know how many three-pointers it's been at this point.
We're running out of ammo for those big three cannons, right?
we need like a triple three animation or something.
We do.
Next time around. A foul is going to be played here, so
that's it. Nearly halftime.
Bit of a reset. Yeah.
Oh, that was a charge. That's an offensive. Oh, what effort.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, it took me a minute to realize as well. Look, that is Wark showing that he is the offensive and the defensive weapon. They're going to take the last shot here.
Australia here just going to run down time to the last seconds remaining. 5 seconds on the clock.
Dunk.
Easy dunk on top here. Indonesia, can they get one more three-pointer in? Probably not.
Rafisa.
Back to the game. Team Australia leading the way with insane amounts of three-pointers so far.
Look at this guy. He's got 19 points of his own. He's got 6 assists. So literally, he is literally made up for 30-plus points out of Australia's 41 points. And what you love to see, if you're the coach, is that high shot percentage, 73%, considering most of his three-pointers have been from halfway.
Absolutely bonkers.
Oh,
and, oh my God, talking about insane stuff. Swoosh just comes in with another big dunk out of his own. And it feels like if Swoosh goes for the basket, there's not much that can stop him. He somehow finds his way around this defense, now loading, puts up a three-pointer of his own. That fails to make it, and Indonesia now start to feel the stress of what it means to play up against Australia. Swoosh again finds the pass even between two defensive players. There's another timeout called by the Indonesia side.
They come out, they score 2 quick baskets. Indonesia, a good timeout right there. I feel like adding a couple of O's to Swoog's name here. You know, Swoogs, you feel as though the real crowds are chanting at home. But look, this Indonesian team have impressed. Rafisa has looked great. I'm not writing them off in this one.
Oh, for sure.
Because I feel as though they can score a lot of points really quickly.
Let's see. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Here's the far pass over to Rafisa. A forced shot to take. That, of course, is too short now. And a fast break coming out from Australia here. Long pass over to Dunkard. Over to Cooper. Could have gone for the shot. Tries to fake it out. Still finds himself wide open. And the shot is too long. Is now loading in possession. Pass over to Rafisa to set up yet another Indonesian play.
Okay, so a 17-point gap here. Indonesia need to start to pile on the points just to stay relevant in this one. That's a great look.
Whoa.
That's a great look, and there's a lot of communication going on there as well.
It really gives Australia a taste of their own medicine at that point. Shooting over that defensive player like that and a far three-pointer as well obviously shows that Indonesia can do that too. Question is how many times in a row now?
And they're giving those corner shooters a look because Wark just steps up and drops in another 3. I tell you, I'm lost for words now.
Yeah, to say that I'm very impressed would be an understatement. Zafar three-pointer of his own, excellent shot.
Nice.
Utilizes the timing absolutely to perfection. Finds no blocks in front of him.
And just to be clear as well, the Indonesians are playing great defense. They are. The Aussies are just are nailing their shots. That's skill.
That is an absolute skill. And as well, that was Vasilio, right, from the corner shot there. He's done now 2, if not 3 corner three-pointers like that. Rafifa, though, fast play, fast break coming out from him. And easy 2 points there. Still 15 points now behind Australia. So a lot more plays like this are required. I think Indonesia have slightly slowed down in comparison to how they were when they opened up in the game, and I think that's what they're missing here. I think it's just pacing, if anything else.
Another alley-oop dunk. And look, this is, again, what we're seeing, though, are coachable moments.
Yes.
Coachable moments for the Indonesian team, the same way with the Philippines. Right there, the big man falling asleep on defense, and you've just got to be switched on the entire time. And it's easier said than done.
Of course.
Very easy to call from up here in the commentary booth, right? Very easy. But they're coachable moments, and I think the word that you've used, which I really like, is the pace.
Yeah.
And the Aussies just seem to have their foot on the gas, and they're not letting off. And it's really obvious to see as Rafisa drops in another 3. My nickname for him is Green. It's all green.
It's all green when it comes to Rafisa. Well, let's see if he can continuously repeat those feats. So far, looking good. Vasilio with another 3.
Wow.
And he's starting to wake up on the Australian side more and more as well. And that's just devastating news for Indonesia, because if Wark and Vasilio start to put up three-pointers like that, who else? Skuj is going to kick in as well with his?
That's what I'm saying. So it was one of our questions. What if they take away Wark? But obviously Wark hasn't been taken away. It's nearly like the Aussies are flexing at this stage. That's a huge dunk there.
And in FIBA Esports 1 as well, turned up was one of the people that would present so many dunks. And I think that's also something that Indonesia's side need to start to utilize a bit more here, because like you have this amazing player that continuously finds himself near the basket. He gets those rebounds and so on. So just give him more opportunities like this. However, another 3 from the Australian side, and at this point, look, it's 18-point difference now for the Australian side. Third quarter is close to finishing off, and Indonesia is probably rightly now as ever to say that they're in shambles, but as I
What
say
a
that,
shot.
what a shot indeed from the sideline
Yeah,
there.
pretty much shot that one from the commentary booth, right? That was pretty impressive. I must say I've been impressed by all teams. I don't think we've seen the end of the last of the Indonesian. So I got to tell you, the Indonesian-Philippines game coming up after this one.
This is just a taste of what we're about to experience in the next, well, what, 1, 2, a lot of streams. I stopped counting after I realized how many there are.
Every stream. But
Yeah.
I got to tell you, that game is going to have a lot of implications here. Because right now, from what I've seen, the Aussies are the favorite. End of the quarter here. The Aussies are the favorite, we'd have to say, after 2 games.
No,
they're dominating.
Fair play right now.
But, as we mentioned, coachable moments for both the Philippines and Indonesia, which means that these games could go another way. It is going to take perfection, though. The one thing that is impressing me is the Aussies are making it look easy.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
that's always something that's a signature of a great team. If you can make plays to look very easy or simple, that means that you have hit all the right buttons.
Yeah, definitely. Literally.
Yeah, actually, in this instance, literally all the right buttons. I didn't even think of that as Australia puts up another 3-pointer for them. And I mean, what do these guys eat for breakfast?
Who knows? Wheaties, Vegemite toast.
Vegemite toast.
But I tell you what, I want some of what Rafisa is eating, yeah? The youngest, again, the funny note about him, the youngest in the team, and he loves to eat durian.
You're sure you want that because it's banned on airplanes. Okay. Well, Cooper pass over to Basilio. Another 3-pointer from him. And those are 3 back-to-back 3-pointers, if I remember correctly, as Australia continuously extend their lead here.
He is 100% from the arc. 6 of 6. He's 7 of 7 from the floor. His first game, we were saying, how's he going to perform? Well, Mom grabbed the camera because he just dropped 20 on Indonesia and made it look easy.
And apologies, I mispronounced there. It's Vassallo, not Basilio. So apologies there.
Look, he's not missed a shot. I think he's happy enough.
Yeah, well, he goes. Now, this one was an eager one to take, okay? He was just like, I wonder if I can make this. But unfortunately for the Australian side, didn't get a chance to do so. However, looking at 3.5 minutes still remaining in the fourth quarter here, Indonesia needs to come up big and need to start to rack up these points. They need speed more than anything right now, and they're not even getting the rebounds. 3 defensive players go for a block, and another ball goes through, and another 3-pointer. That's just like another nail in the coffin.
Squoogs, the captain, leading by example. You love to see it. The captain isn't afraid to get in and do the hard, dirty work in the paint, eating up the glass.
Yeah. Well, turn up. Tried to go for a play there.
Goaltending.
Oh, that's new as well today.
That's our first goaltend. We've seen our first travel and our first goaltend. I tell you what, I feel like we're playing NBA 2K bingo here. But that, man, Squoogs, leading by example.
That's an error.
Yeah, rare mistake. Rare mistake, but when you've got a 19-point lead.
And still, Indonesia decide to slow things down just to see if they can set themselves up for a 3-pointer, but then take that half second extra that you already gained and make sure that shot is clean because you had. Oh my! Jesus Christ!
Oh my
he came
God.
out of nowhere.
He reached right back behind the head there. That was fantastic. My word.
Okay, well, Rafisa now looking back at his team and how things are being played out, tries to give a pass to turn up to utilize those 2 points. A quick steal coming out from the Australian side. Squooge wide open, an alley-oop opportunity, doesn't go for it, and a foul. You see a little dance there at the end as well.
Look, good hard foul. You want to make your opponent earn the points in the paint. I like that foul right there. There is such a thing as good fouls. But I tell you what, don't overlook Wark actually getting that steal, because that was transition, hand the man off defense right there on a pick and roll. Very difficult to do. And again, you're talking about timing, the anticipation, the button press there to get that steal.
Yeah,
absolutely
you really
epic.
need to predict what's going to happen in order for those steals to go through.
That's
and in
it.
esports, that's something very difficult to achieve. Could have gone for easy 2 points there.
Yeah.
Not sure about that pass, but now on a fast break, Australia side looking to see if they can set up a play. Vassalio again with a 3-pointer, fourth one back-to-back for him.
Oh, my goodness. He has said, hey, commentators, yeah, I'm here. And this is on the Aussie bench. A big missed dunk by Turn Up there. I was getting ready for the big dunk animation there.
Long pass. Cooper, unfortunately,
That's it.
doesn't make it.
The Aussie crowd could get a little more animated, you know. Come on, look at them. I want to see them on their feet here. It's a really, really solid 25-point lead here. But I got to tell you, it's a 25-point lead at the moment, but I've been impressed with Indonesia.
Yeah, I think they just fell apart slightly towards the second quarter there where they sort of lost their pace, but now returning the favor with a three-pointer narrows down the point gap slightly for them, but still long ways in front of them with only a minute and 15 on the clock. Let's just be real here. It's unlikely that Indonesia will grab the win, and that's only better news for Australia, who are going to start this day with 2 wins already.
Absolutely. And look, still the best dressed team so far in the tournament, without a doubt, Indonesia, okay? I feel like, Dennis Rodman was probably giving them fashion tips out here. He's their team stylist. But good work from Inner Glory to force a turnover there, and then, for Indonesia to finish strong. This is what's going to be important, especially in the conferences that we're going to see with 2 teams, where it's a best of 7. What you want to see when you're pulling on your national jersey, representing them on the digital basketball court in your team, is you want to see hustle and real effort all the way up until the final buzzer.
Glory now finds himself wide open, takes an easy shot. Thank God that goes in.
And look, we are not quite sure exactly how potentially points could play a role here. So it's important to play until the final whistle and get as many points on the board as possible.
Well, one thing to start to think about as well is going to be our next match, where Indonesia will go up against the Philippines, and perhaps will have another opportunity to reset themselves. Big plays still coming out from the Australian side, so they just want to make sure that they finish off on a good vibe. You can't really complain in this situation. A three-pointer does go through for the Indonesian side, but that's a small prize to attain right now, as they will concede the victory here to Australia. As I said before, sunny, smiley vibes on the Australian side here for us today.
Absolutely, and a quick put. Oh, look, turn up is turned up. Look at him, he's ready to go. A good strong dunk. 4 seconds to go here. 2 seconds. Looking at our final shot of the game.
Right, 75-61. Australia 2. Very convincing performances. Obviously, so anyone out there watching, thinking about how to play against Australia, watch out for the three-pointers, because they can come through almost from half court. And I think one thing how you can try and battle this is play one-on-one defense. So actually just have like a dedicated man who's always following one person, because it seems like if you're playing zone, Australia are just too quick on their feet.
Well, it really is. We kind of mentioned it at one point there. One of the Indonesian big men, and I won't single him out. I won't mention his name, but he fell asleep a little bit on D. You just can't do that. Now, the good news is that no doubt coach was in his ear and saying, hey, come on, wake up, let's go. And he really improved for the rest of the game. But that's it. The Aussies, they just seem to be able to burn you in many different ways. But again, I don't know about you, Reynolds, it didn't feel as though it was a blowout. It actually felt like a tight game.
For sure, no.
So, like, from that perspective, now I can't wait to see what's going to happen between the Philippines and Indonesia.
As well, I can't stress this enough. Like, for some watching it, you might not really understand the full extent of the stress that you might be having as a player. To represent your nation on an international level, playing on a big stage, trying to win your own region, your conference, to be able to officially name yourselves as the best team in that region internationally is a huge task to take upon yourself, and you can't disregard that, especially perhaps for the players that are not as experienced. They might have played in lesser tournaments or tournaments of smaller scale beforehand, and it's obviously slightly a different vibe here. And I've been in those shoes myself as well, where you find yourself on the big stage and suddenly it feels like everything is just going absolutely wrong for you, and you can't even pinpoint what's not happening. And I think the biggest error that you can make in that situation is, as I said before, like you start to really overthink about like what's not working instead of thinking what I can do to fix this.
Keep it simple. Yeah, absolutely. And look, we mentioned the stage as well. This is the new world we find ourselves on. These are representatives for their National Basketball Federation e-athletes. They are actually playing from home. So it's a little bit different when you go to an arena-sized e-sport event like, as we've produced and you've participated in and you've casted on. these guys are actually playing from home. When you have the kind of psychological benefit of going to play basketball or an esport in a venue, you're there, you're locked in. But you've also got the distractions of the home life. You're worried,
dogs running around,
right? Maybe like your younger siblings screaming, using the Wi-Fi. You're not quite sure what could be going on. So and these guys are all going to be in voice communications with one another, and talking to one another, and it is difficult. It's a little more of a challenge to stay locked in. So maximum respect to them.
And
I think they're doing great.
Well. Yeah, you mentioned the voice communications there. I think it would be very interesting to perhaps at some point and see if we can somehow in the future manage to get a listen in on the players, because in certain times it would be an interesting insight to have. But again, we wouldn't want to spell any team secrets out in the open. So
exactly, but
sort of need to balance, and obviously the language barrier there as well. Like
precisely.
You and me, we don't know Indonesian.
Precisely.
Well, I don't know. Maybe you do.
However, you raise a really good point for the uninitiated at home who maybe haven't actually watched esports before. You would be really, really impressed, I think. I know the first time I heard esport athletes communicating with one another, the mind boggles. We're talking like a 1,000 words a minute just flying in the communication. Even just to play defense in 2K, the communication between yourself and the big man and who's going to be taking who, and when you hand off the defender there to get those steals like we saw with Quark.
Yep.
With Wark, that's impressive. So I think everybody would be impressed. You're right. I'd love to see the mics. I'd love to see a hot mic at some stage.
I mean, you also hear the emotions that are going through, and you as well as a person participating in that team, you need to be mindful of those emotions that you have. If you get like a bad play, you need to make sure that you don't influence the others. Now, next game also something that I'm very curious to see, because obviously now Australia had a tasting for both of these countries, and now Indonesia will go up against the Philippines. So both of these teams have lost to Australia. Both of these teams have something to prove to each other here,
and we can see the table here. The point differential is going to be important. So the Aussies can now go have like a cup of tea and a Vegemite sandwich and relax, okay? And it's time for Indonesia and the Philippines to play here. I got to tell you, I'm pretty excited about this game because I think it's going to be epic. Are we going to see Rafisa, the youngest player in the team? I might have to do my fact-checking. Maybe the youngest player in the tournament. Are we going to see him step up and continue to dominate on a global stage representing his country against men?
All right, well, let's see how these players are going to go up against each other. Indonesia, Zafar, loading, turn up, Rafisa, and Glory on the Philippine side.
Of course, the Philippines, we've got Costa, Shintaro, Ryle, Clark, and Rack stepping into the fold here. Will Shintaro continue to make it rain from beyond the arc?
Let's not waste any time, and let's jump straight into the game as both of these teams are joining up and are ready to roll. Indonesia versus Philippines. Here you can see Philippines in their beautiful blue uniforms. A bit of a tongue twister there for myself. But yeah, as mentioned before, I love the beard on number one.
Yep. Oh yeah, come on. It might be Movember, but he's saying to hell with it. I'm going the full facial beard, and I'm digging the pinstripes from Indonesia in this one as well. Yeah, I tell you what. The stylist, maximum points, but let's see what we get here. Shintaro with the rock early, dropping off the rack in a corner three. Custer pump fakes. Clock, green, three.
And a clean three at that, a swish.
Great ball rotation there. Good hustle defense there. You like to see it. This is something that the Aussies aren't doing, but the Philippines and Indonesia are both doing. They're bringing the early pressure with a double team in the opponent's half, which is very interesting.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that on the Indonesia side right now. Philippines not leaving any room to work with. And as I say that, Rafisa finds an opening. Glory could have gone for a jump shot, fakes it out, goes closer, and just make sure he can actually secure that one.
Totally. Knock it in from 10 feet. High percentage shot. Just get on the board early on here.
Oh.
Rafisa with the early pressure. He nearly
did
came up
foul.
with that.
Yeah.
He fouled, but he nearly came up with that. And the one thing is, I would like to see a few more fouls. I am just a big believer. Maybe I'm a little old school. I'm a big believer in, like, you know, if a team has momentum against you, you know, you can contest a little harder.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure that you slow your pace down within reason and obviously not overstepping any boundaries. Now 5 seconds on the shot clock. Shintaro stuck in no man's land. Will he go for a very far shot? Goes for a long pass. Custer from the corner, and it's good. Literally the last millisecond remaining.
That was incredible. What a pass from Shintaro, leading by example. You love to see it. What a shot as well.
Philippines find themselves in the lead now by 4 points, loading in that corner. Had mixed success in the previous game. Has trouble getting out as now Rafisa comes to aid. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Again, Rafisa finds himself in the open. Pass over to Turn Up, and he finishes with another 2 points here for the Indonesian side, and exactly what they needed.
Yeah.
They need to make sure, like, they can run the clock down as much as they can. As long as they convert at least into 2 points, it's good enough.
Yep, and I got to tell you, though, I'm not... Oh, great defense there from Loading. Now, it was Loading who I said fell asleep a little bit. Now, that's a good foul right there. Stop the quick fast break basket right there. Now, that was better from Loading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rafisa now on three-pointer line. 15 seconds on the clock. Pass to Loading. Corner three-pointer. Not good this time around. As a long pass to Philippines, and Clark is going to pull the ball out of bounds, and it's going to be Indonesia's ball.
Look, the 1 percentages, they're okay to a point, okay? But once they start to add up to 10%, 20%, well, then coach gets angry.
Yeah.
So not too bad, though. But I'm enjoying what I'm seeing here. A tight game. They are definitely playing at a different pace than we've seen in the first 2 games. Rafisa stroking it from deep, did not get green.
Yeah, I think Turn Up did try to go for a screen there, but couldn't really get the timing right. The defensive lines on the Philippines is very active as now a turnaround. Glory.
Yeah, I tell you what, maybe he stands out because of the giant red mohawk, but Inner Glory does seem to show up around the court, doesn't he?
Oh, finds himself open there. Somehow the ball bounces out.
You love to see Turn Up in there hustling for the rebounds as well. I'm enjoying the effort in particular that we're seeing from both these teams. Again, good defense from Loading there. I feel as though Loading got a talking to in between the games, and now he's got the message and he's stepping up and playing great D.
Rafisa now still needs to find his way around these 2 defensive players. The clock continuously being run down by the defensive side of Philippines and not leaving any easy openings here, but a clean jump shot goes through there. As now it is 6-6, and Indonesia have closed the gap quietly, but they're getting there.
Again, it seems as though both...
That's not something you want to do. Leave Shintaro wide open. That's an instant three-pointer for the Philippines side. So, yeah, Indonesia is starting to build on their points there. Question is, can they continue it up? Rafisa, almost a steal comes through for the Philippines side. Backcourt violation, just narrowly steps on the midcourt line.
I will say this, though. The pace of this game, a lot slower than versus the Australians. This is a low-scoring affair as well right here. It was probably double the points at this stage in the games against Australia. Great look, great 3 again. Okay, good timeout here. Good timeout from Indonesia. The Philippines, you know, their shot selection, their ball movement has been really great. And look, 1 play at a time. You can't let it get away from you. You need points on this drive right here.
Yeah, Turn Up goes for a fake pass back over to Rafisa. Loading already taking position in that corner there. You can see the defensive players on the Philippine side playing very close to far. 3-pointer, it's going to be good. He was definitely ready for it.
He got down. He readied it. He cocked the gun and he took his shot and he hit it. That was beautiful. Great to see. And here's Shintaro again. And he's just been such a great leader.
Oh, and again, finds himself wide open. The defense is just too keen on following his movement and not the ball.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He's really breaking some ankles out there and getting open, and he's just being crafty. You love to see it. And leading by example here, Rafisa with the rock again. Alley-oop! Oh!
Big dunk coming out from Turn Up, and that's exactly what we like to see here on the Indonesian side. More of those, please.
Yeah, there you go. Turning up for the occasion. Now, that was a statement dunk. Shintaro again.
3 times in a row.
I don't know what you do. They're actually not playing bad defense. They're trying to stick with him. That is just individual skill.
He's like playing
my
one
God.
step ahead of Indonesia's defense right now, because 3 times back-to-back in a row, like in the same fashion, getting 3-pointers like that is a sign that, again, you need to really pay close attention to the player that you're going up against.
Yeah, definitely. And look, what we need to kind of point out here, this is a critical basket at the quarter. That's a critical possession right there. Now, good thing is they get the inbounds here. They need to score here. They can't let this gap get too much larger. This is important here.
Keep it within 10 points, I would say. Anything above 10 is starting to escalate too quickly.
Definitely. And there we go. Oh, Indonesia get the ball back. That was a lucky break.
Oh, that's it. That's definitely something they needed right now to kick things off on a positive note in the second quarter.
That's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You get a little bit lucky. You got to see some points here, though, for Indonesia. It's critical that they get a bucket here. And
Green. Oh, he actually goes behind, turn up there, so uses him as a moving wall, essentially, to move closer. But the ball, unfortunately, jumps out as now Rack finds himself in the mid there. Alley-oop and what a 180 dunk to finish things off.
Okay, that's an early
That's a highlight.
Yeah, that's an early contender for top dunk right there. That was pretty impressive. A 180 one-handed alley-oop. And you know what it was? It was the big man teaming up. It wasn't the little man and the big man. You got big man love.
Loading with the 3-pointer. Back over to Clark now.
Right, looking good.
Over to Rack, back to Shintaro now. Shintaro looking to set up an opening, but in the meantime, his teammate already has done it for him. Another 3 goes through, and now we're approaching the danger zone. 12 points for Philippines in the lead. Indonesia find themselves on the back foot. Question is, can they recoup from this? As, again, they have been slowed down, and a charging foul at that. That is something that you don't want to do as Indonesia right now. Playing on the back foot and getting fouls like that, that is uncalled for.
Yeah, and look, that is the beard. The beard showing up. That was pretty impressive right there. You love to see it, but I'll tell you what, and here he is with a big two-handed dunk, a strong dunk underneath the hoop right there. And look, that's kind of that's pretty impressive. And right here, another turnover. They're pulling away with it, the Philippines. They really are. 14-point lead here.
Shintaro, for a brief moment, found himself open. Also goes for a 3-pointer here. Unfortunately, doesn't make the shot. That's going to be a foul. Reach-in foul for the second time here today, as Indonesia is still in possession of the ball. Pass over to Turn Up. Could have gone for a play further down the line himself. Decides to pass over back to Rafisa. And again, they're being controlled here, but Turn Up finds himself wide open. Puts up another 2 as narrowing down the point lead out down to 12. But of course, Philippines, and with Shintaro in hold of the ball. Oh, good dribble coming out from him. Rack there was open for a second.
Ina Glory doing his best there to play defense. This is good. This is good defense. They're staying up on them, staying in their faces. That's a great pass, though.
Easy dunk there for Rack.
Rack
uses the last second on the clock there as well to just guarantee the ball goes in.
Yep. Living up to his name, taking it to the rack. Another big two-handed dunk. Look, this has been interesting.
Oh, that's a 3-sec violation.
Look,
Damn.
they call them 1%ers for a reason, okay? But right now, all those 1%ers, all of those empty
They're starting
possessions,
to add up.
Yeah, they add up to a quarter where you just don't perform well.
Fancy work with the ball there by Shintaro, but pass over to Custer, an easy 3-pointer from the corner. And with a minute and 50 remaining in the second half here, Indonesia need to start to come up with bigger plays than what we've seen for the past 2 minutes really here, because all we see is Rafisa finds himself in this area, then he sees if he can give a pass, if not, decides to go for a jump shot or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I feel as though another... Oh, okay, no, we had a defensive 3-second violation. Okay, that's okay. Here, easy points here, of course. Of course, Green from Rafisa. He's going to knock these down. I tell you what, Shintaro, for me, has been the player of this game, because it's not just been him stroking those threes himself. That great ball movement, finding the open man in the corner. He's got assists as well, and really, really playing well. Don't like that Look, right now, the high percentage shots are your friend. I really like to see the Indonesian team just, drive it, take those alley-oops, take those high percentage shots at the moment because they just need points.
Yeah, exactly. That's all they need. You don't need to think or focus so much on the three-pointers or return the favor, same. But yet again, I mean, we mentioned this man again and again and again, and turnover after turnover after turnover. So, yeah, as you can see,
Incredible.
12 points already just by Shintaro alone. And
his assists have made up for more than, you add his points to end the assists, they made up for more than half the team's score here, and really, really impressive. This game isn't out of reach. That's got to be the message, right, from coach to the players. But you do just need to stop putting some points on the board. It's that simple. That's it. Even if it's 2 points, you don't need a 3. You don't need a big money play every play. It can just be high percentage jump shots close to the hoop.
As I said before, I want to see turn up being utilized more at this stage. If three-pointers are not working for you, work with what you have underneath the basket. Another rebound is going to fall in the hands of Philippines here as they on a fast play.
And it's
slow
Rack.
Things down.
It's Rack doing so brilliantly. That's it. Racking up the boards.
Whoa.
Big dunk right there.
Shintaro shows that he's like, you know what? I could also do dunks, not only three-pointers.
Is that a does that classify as a little man dunk right there?
I don't even know at this stage anymore because it's not necessarily a one-man show, but he's definitely dictating the pace for everyone right now. Rafisa back over to loading.
Good pass.
Long corner shot there. That's only good for 2.
Yep, but look, that's what you want to see. Open, high percentage shots. That's just what they've got to do. They've got to keep working it. And only 12 seconds, probably Shintaro working it down for the final shot of the half here. I tell you what, they've got to go back to the drawing board, Indonesia, in the second half, because right now it's all Philippines as we see another 3. Shintaro show. It's the Shintaro show.
Exactly. Well, last seconds here. The second quarter is over. All right, we are back here where Philippines are now having an absolute tight grip over the game over Indonesia.
Looking at that stat line, the Shintaro show indeed. 17 points and 5 assists. This is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, the man's on a mission right now to take his team to the grand finals in their conference.
Good
and
luck.
As I say that, though, Indonesia finally responding with a very clean three-pointer over the defense there as well. As Shintaro, again, is going to be called to aid to bring back the glory to his team.
Yep, and I like these reach-ins here from Inner Glory. I do. I like this. I think you've got to hustle on defense. This is a good look. Now, that was a mistake, though. Now, good hard foul, but you can see when they're handing off the man there, Inner Glory gets a little bit confused with turn up there. They have to get that right.
Yep.
They have to get that transition, that handoff right. And you can get stops, and they need them. A really good start, though. That nice three-pointer here from Indonesia.
And the second one doesn't go in, unfortunately. Indonesia get the rebound there as well. Rafisa. Let's see what he decides to do here. Passes over to turn up. Has a bit more force to work with here. Back over to Rafisa. There's a defensive player on the ground, but the ball is still at the three-point line. I don't understand that.
Yeah, you like to see him just go for the bucket there. Actually, really good hustle on defense.
Breaking ankles as Shintaro set up for a wide-open 3, and of course, we all know he doesn't miss those.
The rim right now is literally... It's as wide as an ocean for Shintaro. It really is, and he is just dropping in three-pointers.
And, I mean, in terms of so far, how the games have gone today, I think this is the biggest point lead we've seen so far.
Yes. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, 23 points. I think the Aussies got up to 25 against Indonesia, but Indonesia were able to claw it back. We need to be mindful of that, the point differential. Again, the scoreline for me isn't necessarily reflecting the true nature of the game and the closeness of the game. It is coming down to a couple of crucial possessions where really just momentum is shifting and the score is getting away.
Oh, Custer set up for a wide open 3. He makes it. Excellent job there. Obviously, you had all the time in the world to prepare for it. I wondered, was that an on-the-fly call made, or was that the name of the game the whole time it was being played out? Now Rafisa in possession here. again, Philippines is super active on their defensive side, not allowing any space for Rafisa to work with here. They know that he's able to put up those 3-pointers, and they're not allowing him to do so. Loading now, last second shot, and it doesn't go in. A long pass over the playing field as Indonesia will intercept, and a turnover is in play.
And I like the hustle on D. I like that alley-oop right there. Turnup was still pointing at the ceiling when the ball was in the air. He had to quickly, the reflexes on full display there. And you just want to see Indonesia again get another stop, just piece together a couple of defensive stops. Great rebound there from Custer. Really solid work.
Yeah, 10 seconds on the clock here. Shintaro goes for 3.
Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Shintaro, he has no mercy.
Absolutely here, as now Glory looking to see if he can set up a play of his own, and another foul there. That's going to be another personal one. Indonesia's ball here, so Indonesia obviously happy about the fact that they can continue onwards with their attack.
We go.
And that's a clean. That's the Rafifs that we like to see.
That's who we want to see, but my word, their scoreline has literally doubled at this stage, 48-24. You never like to see it. You're feeling good if you're the Philippines. Let's see, will they have the killer instinct that the Aussies have? As
what a play.
Power dunk with authority right there. Slamming it home.
Imagine being in defense and you just see Rack flying at you. You're like, yeah, I'm getting out of his way.
A giant bearded warrior coming at you, ready to tomahawk dunk it.
Turn up shows that he can do it as well here, and turns up big time for his team. 26-50 still in favor of Philippines here. Third quarter, minute and a half remaining. What can Indonesia do here? They obviously can't stop Shintaro. They just need to make sure that all the other players are under control here. Rack almost went for another big dunk. Rafifsa now on a fast return. 2 players are underneath the basket. Still decides to hold on to the ball. Looking to set up a 3-pointer. Now goes the pass towards turn up. That's going to be blocked, and that is definitely a big block on the defensive side there. Now Philippines over to Ryle. Back to Rack.
Oh, Rack making it look easy. Absolutely dominant stuff there.
Now it's the biggest point lead we've seen today.
Yep, definitely 26 points. I got to tell you, if your team Indonesia here an air ball. Oh no, that's our first air ball.
Yeah, that's you hate those, but I'll admit that I'm one to definitely not be unfamiliar with the good old air ball.
Yeah, me too. I've had my share of air balls, IRL. Here we go. So, beautiful animations there. The animation department doing fantastic work. But look, a good three there from Indonesia. It's important to go down swinging, as they say. Go down fighting. You cannot give up. You can't bury your head in the sand. Every team is going to play every team 3 times in this conference, and the top 2 teams are going to make the finals. And at that stage, it doesn't matter what happened before. If you're in the finals, you're in the finals. Good hustle.
Rafifsa there made a break for it towards the basket.
Yeah, it's kind of breaking down a little bit here. It's getting a little messy.
Yeah.
That was an interesting shot selection. Quarter ending. I'll give him that, in fairness.
At this stage, though, it does look like that Indonesia are just trying to use every opportunity they get, not necessarily to the extent they can maximize their profits off of it, so to say. Look, Philippines have obviously built a great momentum for themselves early on, so they can allow themselves slightly sloppy plays like this. Rafifsa, yet again, just slows things down. I feel like you just continue with the momentum that you have. Long pass, you're already close to the paint. Just go for it.
Just drive it to the rim, take the 2. I feel you. I guess they feel the need to work the 3s at this stage, but I'm kind of with you. I think that points are important.
Exactly, because there's not that much time remaining for 3-pointers. You still need to set yourself up for those, and that takes time which you don't have, or to be more precise, time that's literally running out in front of you.
And a turnover there as well, an intercepted pass, a good steal here. Look, the Philippines have definitely shown a killer instinct here, so this is going to be interesting. What does it mean for the upcoming games? It's going to be fascinating to watch. Are we going to see this Philippines versus the Aussies the next time they play?
That is a question that we'll answer soon enough, but beforehand, still, Indonesia needs to close things out here with Philippines, and obviously I think Philippines came in this match off the back of that game versus Australia, and they're like, okay, look, like we can't play any less than what we played against those guys, preferably a higher pace if we can, and just prepare themselves for the next game. A huge alley up there and turn up. Yet again, puts an end to Indonesia's attack with a successful 2-pointer there.
And 21-point differential right now here.
All right, getting the work in. That's
Yep.
what we want to see from Indonesia. Now they need to continue to build upon this and need to continue to play their own pace. But Rack with another big dunk over the defense there.
Posterizing these Indonesian defenders. Rack is just dominating in the paint. You love to see it.
What a cluster of players there for a brief moment. 3 players from either side coming very close to each other. Rafisa finds an opening to go for 3. Doesn't make it. Turn up with the rebound is good. Over to Glory. Can't take the corner shot there. Goes closer to the paint. Still not taking the shot. Over back to Rafisa. Out to Turn Up. Who goes for a play. Decides to give it to Loading.
Good pass.
Still the ball doesn't go in.
Good pass, so good look.
Back-to-back rebounds for Turn Up. Rafisa now. Over to Turn Up and a dunk.
Nice. Good alley-oop right there. Finishing strong. You like to see it from Indonesia.
Let's see if Philippines can do anything more about this. I mean, they have done a tremendous job so far playing up against Indonesia, and Indonesia are starting to slowly find their way back into this. I think one thing they definitely need to keep in mind is that ideally, like if you want to build a comeback story, you need to find a way how to start to play your own pace, not your opponent's pace, because that's where you're going to find more opportunities rather than beforehand. Now, fast, long pass over the playing field, over to Indonesia. It is going to be Team Indonesia's ball. Philippines, Shintaro did touch the ball there slightly.
So 2 minutes, 20 seconds left in this one. It's,
correct.
You know, it's already, the result is basically determined at this stage. But, again, important that Indonesia, you're representing your country here. They're going to finish strong. They've already shown that against the Aussies. They actually poured on a lot of points late against the Aussies. You'd like to see him do that again right here. Rafisa, nice pull-up jump shot there from the free throw line. Knocks it in. Look, it hasn't gone their way, but there were still some positives. And I feel as though the way they kept the game nice and tight in that first quarter, they slowed down the pace. That's exactly what you want.
All right, well, Clark now passes over to Shintaro, puts the ball in play. Minute and 50 seconds remaining here on the clock. Long three-pointer, and of course he makes it. How else would it turn out, right?
Absolutely. Very good shot. Shintaro is the king. And look, he's taking no prisoners here today, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Indonesia now looking to see if they can still close down this point gap. Minute and 35 still on the clock here. Shintaro yet again finds himself open for a brief moment there. Still creating space and just running the clock down at this stage. So Glory tries to go for a steal there, gets a reach-in foul. And I mean, rightly so at this stage. Indonesia needs to do everything in their power to stop Philippines. And Shintaro, as successful as always with the free shots as well.
Everything he does, effortless, makes it look easy.
Golden hands.
Yeah, golden hands, that's right. Absolutely fantastic technique, killing it. And a nice, good distribution of the ball right there.
Loading, holding on to the ball longer than probably Rafisa would like. However, now in possession of the ball, looking to set up a play, goes for a jump shot.
Good
that's
stuff.
An easy 2 to get in, and that's exactly what we were saying beforehand, right? Just get the 2,
yeah,
and then afterwards work on those 3 if you can, right?
Now,
high percentage shots count.
Yeah, exactly. Now's a good time for them to try this pressure. And, another alley-oop. And who else but Rack? He has been the dunk machine in this game.
All right, Rafisa.
And it's Rack with the steal.
Indeed, and a huge dunk. That's a windmill.
Double-handed windmill dunk. Oh, he thinks he's at the All-Star Weekend, putting on the dunk contest here. Fantastic stuff from Rack.
All right, well, Glory holding on to the ball now as the clock is running down. Rafisa can't do much about anything. Loading in the corner, can take a shot. 3 seconds on the shot clock here. Rafisa now blowing back closer to the paint. A long jump shot over the defense. Unfortunately, that fails. A transition now over to the Philippines. That's Ryle who got the pass there. Clark now holding on to the ball. 15 seconds remaining in this last quarter between Philippines and Indonesia. Shintaro puts up another play there. Rack with another dunk. A huge dunk. 10 seconds on the shot clock, ladies and gentlemen. That's all she wrote for Indonesia as Philippines secure the victory here in this second game of Indonesia. And surprise, surprise, who are you? Where's Chris? What happened?
Hey, Artist here. Yeah, we switched out very fast, and I just wanted to say a great game.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent performance coming out here from the Philippines side. Shintaro as dominant as always, and I mean, seeing a player like this, it's something that you really cannot disregard. But before we jump any deeper into that topic, let's just once again explain to everyone watching what happened here. All right, because we have a long day of games in front of us. Chris needs to take a breather. Artist is here to fill his shoes. Artist, let me know what's your background like.
I don't know, just playing a lot of games, and right now going into watching also esports like this, e-basketball. But we're just watching some FIBA games today, international basketball.
Yeah, well, did you manage to see any games now in the background?
Yes, I did, and there are a few players that definitely stood out more than the other, and especially in the last game, Rack dunks.
Yeah. Well, what do you think of Indonesia's plays? Like, Indonesia struggled slightly against Australia, which is understandable. Like, they seem to be on a very good pace today. Philippines, also sort of the same story. They started off good, then they had trouble of playing against Shintaro.
Well, I think with Indonesia is that there's a completely new team. The previous ones already played in the previous tournament, and now you have a new team. They just sort of have to get into the rhythm. But there's not a lot of games left, so they got to do it fast.
Okay, well, that's absolutely true. Now, the next game that we're going to see is going to be, I believe, Australia going up against Philippines, if I'm correct.
Yes.
But before that, we're going to talk to the players both from Indonesia and from Philippines. So, obviously, keen to hear from Turn Up himself what we can expect from Indonesia more, and obviously just in general, what does it mean to be here? So hopefully we connect soon there and hear from the man himself. Glass cleaning finisher archetype. I mean, we saw quite a few moments here today where that definitely came true. He's extremely prolific in doing so, right? So Leonardo is going to be on the call with us here to elaborate a bit more what's happening on the Indonesian side, and we're just waiting for the call to connect. So Indonesia obviously probably not the start that they were hoping for here today, but not all is lost. They still have plenty of games in front of them, and I think with small but smart adjustments, they can still, throw a stick in the wheels of Australia or Philippines. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, that is true. It's, they finally maybe got the taste of the game, and now they're going to be more ready to jump into the next games. As they still have 4 more games to go in, 2 against Australia and 2 against Philippines.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I just want to see better basketball from them and hopefully, win some games.
Yeah, as I said before, I think it's a lot about pacing here. Obviously, both Philippines and Australia tend to play a very fast-paced style. And if Indonesia are unable to adjust on the fly as quickly as required here, you can obviously see how quickly that can spiral out of control. And as well, one tendency we tend to see here for any team that's on the losing side, they generally tend to start off really good in the first quarter, then they sort of fall back in the second quarter towards the end of it, and then the third one's already giving you problems of building that momentum back up, and the fourth one is just like, what can we do?
Sort of giving up in the end.
Yeah.
I think that's as well. You're going to see that more in the first games. I think we have actually have an interview.
Leonardo
ready.
is on the call, I believe. Leonardo, hello, and can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
All right.
Wonderful.
Well, a huge, first of all, congratulations for Indonesia to participating here again in FIBA Esports Open. And we just want to hear from you as well. What does it mean for Indonesia to play on an international stage here? What does it mean for you guys as well?
I think it's a huge step for become a NBA 2K pro esport, I think.
Yeah.
I think in Indonesia, there's still small of the like NBA 2K esports, so that I think with FIBA Esports invitation, it's gonna uprising for the esport from in here in my country, I think.
Okay, well, yeah, that's exactly what we were talking beforehand. That this international, like playing games internationally like this, sets up a stage for future advancements in esports for any region at that stage. Now, in FIBA Esports 1, Philippines did have the upper hand last time. You just played a game against them, and this time around, it's a different lineup for you guys. So, did you manage to see, first of all, how Philippines have played previously, and like, what sort of game plan is here in set for you guys? Like, what's your approach on how you're going to beat Philippines?
We just have to knock down open shot. That's all. Like we have to limit the turnover, knock down the open shot, and then just try to be aggressive as possible in defense and in the offensive end. I think we have to try to limit Shintaro. I think Shintaro is one of the best PG in Asia, if not the best. So yeah, I think the game plan is to limit the turnover and knock down open shot. I believe we can manage to going up in the next game.
All right, well, next game it is. Let's not waste any more time here. Thank you, Leonardo, for that quick conversation. We're going to talk to you soon, guys. Be prepared for Shintaro. I hope to see great games coming out of Indonesia in the future. Thank you, and we'll talk to you
Thank
soon.
you.
All right, well, in preparation for the next game, so that is going to be yet again against Australia and Philippines. But before that, I forgot about something.
We have an interview, another one with the Philippines player Izzo, as you can see on the screen. Yeah.
Who can forget about Felipe, none other than me? All right, well, Felipe, hopefully you're on the call here. I'm on a very fast pace today. We're just connecting to it. Last time around, we had some interesting talk with him. So, Felipe, hello. Do you hear us and can you see us?
Oh, yes.
Wonderful.
Loud and clear.
Good vibes from the Philippine side, as I could see last time around. So let me know well, same question really for you guys. What does it mean for Philippines to be on the international stage? Because again, it's something that helps to evolve the region itself, right?
Yeah, it's really important so we can showcase our skills, the esports community around the world, not only in the Philippines. And in a way, it's about bringing entertainment and happiness for the viewers. Yeah.
Well, I can definitely say that the Philippines fans are very happy. Last time around in FIBA Esports 1, you swept over Indonesia. This time around, it doesn't look like to be a different story. What's the secret to your success?
It's the boring stuff actually. It's the constant training, watching film, watching others play, and that's about it. Yeah.
All right, so knowledge is the key to success here. Artists, perhaps.
Definitely. And right now, Australia is in the conference as well. You sort of matched up together. So how does that change the perspective? Are you like confident to play against them?
We're really confident against them, but unfortunately, there are like server issues since they're so far away from us. But even then, we'll try to do our 100%, our best against them.
That is wonderful to hear. I think everyone wants to see good basketball and to see those two conferences matching up. So it's great to hear this.
Yeah, perhaps I think what we want to say here is that I hope we're going to see a lot more interesting and closer battles going up against Australia. Hopefully the server issues, as mentioned before, being this held online, go away soon enough. Obviously, the home sides will swap, and very soon we're going to see how it plays out between you guys again. So best of luck to you, Felipe, and we'll talk to you soon again.
Thank you, guys.
All right, now I can finally say this again.
Yes.
Australia going up against Philippines. I was so excited to just get it going and see how it plays out this time, because now obviously Philippines coming off of the back of a very convincing victory over Indonesia are on a very good tone to go back up against Australia, where they failed first time around today. Question is how they will play up the second time, because I think it's very crucial for Philippines to get a victory here just to get Australia's momentum slowed down.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Philippines actually have the upper hand right now because they just did win a game. So maybe they're feeling more uptight to win this one and then more ready. And now they know how Australians are going to play. So
correct. Yeah, well, looking at the standings here, you can see currently Philippines lacking only a single point behind Australia. Indonesia has, well, a slight mountain to climb so far. And a quick reminder to you guys, out of these three countries, out of Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference, only top two teams will advance further into a grand finals in a best-of-3 series. And that's a whole different story, how best-of-3s tend to play out. Sometimes they're so unpredictable. So obviously both of these teams want to keep up their momentum to the max. Australia doesn't look like it's going to calm down. Shintaro looks like he's starting to only wake up, which is an even scarier perspective for the Australian side. So question is, will Wark be better than Shintaro in the three-pointer section? Because Wark was just laying in shots that are unbelievably far away from the baskets.
Yeah, the half-court shots.
Almost half-court shots, basically. So on the Philippine side, Shintaro is not far off from doing the same. Let's see how these two countries pair up against each other. So on the Australian side, you're going to have Wark, Skoogs, Dunkard, Cooper, and Vassalio.
Yeah, and on the Philippine side, you will have Custer, Shintaro, Ryle, Clark, and Izoy.
So looking at these two countries, we saw them once today. Australia were able to secure the victory there. Philippines now coming back into this on a good pace, on a good vibe. Everything was working out for them great. Question is, can they now transition that same success in a match against Australia? Because something that we see from Australia is that they are extremely active on the playing field. I mean, seriously, if you think Philippines are fast, Australia tends to be faster, but that over-eagerness might come back and bite them in the back on the Australian side.
Yeah, that is true. And remember that this time he said, the Philippine player said that we are a little switched up. So maybe the lag won't be that bad this time.
All right, well, let's just not waste any time. Let's see how it's going to go down here between Australia and Philippines. And into the game we go. Your already well-known yellow jerseys on the Australian side. Blue is going to be for Philippines as the players are setting themselves up to jump and see who gets the ball first and who gets to... Well, I'm just going to predict that a three-pointer goes in. Now, Artis, I have a question for you. Which out of the two do you think is going to win here? Because Australia secured the victory first. Now...
I would like a switch of change, you know, like maybe Philippines should take this one and then it will be an interesting last game for them in the third ones. But right now, already 2 points for the Australians.
Yeah, Skooge with a quick 2 there and a nice pass at that as well from none other than Wark. Clark now in possession of the ball, moving over to the Australian side of the court. Custer, wide open three-pointer, and that's the story we like to see evolving here. Philippines now taking the lead, a small one, but a lead none than that. Question is, can they keep up with the pace of Australia as Wark just advances forward here, decides to go for a clean jump shot, and as Chris has mentioned beforehand, just go for those high percentage shots. Every point adds up.
Definitely. You don't always have to find the three-pointer. You can just go from the paint and shoot there, but now Philippines also shoot, and that's another three-pointer. So the second one in a row. Beautiful play from the Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines feeling strong on this side, and obviously, of course, as said before, if you feel the game's going in your way, if you're dictating the pace, no need to change anything. Swoosh finds himself just on an empty playing field. Nobody else was in the paint. And obviously, if that doesn't transition into easy 2 points, I don't know what does. Shintaro, however, now had the opportunity to go in for a play there. Stuck on the three-pointer line, so quick to go around. What was that speed?
Yeah, you know, sometimes the three-point guys are going to go in and have a dunk from themselves.
Well, indeed, you want to show off your skills. Wark looking to see if he can return the favor. The layup is not good. Gets the rebound himself. Dunkard now stuck on the three-pointer corner line. Wark.
Ooh, another great block from the Philippines. Beautiful. Take the ball to themselves now. Shintaro with the ball, trying to find an opening, definitely. Actually had a chance to shoot there and then didn't take it. Still trying to find the best opportunity where he can try to shoot. Also gets from the elbow but doesn't shoot it quite in.
Right, well, ball still in possession for Philippines as Iso holds on to it. Shintaro now looking to see if he can find another three-pointer opening. Does so, but that is a slightly rushed shot in my opinion. Now long pass over to Rourke. An alley-oop opportunity, but Izzo there decides to ruin the day for Australia. Pass over to Rourke, now over to Skoosh, who again finds himself open. And the Philippines, you know, they're paying a lot of attention to the three-point line, rightly so, but that leaves too many opportunities for Skoosh. Ryle now is able to return with 2 points of his own, so Philippines still in the lead, 10-8 in the first quarter here as 2.5 minutes remaining. And I mean, so far, very happy with the pace Philippines have come out with.
Definitely, and I just wanted to say a big compliment to Scooch because he's the captain of the team and he's been showing that on the field as well.
Oh, for sure. The man just takes matters into his own hands and who looks like might have an opportunity soon enough to do so again, but it's not required as Australia puts up their first three-pointer in this game. And now 11-10, Australia overtaking the lead by a slight margin. Shintaro, however, a dangerous player to leave wide open, and that's exactly why. Another three-pointer on the side of Philippines. This is just the story of three-pointers today.
Definitely. I think
at least in this conference.
Definitely. In this conference, people love to go for those three-pointers and free dunks. But now he actually goes out of bounds. So
Rourke played himself there a bit and just overstepped the sideline. So gives the ball to Philippines and another opportunity for Shintaro to score. That's Custer wide open in the corner. What?
Ooh. Just
it doesn't go in. Yeah. How does that work?
You know, sometimes if it's even a 99% chance, you might miss it.
Hey, that 1%, man. Oh, that's unfortunate for Philippines there. Iso gets the interception, but the ball leaves the playing field, and it's Australia's ball with 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Will they make a shot? Will they have enough time? Work goes outside. Actually loses the ball, but then Scooch gets the ball back and places it in the net with a dunk. Again, Scooch, I think this is like half of the points for the Australian team is for Scooch, at least.
Yeah. Well, 13 against 13, only a single minute remaining in the first quarter here between these two Titans. The previous winners of each respective conferences in FIBA Esports 1. And looking at the three-pointers these guys are nailing here, it's really hard to say who's going to come out on top in Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference.
You gotta love this basketball. These three-pointers, clean shots, and then fast, sudden dunks. It's amazing to see.
And every single time you lose to a three-pointer like that, you feel obligated to respond, right? And Vasilio is doing exactly that. Another three-pointer here, and a very close game right now between Australia and Philippines.
Yeah, that is true. But Shintaro with the ball, and a tight game right now is, but Shintaro tries to find an opening, actually finds it, and dunks it himself. You know what we said in the previous game? That you and Chris said that he was a three-pointer machine.
Yeah, well now it's everything. He's everywhere at this point in time. Rourke now forced to slow down. Tries to go for a fake shot over to Skoosh, who finds himself underneath the basket again, spins around 2 times, and that is a timeout from Team Australia. The game is going to be reset with 9 seconds on the shot clock, 14 seconds in this first quarter here, so not a lot of time to work with. Both teams have been performing excellently so far. Rourke decides to go for a pass to Vasilio. Vasilio goes for a layup, doesn't go in. Skoosh, rebound over to Cooper, three-pointer, and that doesn't make it as well. A second remaining here, and Shintaro, not good enough.
Yeah, the first quarter has been quite interesting, and a lot of misses, especially in the end right there. 2 misses in a row for the Australian team really puts you in the out of points.
I mean, the guys are trying to just maximize the amount of points they can optimally get here, and a dunk coming out from Philippines is out there. The man we just spoke with probably shows us how it's done.
Showing his smiled face again, you know, in the interview you saw him smile, so I think these dunks just brighten it and widen it as well. So, but now Australia doesn't hit it. Shintaro with the ball and dunks it again. Seriously, now he's turned into a dunk machine.
Fast break from Philippines, and I think that's something the Philippines definitely have paid attention to, right? If you can't put like Shintaro up against Rourke in every single situation, just go for these plays. They continuously work for you. That's an and one as well. Someone even unlocked something. I don't know what was that, but a free throw opportunity.
To get
damn, like Philippines have really turned it up here.
Yeah, maybe they really did the first game as like a scouting game. They understood how Australia play, and now they're just showing them how we play.
Well, now the question is, how Australia deals with the pressure that's starting to build up here. Okay, 25-16. So Australia is down by 9 points. 3 3-pointers are required at least to even the playing field. 3-pointers that have, well, in this matchup, so far yet to find success on the Australian side. A quick play coming out, but obviously a personal foul being played out here to just stop the attack from the Australian side in its tracks.
I think it's a good fault.
Yeah, he's probably had just had his power meal.
Definitely. You know, just a power meal in the evening, as you can say. But now, 2 points to Australia. Yeah, good shot.
All right, well, Philippines here, still in the lead. Shintaro, does he go for a play in the paint again, or will he go for a 3-pointer this time around? Tries to bait out the Australian side, get those players out of positions, leaving Custer wide open. And that's the result of that. Another clean 3-pointer. Custer as well from those corners, just nailing those shots in.
Yeah, if he gets a free shot, he's mostly getting them in. I think it was only one time he didn't get it in, but...
and that's when defense was pretty much just obscuring his vision.
Definitely, but Wark with the ball right now tries to shoot a 3-pointer, a hard one, and actually gets it in, and that's a big three if I've ever seen one.
28-21. Australia starting to come back into this. Shintaro looking to set up a quick play and a quick 3-pointer. No defense in sight. Yeah, he's like, whatever, Australia, I can do this too.
Yeah, he said, he literally responded to it. Okay, you got it in, now watch me.
Yeah, well, reaching foul coming out here from Philippines. So Australia in possession. Philippines doing everything they can to continuously slow down Australia's side. And I mean, so far, actually, it's been working very good for them. They're playing this in a way where Australia doesn't have that much room to work with. And you can see there as well, even though it remains in Team Australia's ball, that's just time off of the clock for the Australian side. 14 seconds to work with here. They still need to position themselves. Puj can theoretically take a pass right now. Wark actually goes for a jump shot himself. He's just too short for plays like this.
Yeah, Custer just didn't even jump, just put his hand up, and that's it.
No need. And speaking about Custer, now in possession of the ball, pass over to Izzo. Quick dunk on the Philippine side. 33 against 21. Double-digit lead for Philippine side in the form of 12 points.
Yeah, definitely. And you kind of understand why point guards don't go against centers now.
Yeah.
You know, the height difference.
If anyone was wondering.
If anyone was wondering, definitely. Maybe some people are more esports fans than just e-basketball fans. So, you know, they maybe like to know. But Wark actually goes in and doesn't hit that layup, although it was a little bit hard. But a fall comes out from the Australian side now.
Ball put into play by Custer here, who's already positioning himself in that corner. Oh, and an interception and a half coming out from the Australian side. Scooge with a quick dunk. Bam!
That is a big dunk. That is a very big dunk. I think, you know, these one hooks, hook dunks.
You know what? If anything, it makes you feel good. It gets your blood pumping, right? It gets your mind back into the game. It doesn't matter that you're down on points. Second quarter here, Shintaro with a wide open dunk.
Yeah, you love to see that again. I just want to repeat myself because it's great basketball that we're seeing, and no matter if it's real life or it's e-basketball on the game, it's still great to see these dunks from shorter to taller players. But now, and a 3-pointer from the Philippines side.
And I mean, look, Philippines are on a roll here. You can definitely start to see that Australia are not feeling that comfortable anymore right now. Another interception by Izzo, 2 against 1. Pass fails, and that's a shooting foul actually. So Izzo on the free throw line. Obviously, free throws are something that you want to nail always. First one goes in. Does he make the second? Green shake. He does.
17-point lead for the Philippines, and only with 50 seconds left in this half. We're going to see if Australia's going to be able to shorten the gap or not. With Wark with the ball right now and passes to Cooper. Cooper shoots, and it was a hard shot, but he gets that 3. Beautiful shot from him, definitely. Shintaro with the ball. Trying to find an opening, probably just wasting time a little bit here. So
yeah, just run down the clock at this stage. Obviously, you want to finish on halftime, being in a serious lead. Clark doing that as well. Pass over to Izzo. Oh, that was almost an and one there as well. Close call. And Australia with 20 seconds remaining, can they put up another 3 here? That's a question yet to be answered. Cooper trying to go for it. One goes for himself, but 2 points and then one on top with 12 seconds remaining. Australia just trying to get the maximum profit they can out of these last seconds in the second quarter before halftime.
I really like to see those dances from Squash. When after the fall, he just sort of waves his hands. It's great to see. Great to see.
All right, well, another attack from Philippines. They're probably just going to run down the clock here. Might take a shot in the last second or so. Clark holding on here, but so far, and a reach-in foul here even. So, because the limit has been reached, Philippines is on the free throw line.
Yeah, definitely. You don't try not to reach the limit with the reach-in fouls.
Yeah, exactly. Well, will it be 44? It will. So Philippines finishing things off here in the second quarter on a very positive note. 44 against 29 in a match against Australia. And into the game we go. 44-29. The Philippines are an absolute force to be reckoned with. If anyone had any doubts after the first game, those doubts have disappeared for sure. Shintaro kicked things off with very fast plays, taking things up on his own underneath the basket. And well, here, yikes. Another reaching foul for the Australia side. It probably must be just, at this stage, it might be just the fact that you're getting frustrated that you don't get the ball too much. And Shintaro again just walks through like a walk in the park. Where's the defense at?
I don't know, but Australia probably thinks about the same thing.
Yeah, 19 points to his name, that is Shintaro. And here a three-pointer set up on a slightly early release, but however, Australia do secure the very required points that they need right now. And in this second half, it needs to be a change of pace for the Australian side. The pace that they're working with right now doesn't work. Of course, credit to the defense of Philippines, but Australia, a long pass and an instant timeout called from the Philippine side there.
I think that was the fastest turnover ever seen.
So far.
Definitely. It was like 1 second and the ball was already in the hoop.
Yeah, but that's exactly what Australia need. They need to throw the balance off for the Philippines side by fast plays like this. Shintaro could have gone for a play there, decides to pass over to Clark, setting himself up for a three-pointer. He's wide open on the right-hand side there. Instead, the teammate does go for a play. And Cooper with another one.
It doesn't really go in.
That's a tease. Come on. Come on.
It's so close, but they really wanted to do the strategy, and if he would have hit it in, if he shot it in, it would have been a very good thing to go off. But
and guess who? Shintaro again. Just this time it takes a little detour, but 21 points to his name from the Philippines out of the 48 that they have. The man is really, really adding some serious attention to his name.
I think the captain's going to pat him on the shoulder after the game.
That was another reach-in foul for Australia, by the way.
I don't think it was needed there.
Yeah, absolutely not. Absolutely unnecessary at this stage.
If they want to save time, I don't think it's good to get there.
Yeah, you're getting close to the limit again, and that means that... And a third? And that's a third one. Ooh, okay, so I think what's happening here is Australia obviously are talking like, guys, look, we need to get to the ball at all costs, like pretty much, right? But obviously not at the cost of fouls here. Otherwise, those things are going to start add up very quickly, and you don't want to be in a late game scenario down points where every next foul might bring free throw opportunities for the opposing side.
Yeah, it's just 3 points for the enemy team, especially if you do these fouls where it's not even a scary situation. Yeah, you might be saving time, but it doesn't help, especially if a pass like this goes through. Then actually catch it, and now it's a turnover. Ball to work. What will he do? Doesn't go for the shot. It was hard, but now get intercepted again. 2 turnovers without shooting, and Shintaro gets the ball and just throws it in.
Yeah, that's a long two-pointer there. Overstepped the line, but still a very clean shot coming out from Shintaro. But like, you're absolutely correct. Now, both of these teams are trying to make as much as they can out of the time that's given to them. But in this instance, it obviously really downplays on Australia's side, and that's out of bounds. It didn't look like out of bounds to me. A little dance from Scooge.
maybe it's the game. Sometimes, you know, it's not real life, but it's okay as long as everything works otherwise.
It's just my old man eyes. I probably didn't spot something there. But however, Shintaro now finds a wide opening for a three-pointer and does so in just perfect fashion.
Work with the ball right now. Still trying to find these points. Only 2 minutes left in this quarter. You can't waste time like this. You have to find these opportunities faster. Actually shooting it himself misses, and that's what you get if you don't have a good point to shoot. But
long pass over to Clark. Could have taken a bit more time with that shot there. But however, would have you imagined for us to say that Philippines are in the lead by 22 points over Australia?
Well, I didn't think that was going to happen before this game.
Exactly. Well, Australia do put up a three-pointer there, so now we're down to 19. However, Shintaro looking dangerous as ever with the dribbles like that. And a reach-in foul again on the Australian side.
You have to be more careful with these
look,
fouls.
In defense of the defense of the Australian side, like they're doing everything they can to actually remove the ball from Shintaro's hand. The question is, can they do it from Clark's as well? 3-second violation. Oh, Izzo there forgot where he is.
Yeah.
For a brief moment.
Sometimes you
around
forget.
Too long. Exactly. Well, Warwick now looking to set up a play with a minute still remaining here in the third quarter. Pass over back to Warwick. Dunkard was wide open there. Decides not to go for a pass. Still looking to perhaps take a shot of his own. Goes into the paint. Over to Cooper. Long three. Doesn't work out here as Philippines in possession now and 43 seconds still remaining.
I would have taken the 2 there, not give the pass, you know? Maybe they really want these 3 points, but as you said in the previous game, it's sometimes better to just get these 2 points rather than missing the 3-pointer.
No, at this stage, right, all of your mission is getting guaranteed shots or as guaranteed as they get to narrow down the point gap, and then you can start really paying attention to how you're going to overtake the lead here. Now, this is going to be Australia's ball. 25.5 seconds still remaining here in the third quarter, so I'm not expecting too much out of them. Perhaps 2 baskets, but this one definitely should be in there. I think they're going to go for a three-pointer just to narrow down the point gap. Again, Cooper has been pretty good with those. That's a clean 3, and Australia does secure a small consideration prize.
Well, 16 points. Do you think it's... Do you think they can do it?
It's very doable for the Australian side. An absolute believer, but Philippines are just an amazing show putting up here. 2.5 seconds remaining. Another three-pointer for them. What can you ask for more?
Yeah, almost 20 points there, and that I don't think it counted. It was after the buzz.
It was after the buzz there, so it didn't go through. All right, well, final quarter here. Australia now on the back foot. Philippines looking to overtake the lead. Scrooge with another big dunk, opening things up and setting the tone for his team. As Philippines looking to, of course, extend their lead. Screen set up by Scrooge. Doesn't work out really the way he wanted there still. Shintaro holds onto the ball. Pass over to Clark now. The rebound is still good for Izzo. Over to Ryle. Wide open 3. Ladies and gentlemen, threes is the name of the game for Philippines today. It's 62 points now in their pockets.
Yeah, 4 minutes, 20 points. It's gonna be hard. They have to do better plays than this one, because that's not gonna earn them any points. That's just gonna widen the gap.
Yeah, well, Shintaro open to take a pass. Ryle there obviously now being covered off of that previous three-pointer. Izzo, however, finds himself open. Quick dunk. Another online. And yeah, you know, like, good stuff on the Philippines side here. It really looks like they had a good chat, first of all. Second of all, you know, they took the momentum they gained after that game versus Indonesia and transitioned with it over into this game against Australia right now. And obviously Australia as well, starting off so strong with 2 wins. Probably not in a position where they want to be at. And this is where, you know, true professionals show, is the question of not if you can or can't win a game. It's how you deal with the pressure alongside that comes with losing after being in the lead, remaining in the lead. You know, those are the true moments where all of that practice will come into play. And communication as well, that's very important here.
Yeah, I think it's people sometimes don't understand how important it is to win the game before and the next game, how are you going to be feeling afterwards if it's a back-to-back games. You know, and especially in if he won against Indonesia, then you understand that against Australia, they also want to show the same game that they did to the other team. So and Australia, they had a little pause in between, so maybe they weren't as ready now for Philippines to just go at them like this. So it's tactics, all about tactics.
Exactly. Well, it looks like Australia are starting to slowly but surely build the pace there. Work was struggling to get past the defense of Philippines, but however, Cooper came in to help out, but Shintaro again just with another fast big dunk. And I mean, what can you say at this stage?
You're going to take an opening like that. And that's what good players do. And Borg has the ball right now with him as well. And they need to find these shots.
Cooper again!
And a three-pointer.
And that's the man you want to wake up on the Australian side. Cooper now back-to-back three-pointers. I believe might have been actually the third time around already. Shintaro again looking to set up perhaps an individual play. Screen being put up there by Izzo. That doesn't give much right now. Over to Clark, fakes a shot and goes for a close jump shot from the paint. Doesn't work out. Izzo, however, with the rebound, instantly over to Shintaro. Shintaro holding on. What's the plan here? 7 seconds on the shot clock, running down the clock, leaving less time for Australia to work with. Over to Izzo. An easy dunk there. No fancy footwork required as he just, again, correct place, correct time, timing as well. So all of the correct things fell into place. What a steal coming up from Izzo. Instantly over to Clark. A dunk on top of that. An insult to injury over Australia.
Almost sounded like the net broke. But now Work trying to shoot the three, misses. Philippines with the ball right now. Trying to probably just waste some time or, get more points.
Yeah, exactly. That's all that Philippines need to do right now. Run down the clock as much as you can. See if you can add an extra point to your name in the very last seconds. And just generally don't give Australia any room to work with. See, last second three-pointer as well on top of that. And Australia literally like 1 minute remaining. I think it's fair to say that Australia need to think of a game plan for the next time they go up against Philippines.
They do get a three-pointer right here, but I believe that too. And now they probably have to focus more on the next games they're going to be having and not to be sad about that they lost this one. Just stay focused and rethink the mistakes that you made in this game and don't take them into the next game against Indonesia.
Yeah, rightly so. Well, still 50 seconds remaining here in the last quarter. And, Shintaro over now into the corner. That was, I think, Ryle. Back to Clark now with 8 seconds. The first match finished 70-53 in favor of Australia. This time around, it's already 78 against 53. So absolutely inverted scoreline after that first time they met. And, it just goes to show how unpredictable these games can be at times. Cruz with a confident dunk there, but that's just a small feat to achieve at this stage. And with 23 seconds remaining, Australia are forced to bow this time in front of Philippines. Devastating force in the form of Shintaro and others. Custer might just add one more on top, just a cherry on top of the cake,
Well, the good thing for Australia, they still have one more day to get ready for the game.
All right, well, final three-pointer goes in last 2 seconds remaining. Philippines breaking the 80-point scoreline for the first time of the day. And a huge congratulations to Philippines who, after suffering, not necessarily a devastating loss, but a convincing one in the first time Philippines met with Australia today. This time around, though, a completely different story. And I just want to emphasize again how far it goes when a team is able to continuously dictate the pace of the game. You saw that Australia was all the time in uncomfortable positions. They were either in a situation where they were forced to take questionable fights for the ball, and that resulted in reach-in fouls, admittedly at times where it wasn't required. And also the fact that they weren't able to find the openings for those three-pointers. As soon as they were near the three-point line, Warwick was just instantly covered by two Philippine players, and working around that defense, seemed to be slightly difficult for the Australian side.
You see what happens in the previous game, and you take that into the next one, and
Correct.
We saw that right here. Also, we can see the scores on the screen, and we can
Yeah, and have a look at the standings as well at that. Why not? Let's see how it looks like in the tableau. So 5 points for both of these teams right now. Obviously, Australia, off the back of those first 2 initial victories, they're not going to be too sad about this. Obviously, the biggest pressure currently on Indonesia's shoulders to secure a victory, or, well, actually at this stage, they need all the victories they can, and even at that stage it might already be a question if they'll be able to get through. So for Indonesia, big talk time for the guys back in the virtual locker rooms. However, for Philippines, well, racking up plus 37 points right now, a huge confidence booster, but still, so the top 2 teams will still face off in a best of 3 grand finals for the title of the winner of Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference. So that's all she wrote so far for Australia and Philippines. But in the meantime, we still have more games to come, and a back-to-back game again for Australia, this time around going up against Indonesia yet again. So let's see if, first of all, Indonesia can take advantage of the fact of how this game finished just now for Australia. Because if they start off strong and fast like they did beforehand, what we saw today, I think they're in a good position to continue just do exactly the same thing that Philippines did here. Obviously, a very important victory for Indonesia to have. I would say a must-have at this stage. So what do you think are the thoughts of Indonesia's players? Like, what's the idea that they want to come in this game?
Well, as you said before, it's important to have that pace. And if Indonesia is the first one to set the pace for the game, again, they're going to make Australians in a worse situation because they don't know how to change that up that easy. And that's the first thing they should do, and they should just focus on this game solely, because if they don't get this game, it's going to be a hard time. I don't even know if they can win, as we said before. But
well, time will tell as the players are starting to prepare and slowly are going to join the servers soon enough. So, yeah, my thoughts here, I would say that Indonesia has a very good chance to work on and build upon what Philippines just has done to the Australian side. I think it's as long as Indonesia do the same and control their three-pointer line, they're good. But let's have a look at the matchup here and see who's going to be playing in terms of lineups here in this match. So on Indonesia's side, you're going to have Zafar loading turn up, Rafifsa and Glory yet again. And on the Australian side, Artist?
We have Wark, Skoogs, Dunkgod, Cooper, and Vassallo.
Yeah, so same so far for both sides here. And as I mentioned before, right, so on the Indonesia side, as long as they can control Wark in the three-point line and not forget about Skoogs being an ever-present threat just by, going for those fast plays into paint, into dunks, then it should be all good for the Indonesians. However, they have the same to respond with, right? They have Rafifsa, who's been able to put up excellent three-pointers so far today as well. You have Turn Up, who also is definitely, not a stranger to the close quarters of the basket and played around that area. Loading has been very good with those corner three-pointers, so that's definitely not a player that you want to forget about. Glory has been doing a lot of work on the left-hand side of the court from our perspective. And working that corner there. However, he tends to be more of a key player in terms of passing the ball around, not so much plays, at least so far. But again, it's a lot of the times we emphasize only the playmakers, sort of the obvious what's been happening. But this is a team effort, all right? The players are communicating. They're setting themselves up. They dictate, players do to dictate who is going to be in what situation, how these players are going to look on the court, and again, three-pointer line, something that absolutely needs to be controlled for the Australian side. I think that it's just that alone that Indonesia should just control, and I think it'll be good enough for them to secure the victory there. Because if they let rain on the three-pointer line for Wark here, and he showed us some very impressive stuff in the first game, I think Indonesia is in trouble.
I think you just have to play man-to-man in these games.
Yeah.
You can't let the other player be free at all. The zoning, it's good for teams that don't play that fast. They play more tactical maybe.
Yeah.
And for these teams that always see an opening and they shoot and they pretty much always score, you have to play man-to-man.
Absolutely. I was saying that beforehand as well, because that's really the only way how you can put extra pressure and really just slow down the opposing side, right? Because it's all about pacing here, and it's something that's very well, to any sports really. Like once a team gets really the ball rolling, and it doesn't matter which sport it is, it's very hard to stop that momentum, and it's about being able to find the right openings and recognizing those openings as well. Because like one thing is to do these things, but for whoever is leading the shots or calling the shots in their team, or if that's the team captain, sometimes it's actually someone else that might take up that role. You need to be very familiar with your players as well. You as a leader, you need to be able to recognize, okay, this sector so far like is failing for us. We need to change up stuff there, and so on and so on. So I think a lot of people might not appreciate how much thought is actually being put into plays here. Even though they might look like as an easy three-pointer, there's like 4 people work behind that play, right?
Yeah, definitely. You probably set up these, and the thing that we don't see is we don't hear them talking through this, because it's all online. We have to remember that they're playing from their homes, and they're talking in whichever chat they love, and when it's on the field, you kind of hear them saying "pass me" or go there in their language. But this time you don't hear any of that, and that's why maybe we think, okay, so they're just really maybe good at it, but they're also really good at it.
Well, that's why they're here.
Yeah, don't mind me. They're really good at it, but they probably have a lot more tactical side behind all of this.
Okay, well, quick reminder, guys. Once again, this is FIBA Esports Open. We have 3 action-packed weekends for you this weekend. That is the 14th and 15th November. You have Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference. You have Africa Conference, the first time we're going to see ever here being played out. So still super excited to see those games later on today. You, of course, have the Middle East Conference, where Saudi Arabia will fight against Lebanon, and the big question is, can Saudi Arabia hold on to their title, because they won the first time around when the FIBA Esports Open won, and now the question is, can they keep up with the fact that Lebanon is coming in with a new lineup? Do they even know these players? Do they know how to play against them? Those are all questions that we are going to answer as we proceed with our schedule during the day. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, all the times that are shown for the matches of the day are indicated in respective countries' local time, or in simpler terms, if you're in here for the long run like we are, then all the games are consequential. One game finishes, we instantly, as soon as possible, go to the next one. Currently just waiting for the players to join the server, making sure everyone has a stable connection. Once again, played online, and because, distance is a thing and internet travels, the further it goes, the tougher it gets for it to travel. So we've divided all of these national federations into conferences, and people are battling it out for the title, right? So let's have a look at the map one more time. And just to remind you guys, how the world looks these days when you can't really travel that much. And, this is exactly what I was talking about, right? People playing from Australia going up against South America might not be the best experience. And, you being in an environment where every millisecond counts, that millisecond that you might lose on that distance is the reason why conferences exist here.
Yeah, when we can already see that a little bit in the Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference, which is happening right now, that they're switching the host.
Yeah, but that's again, right? Like whoever hosts the game does, in theory, have better ping or latency, or whatever you want to call it, or the delay of the internet in a very layman terms. But that's all being done in the grounds of fair play, so everyone has an opportunity to play on home turf, on away turf as well. The jerseys are swapping up, and it's the real deal, man. Here, we really can't downplay this in any way. As well, something to mention, if anyone is wondering, the stream is live on 3 different platforms. So you can watch us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitch, whatever is comfortable for you. Just make sure you greet us there. Meet us there. Make sure you follow your favorite team. I mean, I know that for Europe, there's going to be so many different fans joining there, because, Europe is, the biggest conference I've commented so far, with 18 different nations, a group stage, a playoff stage, a grand final stage. That's like almost a whole separate tournament.
Yeah, that's what we said before. It's like there's a tournament which is happening right now, and the Europe's conference is like a mini tournament into it.
It's tournamentception.
Tournamentception. That is one way to call it, definitely. But and from the Europe, there's a lot of different groups, and if anything, we can remind them the groups were picked manually, so it was all random. So it's not going to be like they chose whichever. But I hear that we can actually see the schedule.
Yeah, anyone who's tuning in now, a quick reminder to you guys what we have seen so far and what we are going to see more later on today. So today's games so far, the first game between Philippines and Australia, 53-70. Australia was able to secure the victory there and also secure the victory in their back-to-back match against Indonesia. So they started off nicely, 2-0. Then Indonesia played against Philippines, where they unfortunately lost in quite a convincing fashion. Afterwards, Philippines had a back-to-back match against Australia, using that momentum, as been said before, to secure the victory over Philippines. So now both Australia and Philippines sitting at even scorelines, 5 points in the overall standings to either name. And we're going to see a match as soon as it's going to be ready between Indonesia and Australia. So it's already almost 11 o'clock in Australia, late in the day.
Watching, continuing on, is going to be afterwards Philippines versus Indonesia. And then finally getting into a different conference with the Middle East is going to be Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. Then again, the Africa conference with Ivory Coast and Gabon.
Yep.
Then again, Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia back-to-back there.
Yeah. Take note here that Indonesia versus Australia game that's shown there, is if production could confirm, is that going to be off-stream? Yeah, yeah. Okay, apologies for the pause there. So this game is going to be played off stream. There's still a delay happening. So we're going to move on to Lebanon. Oh, excuse me. Philippines, Indonesia is going to be the next game that we're going to watch. Yeah, so the game is going to be played off stream just to not delay you guys any further. So obviously Indonesia now need to pick up a win. But before that, so Indonesia are going to go up against Australia off stream there, and we're going to finish today with a few matches from the Australian African side and Middle East. So many regions there. I already need a breather.
And that is true. When you get these conferences all mixed up together, it's a little hard. But
all right. Well, I think talking about breathers, it's a good time then other to just really take one. I'm sorry. We'll be right back.
Got my voice a little raspy. Turn me to a yes man. Before we do this, girl, I got a question. If I take you down, would you really hold me down and be your best friend? She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, ma'am. Way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. Oh, yeah, flyer than your ex, like, oh my god. Ride into your legs, like, oh my god. And let's go on a date, like, oh my god. When I'm back from LA, like, oh my god, yeah. She still think it's odd, yeah. I got all these fans, she's the only one I want, yeah. Impress me with your mind, I might turn you to a mom, yeah. You might get a pension if you work it for me long, yeah. It's gonna be a long, yeah. I don't know how they get like that. Recognize my wrongs and get them fixed like that. Booming through my city with my people all around. Is you coming with me or you staying on the ground, yeah? Yes or no, how'd it go? Where your man? Do you got one on the low? Oh, you do? How'd I know? Born in 1994, you still a scrub, but I still don't think you notice how to love. But I gotta know that if I take you down, would you really hold me down? I'd be your best friend. She just wanna hit me with a quickie by the pool, and I'm like, yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. The way you got me feeling for your body, you might turn me to a yes, man. Oh yeah, oh yeah. 80 and a 40, I'm a nervous bitch, I'm flyer than your ex, man. I'm flyer than your next, man. I'm flyer than your...
But I don't give a damn about you one bit, and to think you used to have it all. Funny how the tables turn around. You check it for me on the internet, I know you do it. Can't believe think about me all the time. Probably think I'm drowning in this sorrow.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
Find another that can care for you. And I had a feeling I was wrong, but I knew that it was going down. Then you lie like nothing even happened when I asked you. See, but I already knew. Guess who told? Yeah, who knew? I guess you got some rats in the crew. And now I'm playing shows with the legends. Hopping out the rows and I'm stepping on their toes like I ain't been this good in a second. Self-made boss and I'm firing a weapon like. Man, I'm taking shots, oh yeah, for the record. I hope this song is the one I get rich from. Maybe then you'll learn a lesson.
Now I get it. Your intentions were so good. You would never do a thing like that again. But we both know that you would.
On the board, ayy, tell her we done been off the hook. Ever since my phone had a cord, ayy, pray to God I make it where I want to. I hope you do whatever that you can. I could've been the one you felt close to, but now I'll never ever be that man. I say I've already got a plan, already ahead. All about my business in the cupboard overhead. Cut up all the snakes and I left them off for dead. If a snake tryna rat, then I'm cutting off his head. And I've never been the type to give a damn about a hater. I don't give a damn about you neither. I would feel worse, but first things first, I'ma find a loyal woman while I sip this margarita. I skirt.
You could've had it all. Oh, you could've had it all. You know you could. Oh yeah. Yeah. You would've had it all. You would have had it all. You know you would. You would. Yeah, you know you would.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me in. Yeah. Go and play that. Take you down, I'ma say that. Mine need me $2. Telling you now this payback. So I take that. Ask them now what's sage at. I've been going to the top and I got what they not, so I know that they hate that. But I'm on now. All these lanes gonna zone out. And all these lanes gonna tell you what I did and they twist and they worse till I fall out. But I know that, so I keep what I'm doing cause I own that. And I stay in the lab and I kill everything, but I don't ever move, I'm a Kodak. So I'm gone, finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't keep me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into. Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time on my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God up on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm Mayweather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that Lambe. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So gone, I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there at that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now. Cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Ballin' can't beat me up cause I'm back in my zone now. Back in my zone now.
Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Let me into my zone. Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone. 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 Please don't let me into my zone.
I know that they watching me, trying to figure me out. Like, what's my life like? Am I committed, devout? Perception is relying on what you trained your sight like. So what you see is whatever gets permitted by your eyes, right? I'm guessing that it's okay if they follow me, as long as they know that the praise is never no not to me. No, not to be condescending. My philosophy is artistry presented should never become the god of me. Pros become the cons, artists kind of me. But to become content with this content leaves room for the kind of pictures that in the concept. Why you sit at the feet of beneath this monolithic object, not painted in the image of God, but chiseled in the image of flaw. Sinner spitting redemption presented under a continual clause. Covenant of the brothers pulling out the rug from under you all. Standing on solid ground, mud can't hold a structure for long. Let me ask what you're building on, corruption or the word of y'all? Constructed a constellations with curse of universal wordsmith. In 6 days I stand in awe on the seventh fallen worship. Captured by the Sabbath as I chill with the Nazarene, and unplugged for the madness. The calf is golden, hands open as they scream. It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you the rock we stand? American Hebrew. As I'm walking through this place, and the valley is the alley, and darkness covers my face. The folly followed by Hollywood, the hearts of the harlot, hardened by the love and their disgrace, longing to find compromise and replace the godly. They got more of the Sodom in me and my people riding beside them. I whisper asylum, goodbye, but won't deny them asylum. Praying for guidance as we march in the desert. No weapon drawn against us could prosper, even the pistol with the clicking and popping. If it hits me from a distance, cling to the promised land beneath my feet. I don't mind slipping inside it, knowing I will arise with the gift of a body. Everlasting vision of the king in the sky when I'm flying. Absolute conscious dividing the saints and the scholars. The fate of the faint-hearted despising the wake of the ship that we riding. All overboard and we sinking. I cling to the raft named Jesus. It's right as we walk through this land, all we can feel is sand, so we can feel. Lord, will you take our hand? On you we stand. When the water pours out, we go. All of your people, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need a hero. Are you
for the victory lap, though. Whoa, whoa. They ain't never seen nothing like this before. Lit the room when I came through the front door. Ask me if I should overcome. What for? Train on the trees, please pardon my sycamore. Touch burning sands, cross lands, and stormy shore seasons in the year, yeah. Ain't no channel for champions and chain no fear. Yup, the champ is here. Switch gears, we keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 I know it's lonely at the top, but that's not by speculation. But the position that I got, I climb too high to fall, way too hard to drop. Stop clocks on the speed bag. Every yell under pressure, no jet lag. This is greater than trophies and saluted flags. Titles of pain, the cost is paid. Yay, I carried the cross I made. Deal with the dealer. Baby, the hand was played. New level, next stage. Learn to lead it to legend. Now tell me what's my next stage, yay. I said the champ is here, switch gears. We keeping haters in the rear. At the blood, sweat, and tears, and my goal so near. I see my victory so clear. And today, we break through. 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 And today, we break through.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second iteration of FIBA Esports Open, the place where NBA 2K, with the help of FIBA, have set us an international virtual online stage for national federations to battle it out who's going to be crowned the winners of their appropriate conferences or regions or whatever you prefer to call them. For us, it's going to be conferences here. We've so far seen a very action-packed day and very intense matches coming out from both Philippines and Australia. This time around, however, we are looking towards the game of Philippines going up against Indonesia. And for Indonesia, they definitely need to set themselves up for victory here, more so than ever, really, to stay in the battle of getting into that top two position within their own conference to be able to proceed into the grand finals. So, long story short, very exciting games today, and obviously a lot of close calls happening so far here. And to mention beforehand as well, there was a game plan between Indonesia and Australia. That will be played, or already is being played off stream, just because some connectivity issues were there, so we had to move along with our schedule here. So Indonesian Philippines artists, I mean, it's a good time as ever to quickly remind you, dear viewers, what are the players on either side. So again, for Philippines, it's going to be Shintaro, Ryle, Izzo, Clark, and El Chapo this time.
And for the Indonesia, it's going to be Zafar, Loading, Turn Up, Rafisa, and Glory.
Yeah, so Indonesia running on the back foot here, absolutely need to secure a victory. Philippines coming into this matchup off the back of a very convincing victory over Australia, to whom they lost the first game. And I hear the game is ready, so let's jump straight into it. Philippines on your screen there, and of course Indonesia in the red uniforms on the other side of the court here. So let's see if Rafisa can put up three-pointers as Shintaro was able to do, but Shintaro turns out to be a very versatile player on the Philippines side. Before, if you were watching, you would see that if he doesn't get any opportunities for the three-pointer line, it doesn't matter to him. He just takes matters into his own hands, gets through the paint, gets the ball in. Easy stuff like that. So, Rafisa now in possession of the ball, dribbles good, but the three-pointer wasn't. However, the rebound there is in the hands of Turnup, struggling slightly to put the ball into the basket, loading fake shot there. Back over to Rafisa. Not a lot of time remaining here. 3 seconds only. Glory goes for the corner three-pointer. That is not good. The ball goes over in possession of Indonesia still as loading back over to Glory. Another three-pointer, and this time is good.
And finally, after half a minute, the first net has been scored. And 3 points ahead with Indonesia with the first three-pointer in the game. But now Clark with the ball. Gonna be trying to find an opening again. El Chapo now is on the left side. Haven't seen him in the previous games. But and turnover happens, and that's a foul. Almost went out of bounds there as well.
Yeah, a timeout is going to be called here as well, just to reset the players one more time. Indonesia so far have started very good, and obviously they want to make sure they have all the opportunities to continue moving on in the same pace, in the same fashion here. Ball over to Turnup. Back over to Rafisa here, working around the defensive players, tries to dribble them out of position. In the meantime, though, Turnup now out back to the three-point line, setting up a screen. Rafisa looking for a three-pointer, now goes into Turnup, and that is going to be blocked there. The ball over to Philippines as they are on the returning end right now. Clark with a three-pointer of his own from the left corner, and that is good. Philippines opening up with a three-pointer of their own.
Yeah, first time I think minute 20 and only 6 total points on the scoreboard. Now Glory with the ball, Rafisa. Already taking man-to-man action, although some people are trying to get the zone still in. Passes happening between Turnup and Rafisa.
Bit of a crowd.
Yeah, 3 seconds only left. It tries to shoot and doesn't go in. Now the ball is...
Yeah, that was a forced shot, I think, there. So Philippines now back over to Shintaro. Now that's the man you really want to pay attention right now. Over to Ryle. What a dunk. Very fast play. Ryle tends to stick around towards that three-point line a lot of the time, so probably Indonesia were not expecting for him to go in for a play like that. However, it always reminds the opposing side that that is always an opportunity and that needs to be taken into account. What a setup there. A big dunk coming out from Turnup.
That is a beautiful alley-oop. You will love to see these, like when you turn 180 degrees backwards alley-oop. That is beautiful. And now Shintaro with the ball. Saw him a lot in the previous game.
Yep.
Gonna see what he does in this one.
Well, question is, did Philippines manage to continue the momentum that they have? And this is the player that we were looking for. However, pass over to El Chapo looked good, but unfortunately the ball bounces out there. So Indonesia now on the attack. Let's see if Rafisa can set his teammate up for success there. Loading has positioned himself for the three-pointer. Pass over to Glory, though he had previous success there, however not this time around. Very long pass, somehow doesn't get intercepted. Clock over to Shintaro, click three-pointer. I mean, the man just needs to press the button one time and it feels like the ball is guaranteed to go in.
Yeah, I wanted to say that the game is a little bit slower, but then the big turnover happened, and it's, you know, it sort of switched things up again. But Indonesia with the ball, Rafisa dunks it in, and now it's a 7-8.
That was a play out of Shintaro's book there. Rafisa just recognizing the opportunity, goes for a fast play, and is very successful with it. Now Clark in possession here. Goes for a three-pointer of his own. The rebound is not good for the Philippine side, and now Indonesia with the turnover. Rafisa slightly stuck there towards the three-point line, over back to Turnup.
I wanted to say that even if you're the shortest player, it does not mean that you can't go for a dunk.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we've seen it time and time again happening here. Rafisa finds the space and builds it actually for himself as he puts in another three-pointer here. And Indonesia in the lead with 2 points over Philippines. Very, well, in comparison, yes, a quiet start so far here in the first quarter, but maybe that's what these players are hoping for, you know, just minimizing the amount of errors they make, trying to build up as much as a safe lead they can. And here now, Philippines off the back of that three-pointer does overtake the lead, but I think looking at things, I still get the feeling that Indonesia are the ones that are dictating the pace here so far.
Definitely. They're holding on to the ball longer. Maybe they're trying to find more space, but it feels like they're just controlling and trying to figure out how Philippines is going to be reacting to this.
Yeah, I mean, going for a slow victory, well, victory is still a victory, and speaking about wins, a big dunk again from Turn Up there. This is the second time around in the first quarter when Turn Up does manage to secure a big dunk. Let's just make sure that he's able to show up here on defense, and as I say that, Izzo finds himself wide open and, of course, makes good use of that back.
Yeah, I saw the wrong jump at the wrong time, and that just gives you the millisecond to run over and actually get the dunk in.
Yeah, well, Glory lost the ball there for a second. That means that the attack of Indonesia did slow down, but as I say that, loading with a three-pointer falls slightly too short in the last second of the first quarter here. Shintaro gets it in, and I think that was in. Oh, was it not?
It didn't count, but I would have put it in. But you know, sometimes maybe we
have a talk with the referee after the game.
That is true. But Shintaro with the ball right now tried to make a shot, but gave a pass in the end. Clark shoots a far three and hits it in. 12 versus 16. Philippines now in the lead.
Nice quick play as well coming out from Philippines. Shintaro taking all the attention towards himself, essentially gifts his two teammates just wide openings for an opportunity to take the shot here. Now Rafisa counts down the clock. Turn Up with 5 seconds remaining. Needs to go for a play here. Loading is open. He decides to go for a shot. Gets the rebound himself there as well. Glory now fakes the shot. Goes closer. Pass over to Loading. They're not really making any shots here though, but they're running down on the back foot. 4 points behind Philippines right now, and with a second remaining, now we get the three-pointer. That's what we want to see as Indonesia close down the point gap yet again here. Very close game so far. And a quick dunk coming out from the Philippines side here. You know, I must say that Philippines start to rack up the pace here just by a tad. And if they do any more, Indonesia are going to have trouble finding how to counter that.
That is true, and I want to see how they're going to be reacting to this, because they try to make the pace for themselves, but now in the second quarter it seems like the Philippines are the ones directing this play. But now 2 points so that they are tied.
Yeah, well, Indonesia obviously taking yet again another page out of Philippines' book, and this time around though it is going to be Philippines ball here. El Chapo looking to put the ball in play now over to Shintaro. Can go for a play here, had a wide opening. Decides to fake it out a bit more. Goes for an excellent jump shot there as well. I would say a relatively safe approach.
He didn't want to take the half-court shot like he did in the previous game, so now he's taking it maybe a little bit safer.
You take those when you feel them.
Definitely, and now you get like a more 100% based shot. But
Turn Up
Indonesia tries to
gets the dunk in.
Gets it.
I mean, Turn Up, it feels like at times he's just boosting his own statistics there. Fails the first shot, but then gets the rebound in and then gets the dunk on top. So now Clark, another three-pointer for him. Clark also on the Philippines side has been prolific with these three-pointers, and you know, whilst obviously he's not racking up numbers same as Shintaro does, still it's not something that to be taken lightly with. And if Indonesia leaves Clark way too many times open like this, they're just going to start doing stuff like that. They're going to pass the ball over to him. And here, an interception and a failed pass. A quick breakout coming out from Philippines, but that's going to be a personal foul. Stop there. Obviously, good call from the defense.
2 minutes and 23 seconds left in this half. 3-point lead, not that big. It's still a lot of place to play. And Clark with the ball right now, trying to find something. Shintaro with the ball, just passing it through each other, trying to find that perfect pass, but it's intercepted.
Yeah, I think Clark could have gone for a shot there, decided to go for a pass to sort of just guarantee that the ball is going to go in. However, El Chapo was shielded by one of the Indonesian players there. Now a quick three comes out, and Philippine continues to rack up the score. 26-20 so far. 1 minute and 55 seconds still remaining in the second quarter here. And what a quick interception by Shintaro. Goes for a three-pointer. Oh my God. And that is this the beginning of the end here already? Because that felt like a very sudden change of pace.
Indonesia immediately calls a timeout to say, hey, guys, calm down. Let's try to understand what's happening, and let's get these points back. Don't let them play their game. Play our game.
And you can see how one small error can very quickly turn into a, well, not a huge disaster, but definitely something not to be toyed around with here. Indonesia now still looking to set up a play, still stuck behind that three-point line. Rafifsa somehow gets through 3 defensive players, and you can see the agility of these players at times is just insane. It looks like there's no way of getting in, and then Rafifsa just walks past by 3 players there. Shantiro in control and actually gets the three-pointer in, and this is something that Indonesia definitely doesn't want to see. This is, I think, the second or the third back-to-back three-pointer Shintaro has managed to get in.
It looks like he hasn't missed a single shot, which is a little bit behind the three-pointer between the half-court shot. It's he's been hitting those all the time.
Yeah, Rafifsa now tries to go for a few fake shots just to see if they can get the defense out of the paint zone. Turn up, needs to do something, has to go for a shot. They're difficult one to take with so many defensive players around you. Now long pass over to Clark. Clark from the corner goes for a three-pointer, and he makes it as well. What?
Already a 13-point lead, and that just sort of grew.
Philippines just want to leave me breathless here, I'm telling you.
That is true. We can see that right now in their play, and they're definitely controlling this game, at least for now.
And what started as a very close game between these two in the first quarter now has turned into a 13-point lead in the second with only 30 seconds remaining before halftime here. Indonesia needs to get some balls in just to get it rolling for them, and that's what you want to see, a three-pointer for them. Let's hope to see if they can get another one just to get a closer game here on our hands. Clark now in possession here, looking over to Izzo. Shintaro theoretically open for a pass, can go for it. Clark just running down the clock here, 10 seconds still here, so they don't want to leave any openings for Indonesia to come back into this. Less time, more room for Ever. Can he get one more in?
He can. And 0.6 seconds left. That's going to be good.
Second halftime here between Philippines and Indonesia, and it's make it or break it time for Indonesia. They absolutely need to secure the victory here, but in the second quarter, Philippines were able to put up numerous three-pointers and just continuing on that same role here. Indonesia need to put an end to this and need to put an end to it now. Loading in possession of the ball. The turn up and Zafar both available for passes. Pass over back to Rafifsa, who's trying to set up a play here. Deep pass over to Glory. Nice dunk there. Good play and an excellent call. Whoever made it for Glory to go for that play.
Yeah, for Indonesia, it's not their fault the offense, because they can shoot their hoops, but the defense is the thing that they have to focus on the most. And, you know, it's a little bit crucial. That's what they're doing right now, trying to find these players, not giving them room to breathe. But Clark with the ball right now shoots or gives an alley-oop.
That makes it?
It looked like a
It
shot.
looks like it's going to be, I don't know, anywhere else, but not the basket. However, Izzo, of course, comes in and secures it now. Pass over to Rafifsa. Turn up, needs to set up a screen here if he can. Loading can go for a shot. Rafifsa overtaking the ball back. Only 5 seconds on the shot clock. A play needs to happen here, and Turn up goes for a huge dunk.
Oh, that is...
Makes use of that huge avatar that he has.
That is true. It's a beautiful dunk, and he just took it upon himself, and he shot it.
And the point gap has been narrowed down to 9 as well here. So Indonesia are starting to slowly crawl back into this, and if El Chapo can continuously miss shots like that, it's good news for the Indonesian side. Over to Glory, back over to Zafar, and that's a two-pointer, but a long one at that. Nice shot in motion there, by the way, and timeout, of course, from Philippines. Again, to just pause for them.
That was a beautiful pass, because he wasn't even in that position, but he already knew, okay, you got to be there, I'm going to give you the pass there. And he gave it, he shot, and that's a beautiful three-pointer. But
yeah, Clark, decides not to go for a shot there, oddly enough. Passes out over to El Chapo. Leaves. Everyone just leaves him. They're like, yeah, you know what? Take the three-pointer. Why not?
You didn't shoot it the previous time. This time, without defense, maybe you'll put it in.
Yeah, and he did so as well. 10-point lead for Philippines still here, and a timeout called by Indonesia as the ball was intercepted there. So interesting stuff happening. Indonesia obviously doing a good job in terms of keeping up with the pace. Now is the time where you really want to start to overtake the lead and start to build upon what you can do. Rapista, very long three-pointer. That's going to be over there. You can see by the other offense players that decided that the rebound is probably not something they want to even battle it out with and just want to make sure that the defense is there. But Izzo, as always, just right place, right time, right pass, right dunk.
Exactly, and we see these colored hairs usually being the ones that dunk in these unexpected times, but there's a reach-in foul from the Philippines.
Okay, so Philippines want to put an end to that fast attack. Now, ball again in possession of Rapisa.
Trying to find an opening. It's really hard because Philippines are doing a great job at defense right now. Gives an alley-oop but misses it. Would have been a beautiful one. But sadly, it doesn't go in. Now Philippines with the ball. Gives the pass to Shintaro. Trying to again find, maybe Indonesia is trying to finally do a better job at defense. But again, El Chapo is free and he will not shoot it in.
Yeah, well, Indonesia is very focused on where the ball is just to make sure that they can prevent these shots. But by doing so, they do tend to leave a few openings that Philippines can make use of. Another foul there, another reach-in foul as well. So Philippines as eager as always to stop the play in hand. 1:35 still remaining in the third quarter here. And with 12 points up for the Philippines side, it's sort of understandable why they want to slow things down here for the Indonesian side. And a block, and that's going to be out of bounds, but still, of course, Indonesia's ball. Nice block there, very clean. Loading now is going to put the ball in play. Turn up is open. He can pass over to him. If Rapisa, well, does exactly that with 2 seconds only remaining here. Glory, long three-pointer makes it happen. Indonesia, 36-45. So again, just holding it in that 10-point gap and just continuously making sure that it is still manageable for them. Nice steal coming through for Glory. I would have expected a slightly faster attack. Left side is open. Zafar goes for it. A very long three-pointer.
That was a questionable shot.
Yeah, hoping for the best, executing not. Raul, in the meantime, though,
doing an easy layup.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. Like, you don't need to overcomplicate things like that. Here, Glory has another opportunity to go for a fast play, but too many defensive players on the right-hand side of the court there. Couldn't do much. As now players are getting to their usual positions. Back to Rapista, over to Glory. Fakes out a jump shot, no reaction. Goes for the shot, and it's not good this time around. As now Clark in possession of the ball tries to do the same, but it's going to be a personal foul there. And, you know, Indonesia, I mean, I would say justified. It's just too big of a risk right now to allow any more extra easy points for the Philippine sides to obtain.
Any 2 points that they get is a much harder task for them to get back. It wastes time, and that's the only thing that the Indonesia team does not have.
Long pass over to Ryle in the far right-hand corner. Now back to Clark. He's been able to put up three-pointers as easily as everyone else. I thought the time is going to run out sooner. However, the ball is back in play, and very quickly so. Everyone is looking to return to their defensive positions. Rapisa, 5 seconds remaining here. Can he set up a shot? Over to turn up, a dunk! With a half a second remaining, a nice way to finish off the third quarter.
Only 1 quarter left and 5 minutes, 9 points. They can still do it, but it's going to be a hard task. If Philippines keep up this pace, it's going to be a hard task for the Indonesian team to get these points back and eventually try to win the game.
Well, it's quarters like these that show who is made out of what, really. This is champions material right now. Can you not fall underneath the immense pressure that you have on your shoulders, or can you live up to your name? Can you defend your nation's pride here on the big stage and make sure that you come back into this and keep yourself in the game? Izzo could have gone for an easy dunk there, in my opinion. Pass over out to Shintaro, who's still holding on to the ball, of course, wasting more time here. 10 seconds on the clock, puts up another three-pointer over the defense. It doesn't even feel that there is one.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like he could miss.
Yeah, that also. Well, 10-point lead still for Philippines right now, and with 4 minutes still remaining, Indonesia have plenty of opportunities to come back into this. I would like to see more Rafisa individual plays, because so far we've seen more, of course, teammates being involved, but we know all too well what he's capable of, and if loading would have just stayed there for 1 extra second, he could have gone for that rebound, but of course, predicting rebounds is very difficult.
Yeah, you don't know where the ball is going to go afterwards. You just have to hope for the best and be there. And if you are there, it's good for you. You're in the right place, right time. But now a beautiful three-pointer.
Oh no, Clark finds himself in the open. No defense around, and obviously secures that shot. Loading as well could have gone for the play sooner than later, but now Rafisa in control, goes for the shot. Turn Up is there to get the rebound, but a big three comes in, and that's exactly what Indonesia were hoping for right now. 3 minutes and 20 seconds still remaining on the clock. Philippines is in possession of the ball. Shintaro, the dangerous man that you don't want to go up against, and with the dribble skills that he has, playing the ball behind his back has been very beneficial for him countless times here. Glory doing a good job of keeping up with him. 5 seconds only remaining here. Ryle tries to go for some sort of a play, can't do it. Single second jump shot coming out from Clark. The rebound is in hands of El Chapo, goes north towards that three-point line. Shintaro close behind the back, and a timeout called from Philippines.
Yeah, and now you see that the ball is going to be going into the Philippine side. El Chapo trying to find the player. Shintaro with the ball, just wasting time, and gets intercepted by Glory.
2 against 1. This has to be a basket. Glory, what?
Waits it out.
No. Another interception from Indonesia. You can, guys, do it again. Just do it till the very end this time. As Rafisa now in possession of the ball, allows the defense to return and slowing things right down. But a quick three-pointer. Nobody expected that, and that is good. And so far, well, the previous blunder of Indonesia is justified.
Shintaro with the ball right now. That's what I wanted to say before, is that these point guards, they have a really great way of dealing with the ball. They dribble so well, and they just waste his time. And in the end, they can get a clear shot. It's just easy points for them.
Clark found another wide opening for a three-pointer. This time around, it wasn't good enough. And now, Glory holding on to the ball. Back over to Rafisa. Glory moving to that left-hand side corner. Turn Up as well, ready to go for a close-up play. 7 seconds on the shot clock approaching. Turn Up can go for it. Goes for a huge dunk. Nothing can stop that. And that's the 2 points that Indonesia needed so dearly here. And the point gap has been narrowed down to 5. And with 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining, will Philippines crumble under the pressure here? Can Indonesia overtake them? And can Indonesia get the lifeline that they absolutely need in the form of winning the game here?
And you can see in these fouls, they already sort of locked down Shintaro. He has the ball, we're going to do a foul. So they waste time, they don't have the ball on him. It's going to be easier to defend against the others. But
oh
what
my
a
God!
beautiful block!
Holy, that's a highlight and a half there. Now loading in possession of the ball, moving over. Can pass over to Rafisa. Right-hand side of the court was open there a moment ago. Turned Up, now comes in with the screen, looking to set up Rafisa for some sort of play. Back over to Turn Up, no.
He could have done that, but he wanted to dribble out. Maybe he has to find these 3 points, but he actually puts it in.
They just wanted to secure it, absolutely. So now only a 3-point gap between these two teams. 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock here. Shintaro looking dangerous, approaching that basket. Passes over out to Clark, wide open shot. Absolutely clean. As another big three on the Philippines side. 6-point lead, 1 minute and 4 seconds on the clock here. And Indonesia, I mean, they just need a few three-pointers here, or just for Turn Up to add another few dunks.
Yes, and they just have to find these 6 points. That's it, 6 points, and not to let Philippines control the ball more than him. And this is just time wasting. They have to find these open times.
Ooh,
almost loses the ball. It gives it to Loading. He doesn't shoot.
Yeah, the defense.
1 second left on shot clock.
Shot clock violation. He's loading the shot and fails to load it in time. Damn.
We haven't seen that.
Yeah, well, 39 seconds here remaining for Indonesia to get at least, 7 points to secure the victory here. So it's going to be a bit difficult to achieve that with Shintaro in possession of the ball. You can see he's just
standing there.
No shame, just holding on to the ball and being like, yeah, I'm just going to run down the clock here. And then you're not going to have any opportunities to come back into this. A three-pointer on top of that. Insult to injury is there. And Philippines with a 9-point lead and 19 seconds on the clock. Fast three-pointers is the name of the game here for Indonesia. Or going up close, loading, puts up a three-pointer. That bounces out. The rebound is in the hands of Philippines. Clark is going to go for a three-pointer, puts it in there, and that is it. No way Indonesia can come back into this. And with 6.9 seconds remaining here in the final quarter and a call-out being called out by Philippines, timeout, excuse me, that is it. That's all she wrote for Indonesia so far. Philippines can be very proud. They found their way back into this game, were able to dictate the pace and finish with 65 against 50, and that is a big, juicy win. 65 to 50. I mean, at one stage it was 53 against 50, and I felt like that's it. Indonesia are coming back into this. They can do it. But Philippines did them over again. They found a way how to control the ball, how to hold on to it as long as necessary. And I mean, Clark at the end there as well, just finding those three-pointers. And he as well, I mean, he's sort of like, I see him as like a ninja almost on the playing field. You sort of forget about the fact that he's there, and the next thing you know, he's wide open for a three-pointer. And probably same things happening on Indonesia's minds as well. Just like, what?
Where did he come from? Yeah, they got three-pointers in the row in the last few seconds there, and it's incredible to see this kind of gameplay. And these few players do stand out.
Yeah, not to downplay Indonesia, though. They definitely have taken notes, and in terms of how they want to approach this, they did a very good job in controlling the three-point line overall for Philippines side for a very long time. Definitely props to the defense there. I like the fact that Turn Up on Indonesia's side was able to get those dunks in definitely more than we saw beforehand. And, you know, that did definitely contribute here. But however, you know, at the end of the day, someone has to win. And this time around, it was Philippines again.
I agree with you. And I think we can look at the schedules right now.
Yeah, let's see where we are, how far we've gotten, and then afterwards we'll have a look at the standings as well. So today's game so far, Australia was able to secure the first win in their first game and the second one as well against Indonesia. Then the Philippines had back-to-back matches where they won both of their respective games. And then we saw Philippines just now, 65 against Indonesia, 50. So that is, I mean, the action so far that we see. There was one game played off-stream will be played off-stream between Indonesia and Australia. So that still can be a bit of a decider in terms of what's going to happen next. But obviously for Indonesia, a few words need to be discussed still to find the correct pacing that they like to see. Then we will move on with Lebanon going up against Saudi Arabia in the Middle East Conference. After that, there's going to be Ivory Coast playing against Gabon, then against Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and vice versa, Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. They're swapped sides because they're swapping home or away territory, right? And last but not least,
Gabon versus Ivory Coast, then Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and finishing off today is going to be Ivory Coast versus Gabon.
Yeah, so still very, very keen to see those Africa games. The Middle East is something that I've seen beforehand, but let's have a look at the standings here. So Philippines now in the lead with 7 points, Australia following by 5, and Indonesia now currently in the third place with, well, only 3 points to their name. Quick reminder, guys, because there's 3 countries in this conference, the top 2 teams, and that's why there's a line dividing them from the third one, will advance further into the grand final in a best-of-3 scenario to determine who's going to be the winner of the Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference overall. So previously, again, in FIBA Esports 1, both Philippines and Australia were the winners of their own respective conferences. Last time around, Southeast Asia and Oceania were 2 separate ones. So it truly is a battle of the titans in the Southeast Asia and Oceania region right now, right? Yeah.
And we can also see that these 2 teams, they both won, and they both have the same teams. Indonesia is the only team from this conference that changed up their lineup, and we can see that they're really comfortable with each other.
I mean, probably they have met each other online as well quite a few times. So even off the fact that you can still also analyze the previous games played, you can also have a quick peek if you have the time to, you know, how the games are going so far, and especially for Australia, I think for them to just make sure that they are pressing all the right buttons against Indonesia and finding those holes in the defense is something that they're very good. And I think what Indonesia really currently could use is just a bit more force to their name, a bit more tempo, because both Philippines and Australia do tend to play a slightly faster basketball than what we have seen so far. So so far, so good, I would say. The day has been quite action-packed. There's definitely a lot more games coming. But before that, I think all of us could use a brief pause here. So we're going to go into an intermission. And when we come back, we're going to continue the day with a lot more basketball. And if you could remind me, how long, excuse me, production, how long is the pause for? 20 minutes, I'm being told. So 20 minutes is the time that you have to get yourself a beverage, some food, and when we come back, more basketball.
I think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. See my dad, he in debt, and my mom, she upset. That's way back when 408 on Seminole was the address. I saw things I shouldn't have, though I love the fam to death. Way back then it was a mess, we was living check to check. Now my shirts are getting pressed, your girl see me, she impressed. And my fans are quite obsessed, I owe them everything, I'm blessed. Made a living making art and aiming closely at they neck. If you think I'm not a threat, I'm like, incorrect, yeah. She call, I put her on block list, I call that options. They can support it, get dropped quick. They be my stock pick, I guess I'm back in the cockpit. Turn the whole crowd to a mosh pit. I make it hit like a drop kick, cause I got the key like a locksmith. Think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck. Enough to hop in the ghost and I be a ghost. What I do is a hobby for most, a comedy roast. So I'm on my own, I gotta be known, I gotta be toast. I'm in an really know. You would never put the motherfucking work into do the dreaming. It's obvious, not about everything and everybody. It shows my revenue growth is out of control. I'm ready to blow, I'm ready for war, I'm ready for smoke. You ready to go? I really think I'm playing chess, I see a king, I'm at his neck. I'm 3 steps ahead at every move, now that's a check. Yes, they wanna know my secret, it's because I never slept. All my nightmares of me at 40, life's a wreck.
Okay, I've been working like 3 jobs. Probably why I never see y'all. Probably why I never have time for the fake friends that won't be y'all. Oh God, I've been running now. Up early when the sun is out. Not studying out my own soul, but those real ones, they coming out. Oh, look who's reaching out. Old friends wanna feature now. They don't work, so they need it free. Ooh, you reaching out from the west side of that old town, but there's no shows till I go down to the open mic. Show love to the real ones that know now. Some of y'all don't know now. In a couple months, you gon' find out. Been blowing up from the underground, and they stepping on and land mine now. And he know it's my time now. Coming up, I'm on a climb now. Everybody claim they been ballin', but it's looking like they took a time out. Okay, I'm working on a Wednesday, then up again the next day. So-and-so is popping, man, I skip him like he leg day. Kick it like I'm Pele, I never care what they say. Put myself on Spotify, so every day my payday. That's right, I'm coming back like OJ, like a running back in his old days. Still rocking those OJs. My paychecks get a little bigger, but that don't change me or make me richer. Money come and the money go, but my God's here when he's staying with you. Blowing up off the internet. All these haters need to introspect, cause they been hating while the rest love him. And I start to go and doubt they intellect, cause I've been a threat since day one. No money or bank funds, since y'all been saying you can do it better, but none of y'all ever made one. That realness don't feel this, but I've been sick, that illness. I've been fresh like Will Smith since 94, man, I built this. Stressed out, X'd out, missed calls from my ex now, but I'm staying focused in the lab, baby. I don't need your calls or your text now. God say the boy blessed now. Who am I to say Rondo? And the way that I sell ticks, they been calling me Rondo. 23 in my prime though, finna ball like Lonzo. Go and tell everybody talking stage better be in that convo.
close to me than air. I breathe, God, I wanna see your face. Nothing stolen, cause you're holding me. I'm wrapped in your embrace. Both things are gone and they gone, though. I died to the past and the wrong, though. You the love that I'm standing upon, though. You my security, yeah. You so good, save me when I never could. I'm on, I was never good, yeah, I never had a clue, though. Now you're not making me new. Just teach me, I'll go back to school. As long as I run into you, going up is the way that we move. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. I get a cross on my neck, look, cresting these demons like Westbrook. Why would I run for a check, huh? I'm just gonna kick out the best next. This ain't my feeling, no checkbook. I'm just gonna stick to the textbook. Saved my life and now I see something new. Don't let me run from you. You gave me everything. I know your love is true. Yeah, you're my resting place. I cannot leave your warm embrace. Healing my broken faith. You show me that there's a way. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever. Jesus, my God, my King, forever. My God, my Lord, I'm yours forever.
I swear I like your style. Put you in Chanel cause it's just perfect for your smile. Girl, I swear for you I'd run the world, I'd run the miles. The way you look at me, I think I'm going insane. It's crazy how we started out to what the love became. You need me, say my name. Don't ever hesitate. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. With you I feel too high. I feel too high. Yeah, it's going on with you, I feel high. You got me going crazy, stone cold up, but my blood keeps crazy, ayy. If you run, then I'm chasing. Girl, you number one, I know that you know you're amazing. Okay, I swear you got me high and I ain't talking about no drugs. So all I need is you, I swear your love is like my plug. Hey, baby, I might come and steal your heart, I'll make a crime scene. Designer on your tight jeans, some diamonds for your timepiece, yeah, yeah. You know you got me going crazy, baby. I just need to know that you will stay, please, yeah. It's 2 a.m. outside. When I'm with you I feel way too high. I feel way too high. When I'm with you, it's 2 a.m. outside. With you I feel too high.
don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. In the moment that it happened, I can tell by your reaction that there's nowhere left for you to hide. With all these things you kept inside, so we face it and determine as of right now it's not working. So just leave me by myself tonight. I need some space to clear my mind. I said it's okay, so much that I won't say. Miss me with your games, guarantee you that I won't play. Tryna live this thing out, you ain't what I need now. Balling off a rebound, you can't touch the team now. All of the time, you took my mind into a place I couldn't stand. So won't you just leave me by myself tonight? Leave me alone. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now. Yeah, I can tell the truth, but I just keep it suppressed. Harder to be humble when they feel you the best. Harder to believe it when they say you up next. All your business pushing past you while you waiting in mess. Crazy I do lately, why I'm feeling so bad. We two different systems, I may need a reset. Things my pops had never taught me, let me stress. I've been praying for forgiveness for decisions and get no space. I need a way, I need to pray, I need to escape, I need to read, I need to think, I need His grace. Sorry but please, I need my space, I need a way, I need a break, I need to escape, I need to read, I need to think, I need His grace. Sorry but I don't need you up in my face right now. Don't need you up in my way right now. I don't need you up in my face right now. I don't need you up in my way right now.
Instincts going no, looking bad like a bat with an eye patch. All black through the woods with a backpack and a lit match. Spark one time, get the whole city looking like a dark shade of orange when I burn it down. What it is, what it do, whole clique getting live on the talk of the town. Lemon City had a mouth and it wouldn't shut up. On a hunt for a crown, when they get it, I'ma burn it. Cause nobody in the game right now even deserve it. What I need a crown for anyway. I should have a halo the way that I made a penny turn to gold. And a penny for your thoughts, I bet a penny for your soul. You know you want the riches and the money and the fame, so take a bite of the fruit if you choose. Let the juice drip down, then it wait to a pie full of gold. In a house up on a lake, 10 holes on the grapes, new clothes, and a row full of J's and a lemon in the garage. Looking like a zoo in here, whole crew in here. What it do in here? Think I lost my mind. Loose screw in here, then I walk outside. And everybody looking at me while I got them all in my sights. Picking them off, picking them out, looking like daylight in the night. And I'm killing so many if they really wanna get involved. And everybody falling from the elevator, now I'm Bray Rice in this. It's like I'm rice and take a bite, it's nice. And I have a nice time with it. By the time that it finds the way to the right side of him, not even a Heimlich can save him. A selective finger to you imbeciles. Tell me what's been getting into you, envy will kill you. She said I'm a gentleman, I'll admit a lot of women set up on my ottoman. I don't give a damn, like an auto with no time to kill. I've been feeling like the opposite of work, it's a work and it never been a purposeful thing to me. I just do what I love and it works for me. So I'm freaking every check to put the money in the pushing. Better be gunning to the finish and the getting of it. But everybody know I'm working in the sky. I do it differently, so only time will give me everything that I deserve. My id.
I just bought a new whip. Spent a couple thousand just to cruise it. Shawty said she love me, but I swear she'll never prove it. I never tell her, but I put it in the music. Well, that's okay. All I wanna do is make the best of my whole day. Thank the Lord up above, get the cream on the side, make you laugh to no end. That's the stuff that I love, la da da da. We can be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. It's like the story of my life. Best friends, but we rockin' all the same things. Say you need me, but you really tryna change lanes. Well, I don't even care. Live my life, I don't battle with no fear. Fighting dragons, always been a real one. Hate you saying showing love, you a real chameleon. Get the facts freaking straight, always on repeat. Like, we could be friends if you wanna. We could just talk if you wanna. We could hold hands if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do. We could just laugh if you wanna. Late nights under stars if you wanna. We could just kiss if you wanna. Hey, tell me what you wanna do.
On the ocean floor, but I can fly. See me walking through that open door. I'm no longer reminding them how I broke the law. So dope before I left a ball with a broken jaw. So much more I can focus on. I'm noticing hope is gone. Y'all beat us in the head with these bogus songs. They ask if I really believe in God. Why would he let evil people eat while his people starve? I tell them every question asked don't need to be solved. Like when they ask why I named myself after Vietnam. No need to be alarmed. I might not, can't read a palm, but I can see the future as clear as tomorrow. I'm damn surrounded by murder by the pound. Death row, the boat further down the Nile. The Nile is the P-Nap. They have it in the air till he see now. For years off top like a real
freestyle. That's where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride solo. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky. Until then, I'm sitting here on heaven's steps. If minutes is millenniums, there's only seconds left. They chasing a meal, eat a slug before they second breath. If they make it to the table, fine, there's only seconds left. What you expect to get or recollect from those who never represent heaven? Send a teacher. If I'm speaking, it's a lesson and it's completed. Infinite evidence placed within a grace that is measureless, measured by what could never be measured with. They say we gotta see it, take a hike, never buy what they peddling. You can keep it. Plenty liars and stick with the penmanship. Put me in the Coliseum with the red letters that pray I stay strong. Even if they bear arms on your boy, call me the reverend son of the Father, servant, staying true to his purpose. Pray to Yahweh alone and find rest in his worship. I look to the throne whenever I'm stressing, I'm worried. He leads me by the still waters, I'm never hurried. If they ask where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that besides no fear. Oh no, I never ride solo. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. Aye, 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 aye. On cloud now, we go so high. Can't bring us down.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the FIBA Esports Open Part 2. I am Chris Simpson, your host, and with me, my co-host, Artis Ozils. We've seen some brilliant games already. Artis, any highlights for you?
I don't know, definitely will be the last game with Indonesia versus Philippines. So close, but yet in the end, the Philippines did take the W there.
Brilliant.
What about you?
Oh, well, I got to tell you, I thought the Australians came out absolutely blazing, and then I'm really impressed with the way the Philippines turned it around as well. And now they look like the dominant force. It's brilliant to be back here with you after the intermission. We hope you had a good break. You've got some snacks. We've got some more amazing games coming up for you, particularly from the Middle East and then, of course, the African Conference as well. A quick shout out and thank you, obviously, to FIBA, with whom without this just is not possible. And they're working with NBA 2K. It is a global game, servers all over the world, and people absolutely love it. Just explain the background. This is the second iteration of the FIBA Esports Open, and the first one saw 17 teams participating. Participation was open to all of the national basketball federations, and this time we have 37 across 6 conferences, the entire globe. Every continent is represented, and now we're actually going to go and have a look at those conferences and how they're broken down around the globe. As we say, everybody's represented here. Now, you could see that we've actually broken the conferences into geographical. Now, that is really because this is a purely online tournament. These are e-athletes representing their national teams and their national basketball federations. And in the interest of fairness and to minimize, obviously, internet speed over distances, that's why we have a Southeast Asia and Oceania conference, a Middle East conference, an Africa conference, European conference, North and Central American conference, and, of course, the South American conference as well. And now we're going to have a look at the participating conferences here, starting with Africa here. Now, which teams do we have, Artis?
We have Gabon and Ivory Coast here. Maybe you could tell us the format of this?
Well, we will, but we're actually just going to quickly show you the Middle East conference as well. They're both 2-team conferences. And tell us who we've got here.
Lebanon and Saudi Arabia.
That's right, and returning this time. Now, the format for these two conferences is a best-of-7 game series. First team to win 4 games gets the win. However, we will be playing all 7 games. And then moving on to our next conference. Okay, we've got Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference. And who are our participating teams here?
Australia, Indonesia, and Philippines.
That's right, okay. And the format here that we're looking at is an actual round robin of 3 matches. So every team will play each other 3 times. And then after that, the 2 highest scoring teams out of the table will participate in a best-of-3 grand final. That's it. And we actually have standings because this has been the conference we've been focusing on already, and you just touched upon it. Now, there is still one more game to be played between Australia and Indonesia, which is going to be played off stream due to technical difficulties. But right now, as you can take us through it if you like right there, Artis.
Yeah, so Philippines are up with 7 points, then Australia following with 5 points, and Indonesia only with 3 points. But remember that tomorrow there's 3 more games left in this conference.
Absolutely, and it's going to be very, very exciting as we get to the conclusion there tomorrow. Now back to the other conferences as well. The big one here, and you've got the job of telling us who's participating here in the European Conference.
And that's going to be Bosnia, Herzegovina, Germany, Latvia, Russia, Ukraine. On Group B, Austria, Belarus, Cyprus, Ireland, Turkey. On Group C, we have Croatia, Great Britain, Italy, Lithuania, and on Group D, Czech Republic, Portugal, Spain, and Switzerland.
Now, obviously, this is the largest of the conference, 18 teams participating. And the way this is going to work is in group stages where there will be a 1-game round robin in the group stages. Each team will play every other team in their group, and then the top 2 teams from each group will proceed through to the knockout stages where it will be single-game elimination until the grand final, which will be a best-of-3 series. So every single game in that European Conference is going to count for something. And we can move on then to the next conference. And here we have the North and Central American Conference. Now, who are our participating teams here, Artis?
Canada, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Guatemala, Honduras, Puerto Rico, and the USA.
That's right. And now this will be a 1-game round robin out of these 7 teams. Every team will play every other team. And then the top 2 teams out of the group will actually proceed to the final, which is a best-of-3. And then we'll move on to our final conference here, the South American Conference, and again, the participating teams.
Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Uruguay, and Venezuela. And the format?
Yes, exactly the same as the North and Central American. It will be a round-robin 1 game basically large group, and then the top 2 teams will come out of that, and they will play in a best-of-3 final. Okay. So pretty exciting stuff, and we've already seen a lot of action here today, most notably, obviously, from the Southeast Asian and Oceania Conference. A few surprises there, I have to say, but we've got 3 great games coming up. In particular, we're about to see 2 brand new teams who've never participated in the FIBA Esports Open in the African teams. And I believe we have the schedule here that we're going to show which games are coming up. Brilliant. Oh, excuse me. So first of all, we've got the games that have already concluded. Now, obviously, Australia came out blazing and took down the Philippines 70-53. Then the Aussies backed that up with another dominant performance, downing Indonesia 75-61. Then the Philippines came out and took down the brave Indonesians 65-37. Australia came back out. This was the big swing, and I know you called this game, and I was watching in the wings. It looked brilliant, but the Philippines have the highest score on the day so far, 81 points to 55. And then, of course, we finished with the Philippines just now, well, racing out at the end, but that was a lot tighter right up until the last minute, 65-50. Your takeaways from those first batch of games?
It was amazing basketball, and you can see that although Australia was better at the start than afterwards, Philippines, and it can turn any moment, and that's what I expect to see in the next games as well.
Yep, definitely. And now we're going to have a look at the games that are upcoming as well. So we do have Indonesia, which is going to play Australia off stream, ladies and gentlemen. They're playing as we speak. There were some technical difficulties. However, the game you're going to be seeing that we're going to be calling in a minute, very, very excited. Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia upcoming. And then we're going to see for the very first time Ivory Coast versus Gabon in the African Conference. And now just a brief reminder, we are saying the word Ivory Coast because we do not want to butcher the beautiful French pronunciation there. However, we will be asking for the correct pronunciation in a post-game interview. Then we have Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and then flipping it over, Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. Once again, one team will host, one team won't. And then if you want to take us through the final games of the day.
Yeah, it's going to be Gabon versus Ivory Coast, continued by Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and finishing off today with Ivory Coast versus Gabon.
Absolutely. And so there's our schedule of games. It's actually looking pretty exciting. And I got to tell you, I do like the interest of fairness. Obviously, there's 2K servers everywhere. They're great. However, it is important that one team gets to host one game and then gives up the host the other in the interest of fairness. Distance and internet can sometimes equal lag and ping, so in the interest of fairness, it's great to see that coming. And I got to tell you, I can't wait to see the Lebanese team take on the Saudi Arabian team here because, in particular, the Lebanese have completely wiped the slate clean. It's a whole new starting lineup here, a whole new 5 players. Very, very, very keen to see how they get on. What are you looking forward to?
I don't know. I want to see great games as they did in the previous tournament where Saudi Arabia was playing against Lebanese in the previous time, but now they have the same team, and it's going to be, maybe you're going to see the same play, maybe you're going to see something completely different.
Absolutely. And now we've actually just got production in our ears telling us that Australia is 34 and Indonesia 35. Well, there you go. And that's at halftime in the Aussies, the Australian versus Indonesia game there. And you got to imagine that Zafisa is probably dropping in some 3-pointers. You know, Walker's in there as well doing his thing, Skoogs. Yeah, so looking forward to it. But look, our first game up here coming up, Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. This is going to be, yeah, as I say, really interesting because an entirely new team dynamic. And tell us, what are you kind of looking for, in particular from Lebanon, from the new team? Because I'm just curious to think of their psyche right now, the way they're approaching this game.
Well, they definitely had enough time to look at the previous games that Saudi Arabia did, but if we continue on this, we can actually see the players that are going to be playing.
Yes, absolutely. Let's have a look. And having a look at the Lebanese team there, again, we've got Mo Fatal, Rabah Hassan, Faraj 15, Madani, and then No Stick.
And on the Saudi Arabia team, we have Axm, Abu Gur, Ahmad Ghazi, Iuchicha, and Wright.
Absolutely. And look, when you look at the Lebanese team there and the average age, that is probably, apart from No Stick, which was obviously a sarcastic name because he has tons of stick skill to make his national team. That is a very, very that's probably the oldest lineup in the tournament, if I'm not mistaken. There are a lot of players in their 30s, which is very interesting, which means they're going to be level-headed. And then looking at the Saudi Arabian team there, what stands out to you?
I don't know. I see that there's a player who's, most of them are, first of all, 24 age. Like, interesting. Yeah. Maybe that's the perfect year to be born to play a great e-basketball, because they did win the previous one, and they're still here. And, you know, some people, like, from their team, which Axman says it's just all about games. And I think that's really important there.
Absolutely. And I got to tell you, from my perspective, No Stick, his funny comment that he left for us is, he says he's a chef in the kitchen and on the court, and looking forward to seeing what he has. As the youngest member of the team, the young buck, can he lead them to victory? So here, we're ready for the game. We're going straight into the action. Okay, here we are. Lebanon coming out in the strong red colors. You like to see it there. I still think Indonesia might have been the best dressed. I think I even saw a FIBA tweet about that. That's pretty funny, so I'm glad somebody's listening. I'm kidding, of course. Now, this is going to be great. And look at the big afro from Team Saudi Arabia, and winning tip-off here goes to Lebanon. Let's see what they have. I'm very keen to see how they play here, working the ball at the top of the key. And a big alley-oop dunk right there.
Already fast alley-oop into this game, right with the ball right now. If anyone was wondering, Saudi Arabia is in the white-colored T-shirt.
That's right,
jerseys.
that's right. And rattling home a wide-open three, though. So, look, one thing I was impressed with in the first slate of games was the high tempo. It was an easy drive to the hoop there. High-tempo defense in particular. And for me, that's what always sets apart I would say the absolute best pro teams from the rest of the batch right there. Not sure what happened there. We might have missed we just missed the camera. Oh, looks like we're lagging a tiny bit. Sorry, no, that's a second three. All right, we're back. They just changed the camera on us. We got a bit confused, but here we go. So Saudi Arabia in the lead at the moment, 6-4. Lebanon penetrating along the outside. That's a great pass, and what a layup in the paint. Pretty impressive.
That is beautiful, and what I wanted to say about this is a different conference than what we saw before, so maybe their play style can also be different, but that's what waits for us in the next games, and we're only going to see that when we watch them.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, to explain, in these two-team conferences, it is a best-of-7 series. Just to let production know, the casters are missing the occasional basket. And I'm not sure why that is, but hopefully we get on top of it as we get a nice turnover there for the Saudis. They're bringing the ball down the court. Good ball movement. Brilliant. Okay, and a big dunk right there. I'm told we're just checking for the best possible feed so that we are giving the viewers at home the absolute best image. And so what's kind of standing out for you at the moment or early on in this game?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of threes, and that's what is really important. But a clean shot right there, and we love to see these clean shots. But a time already for the Lebanon team, maybe thinking over strategy, what is going to be happening, how are we going to do this right. But Lebanon with the ball again.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, look, I think that's like a really good thing to do as well. Like, you need to be constantly communicating with each other, right? And you need to be in each other's ears. And basically just change on the fly if you need to as well, right?
Yeah, give that like 10-second break to understand how we're actually going to be approaching this and how are we going to be dealing with an opposing team.
Oh, a beautiful, beautiful deep three-pointer rattling home there from Lebanon. And here's our Raid with the ball, bringing the rock, and they're trying the classic pick-and-roll technique right there. Good defense from Lebanon, though. There you go. As I say that, of course, the pick-and-roll works. The curse of the commentator. I'm sorry, Lebanon.
Yeah, sometimes these dunks just come on unexpectedly. But another foul, I think the third one in this game already. Ball is with Saudi Arabia right now.
Yep, getting physical. I don't mind that at all, though. I think if you're going to go for an early steal, why not? You know, you don't want this game to get away from you if you're Lebanon as well. Solid defense there. And I got to tell you, they kind of just ignored the picker, didn't they? And that's really hard to do. If you're the lone man trying to defend two at the top of the key, that is hard to do, but he pulled it off.
Yeah, as long as you know the opposing team doesn't actually score the goal, score the hoop, I'm sorry, it's okay, you know, but keep that in mind. You have to do that next time. You have to keep more track of the opposing team.
Absolutely. Now, can Lebanon strike back here and get some points? Having a look, no stick, the youngster in the team. Great rotation. Here he is. Oh, that's green.
That is beautiful.
That's nice to watch. I really like the ball rotation there from Lebanon. So now they're back within a possession. Oh, but they can't leave the man wide open right there like that.
Quick shot there and 3 points for him. Now 6 points leading with Saudi Arabia. Feeling probably more confident than Lebanon at this point in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looked like, I believe that's Abu who's knocking those down.
Could very well be, yeah. We can also see the names in the bottom of there. But right with the ball right now, trying to find an opening and just probably actually keeping the ball right now because, again, 3 points were gotten back. So it's 15 versus 18. And that is a very tight game in the first quarter.
Yeah, it's nice and close. And if you're Lebanon, then you're happy with that. Just a low, what a rejection.
That was a great block from Lebanon. And up into the turnover. Back-to-back blocks from one team to the other, but now it's a clear shot, and you can do anything about that.
Yeah, but look, great hustle from both teams there. I really like the quick transition baskets. Yeah, look, Raid's already up 8 points there. So he's nearly got half of Saudi Arabia's points. As we're down to the final 40 seconds here of the first quarter, I got to tell you, I'm impressed here. Lebanon have come out well. That's a good look. Oh, but a miss. Great rebounding there. And it looks as though Raid has already activated his takeover. So is Uchiha. So, and a great look there. Big three. I love the big three cannon. I don't know about you.
I love all the cannons, honestly. We haven't seen much of the block cannon in these games, but
another great three there from Lebanon. They're getting good looks. I'm impressed so far.
Yeah, so these teams do compete very well against each other, and this, we have to remind, this is the first game of their conference. This is the first time they're actually seeing each other and understanding how to play, but No Stick just gets the ball away from Saudi Arabia's team, and there's a reach-in foul.
Yeah, now a good foul, again, because now you're looking at an inbounds with 4.2 seconds.
Well,
a little bit difficult. Oh, that's a tough look.
It was 96% contested.
Yeah.
You don't get those in, do you?
96% contested. Hard. Difficult to get in. Here we go. We're just having a tiny bit of connection. Here we go. So just switching the feed there. There may not be game audio just for a little bit here. Trying to get a 0.2 second shot off. Oh, that was pretty well executed there. So end of the first quarter here. I got to tell you, I think I'm pretty impressed with the way Lebanon have shown up. Only a 5-point game. Saudi Arabia, though, on track, to break 80 points, which is impressive.
Yeah, only 5 points. I think that's really doable, and then still you have 3 more quarters to go in this game.
Yeah.
Right with the ball right now, probably trying to get a 3, and it goes in. It's a clean. It's a swish, as we like to call it.
Wow, early takeover for 2 of the Saudi players there, and so they are literally on fire, air quotes, okay, and Raid is one of them, and he is leading by example. That is just fantastic. Yeah, you pointed it out a little earlier. Good steal here from the Saudis, and a big alley-oop. Oh,
that goes into the books. That goes definitely into the books as one of the best alley-oops we've had so far.
Absolutely, the one-handed windmill alley-oop. That's got to be in our top dunk so far, right? It has to be.
And another one just back-to-back. It goes in. It wasn't a dunk. It was a layup, but it still counts as a 2 points. And do go in for the Saudi Arabia now with a 12-point lead.
And just like that now, 12-point lead. This is where we have seen there's been a narrative, and it's been repeating. One team is really letting the game slip away from them in the second quarter. And it does take a lot of mental fortitude, a lot of mental toughness to just say, you know what, this possession right here, and it is for Lebanon, is vital.
Yes, you have to wait for these, moments where you can actually jump in and say, no, wait, I want to take this game back. And Saudi Arabia takes back the ball from Lebanon. It doesn't move, but actually isn't available to shoot. Still manages to do it and gets 2 more points.
Yeah, and we are seeing, again, to remind the folks at home, Saudi Arabia won the conference in the initial FIBA Esports Open. So they are the reigning champs, as it were. We're seeing a lot of risky passes. Oh, that might have been a top dunk as well. We're seeing a lot of risky passes, across the court, across the paint, as it were. Those are always going to get picked off by a seasoned defender. So if you're Lebanon, you've just got to play the percentages a little bit better, I think.
You have time. Play more carefully. Play slower. Play more tactical. And, just look at the openings. Don't rush into things.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I think try and play it at your pace. And now we're back to the feed with the sound. And a good, rattles out, though. It wasn't a terrible look. It was a long-range three. But look how quickly the Saudis are getting the ball up the court. And Abu squaring up. Great pass.
Axman tries to shoot. Nope. Gives pass to Ichisha and a beautiful dunk to finish off that.
Oh, Uchia looking good right there. Yeah, this one is getting ugly very, very quickly. Yeah, Lebanon need a score here.
19-point lead. Again, gets intercepted. Which time is it already? They have to be more careful. And another dunk, but it doesn't go in. That's a false one.
That's a premature big dunk, but a 3 and a vital 3 right there. Now, can Lebanon put a defensive possession here into play, come back and get back-to-back buckets? That's what we're looking for here. This is the turning point in the game. Nearly 2 minutes left before halftime. You're down 16. You need a stop. But
Two more points.
The sage old steady hand there. Saudi Arabia, Raid in particular, just taking care of business.
I think a lot of this can be just experience from previous tournament, and that's what we're seeing right now for Saudi Arabia and maybe for Lebanon. They're just, still warming up and understanding how all of this is going to be happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's remember, this is the first of 7 head-to-head games this weekend between these two teams. So, I mean, they are still kind of feeling each other out. I don't think we're seeing like a pull shot kind of color of money. A huge dunk there, a great backdoor cut. I don't think we're seeing Lebanon necessarily come out and play down here. I think they need to really raise their game and play up to the Saudis. That's going to be really important.
Well, they're doing great passes so far. Saudi Arabia has shown great sportsmanship, and how are they doing it? And Lebanon does get the points back here, but it's not enough yet to close the gap.
Yeah, they've just got to remain relevant, honestly. And it looks as though off stream, just to update you, the Aussies turned that game around from halftime, being down 35-34, and come back and win it 80-59. Holy moly!
And another great dunk in our game, which we're watching so far. We can probably see later on talk about how well they done. Now we can see the standings.
There we go. So the standings there, and look, that point differential for the Philippines really coming into play. We mentioned that. 0-4 for Indonesia. We mentioned that, the Philippines and the Aussies won their respective conferences in the initial FIBA Esports Open. A great green 3 here in our game from Lebanon. That was always going to be really, really tough. That was always going to be super tough. And that was Faraj banging home that 3. Beautiful. Now, of course, we want to remind everybody that these are 5-on-5 NBA 2K Pro Am 5 players here. And they are representing their national basketball federations, playing for their nations. But they're real people with internet like you and I have at home, playing from home. So occasionally, with the distances associated, between the countries, as well as the connectivity issues, internet's going to internet, as they say. But I got to say, I think so far we've had fantastic 0 server issues. We're just seeing a little bit of latency in this game. I'm sure it'll get worked out soon enough.
That is true. We can life is life, and we get to live with it. And right now, Rabi Hansan is with the ball, and no stick has it, shoots the far, doesn't actually get it in.
Oh, it was a good look for no stick, though. I got to tell you, he's shown up a couple of times on defense. I've been impressed with him right here. But look, Raid holding on to the ball here as we come down to under 10 seconds towards halftime. That's a good look.
Doesn't shoot it in. It rebounds back. It gives a pass to Axman, and Ahmad shows the last one in. going back.
Oh, wow. Look, here we go. Raid with 15 points. And that's the 75% field goal percentage. That's what you want to see. What that is demonstrating at home is it takes skill to make a shot in NBA 2K. And these are the best of the best from their respective countries. And we're seeing that on display here. I don't know about you, Artis, but if that were my shot percentage, well, it'd probably be closer to 30, maybe 25, not 75.
I'd be proud with 50.
There we go. All right.
You know, half goes in, half doesn't. But right now, there's a free throw for the Lebanon team. Gets one in.
Nice. Here we go. Barrage trying to knock these home. Every point critical here. Look, you're 15 points down, but this is the critical quarter here. You can't sleep if you're Lebanon. You absolutely got to get points. You got to get buckets. You got to take high percentage shots, and you got to play defense like your life depends on a great alley-oop right there. More of that would be good, though.
Closing it back to 13, and that's a good sound for Lebanon. I think, you know,
yep.
Every point that you get closer to the opponent's points, it's much better for you, and I think it relieves some stress, or maybe gives more. What do you think?
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, isn't it? Like, so, look, pressure can be good. Pressure can motivate you. As No Stick bangs one home. This is what they needed. 5 unanswered points, defensive stops. Look, if you're the Saudi Arabia team now, likewise, you need to. You're Raid. Raid knows what he's doing. Look, he's going to hold the rock here. He's going to set up for a high percentage shot. He's going to make sure they come away with points. Good look, but another miss. And look at Madani getting the big board and the big outlet pass. And that's a foul on the shot.
Shooting foul, yeah. I wanted for him to do a dunk. He sort of waited out a little bit, but still got the foul.
Look,
and 2 points now.
We all want dunks, right? Everybody's greedy for the dunks.
One goes in.
Beautiful. And look, if he knocks this home, they're only down 8.
And they are.
That is 7 unanswered points for Lebanon here. Saudi Arabia kind of letting their grip. Oh, that's a great cut, though. And again, we've spoken about the baseline defenders before. They honestly, their players get ignored, they fall asleep, and that's when you make a backdoor cut. You have to be turned on. You have to be tuned into what's happening on the court literally the entire time. It's difficult. That's a good look. And No Stick drains a big 3.
Beautiful for him. And No Stick has been showing maybe that the younger age impact somehow. He's playing more extreme, and he's actually taking these shots. Even when he gets a clear chance, he takes them and he actually scores them.
Yeah, and look, a good backdoor cut. Great defensive effort there from Lebanon, and a quick foul. They've got the chance here to cut it to either a 5 or a 4-point lead.
Yeah, and 7 points only in between. That it's not a lot. You still got 3 minutes on this quarter and one more full quarter afterwards. And now Faraj is with the ball.
Oh, I didn't like that at all.
Oh,
look,
they do get it back, though.
Good hustle to get this back. A quick timeout there taken by Lebanon. That's good because it looked like they were about to turn it over again. Look, again, you and I are cut from the same cloth. When we see an open lane to the basket, we just want to see a hard drive and a dunk, right?
That is true. And now it wasn't clear. It gives the pass to Mo Fattel. Rabin Hassan with the ball. Will try to go for the dunk. Doesn't actually get it.
Well, look, we got what we wanted there, but of course they missed. So, and another quick turnover here. Lebanon need baskets here. They need points. That's a good look, and that's a 3. And No Stick with 2.
With two. Yeah, he was a little over the line there right afterwards, a 3-pointer. But
excuse me, that was Faraj who knocked that in. He's up to 15 points. A big 3-pointer there. That was a 12-0 run from Lebanon against Saudi Arabia. They needed that. And again, pulling up there. I want to see that drive. You're at this stage in the game where, a high percentage layup can really just make a difference.
Yeah, every 2-point counts, and that's what people have to remember. That's what players have to remember. Don't just try to go for those threes or, those 100%, like 50% dunks.
Yep.
What I wanted to say, just take these layups. I know it's not as flashy, it's not as cool, but we do so big 3.
Another massive play. Now we're actually hearing that one of the players, one of the Saudi Arabia players, has actually had connectivity issues. So one of them is AI controlled. So it is at the moment 4v5, and that's why we might have seen Lebanon actually be able to kind of get back in this one here. But look, Saudi Arabia, sometimes the script goes out the window. You lose a player. This is the reality of playing online.
Yeah, but Abu with the ball right now, they haven't lost any confidence with 9 points still in the lead. trying to find a shot. Maybe giving an alley-oop. No, just gives a pass towards the center. Doesn't get it in.
Asmat Ghazi couldn't put it down there. The big afro in the paint. That's a good look. And there's Green again. Lebanon bring it back to within 7. I got to tell you, here we go. And there's No Stick.
17 points.
17 points, 4 assists, and 4 steals. He's on his way to a triple-double. Can he do it? My goodness, that's great teamwork. Big board there for Ghazi. I'm going to call him Ghazi. And that was good. And a huge alley-oop there. Great hustle there by the big men from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, puts back the ball where it belongs.
Exactly, in the hoop. You love to see the big men getting some love. And another foul here.
Yeah, well, Saudi Arabia is going for the fouls, sort of disrupting the gameplay of the Lebanese. And, they have to do that. That's what everyone does, pretty much.
Wide open, Faraj banging it home. Another 3. This is big. This is the closest they've managed to get. 6 points. Can they get a stop in another basket here before the third quarter ends? The ball's loose. Look at the hustle. These guys playing for their national teams. A missed 3. Ooh. Oh, my God. We've got bodies flying around the court there, and this is the digital court, but they're still leaving it all out there. You love to see it. And here's Abu, 7 seconds. He's got to get a shot off. Good defensive stand here from Lebanon. Doing the best that they can. Oh, is it going to drop?
It doesn't. It doesn't.
But he gets
the ball back.
He got his own board. Listen, if you're the big men for Lebanon, you really have to box out, and you've got to eat up that glass. You've got to get in there, get those boards. It's a great pass. Look, Saudi Arabia couldn't have played that any better. They hustled to get their ball. Right now, it just looks like they want it more. I hate to say it, Lebanon. The challenge is on you, though.
3 seconds left. Are we going to see a shot? Faraj gives a pass. Mofata shoots and doesn't get it in. Doesn't get it in, sadly, for him, definitely. But Lebanon is going to be going with the ball into the fourth quarter.
Here we go. We got 5 minutes left to play. Another tight game. 8 points in it. The Lebanese really, that's a 3, and it's Green. Oh.
Nice 3. No Stick is really showing that he's the man of the game for Lebanon.
He is the youngest. He's the youngest player on the team. What do we have here? It's a 5-point differential here. Saudi Arabia in the safe hands of Raid. He's been brilliant. That was a risky pass across the paint. There's another one. Ghazi, that's wide open. Abu missed it. Big rebound for Ghazi again.
Lebanon has to get these balls back. You have to get these rebounds.
Otherwise,
they have a second chance every time, and the counter resets once you hit the rim, of course.
Right. Basketball is one of the most crucial. Big 3 from Faraj in the corner. This is magnificent. Lebanon are bringing it back here. I got to say, I love it. You got to play every position, though. The big men need to box out and get those boards for Lebanon. They've brought this back. A 2-point game only. Ray doing his thing, looking for that pick and roll. Ghazi making the break to the basket. Oh,
there's no time to waste. Now you actually have to get these points. You can't even hold on to the 2-point lead, which is almost isn't a lead. It's like one shot. That's it.
And look at this, a big fast break here. What's going to happen? They pull it up. Corner's open.
Faraj has the ball and gives it back to No Stick. He shoots again, and it's
another
3.
That's the lead. They've taken the lead here. Lebanon have come back from a 15-point deficit.
More even. It was 19 at one point.
Oh, my goodness. They've taken the lead here. This is massive in the fourth. This is probably our most exciting game in terms of a tight finish that we've had. Raid pulls up. Ghazi with another rebound. He has something like 6 offensive rebounds. A good foul right there.
Do you feel like Saudi Arabia is having the pressure on them just put on much, much more than at the start of the game or even in the middle of the game?
I think you're onto something. I got to say, yes. Okay, they come in as the previous conference champions. Lebanon, as they knock down a big free throw, but then he missed. It's an AI player. He made one. He missed the second. Quick, fast break. Oh, a huge dunk.
2-point lead again for Lebanon. It's good to see that the team, sort of stuck back and still tried to win the game, and is on the road to winning.
That was Rabi Hassan nailing that. But look, here's Abu knocking down a 3-pointer there, and we've got a 1-point game. This is clutch. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left. Lebanon with the ball. Every possession crucial now. There are no 1%ers. They're all 100%ers. You've got to make everything last. Faraj with a good drive. Mo Fatal with the rock. It's Mdani. He's turned it over.
It's a turnover for X-Men.
Oh, what a transition. But look at the hustle from Lebanon to get back and get a hand up on that Big shot.
Three misses. A lot of misses in the past few seconds there. Again, another turnover. Long pass for right. He's going to give it to the AI.
Ghazi
shooting.
knocks it home. That might be the biggest three of the game. Lebanon need a timeout. They're up by 4 now. Saudi Arabia. Ghazi. He's only gone and got like what feels like a dozen offensive rebounds. And now he's banging home potentially game-altering three-pointers. My goodness. Ghazi is a hero right now for Saudi Arabia. If they can hold on. Lebanon, remember, a completely new starting five. A completely new lineup here in this game.
First game in this tournament, completely.
Faraj knocks home a 3, though. Oh, my goodness.
I don't think we have seen such a close game, in this whole tournament so far.
We haven't. You're absolutely right. Faraj with the hot hand. Ghazi the hero. The narratives here are brilliant. Okay, and look, Raid knows he's ice cold at the moment, so he's actually got to pass the ball around here. 5 seconds to shoot here. Abu's been deadly from beyond the arc. 3 seconds.
1. And it doesn't go in. Hits the rim, but Lebanon with the ball and a fall from
oh, wow.
From Saudi Arabia, I think.
And look at that. Faraj, as we saw the points, the stats flash on the screen, 24 points. No stick with the ball here. And he's got a wide open lane and the lead. Hey.
You don't leave that open.
This is what we've been talking about. You and I have been wanting to see them, if the paint's open, park the car, get in there, get the easy bucket. That is huge. And now we've got 1:16 left. Oh, big 3.
It doesn't go in.
Big board. And the AI player now has a takeover activated. He's on fire. So Saudi Arabia are actually getting pretty lucky here with that disconnect. I can't believe what I'm saying. That's absolutely crazy. But here we go. Rabi Hassan giving the ball to Faraj, who has the hot hand right now. Good ball inside. Huge dunk. And again.
The 1-point lead is switching all the time. We haven't seen a lead bigger than like 2 points, I think, in quite a while.
This has been massive. What a game we've got here. Playing for their nations here. Saudi Arabia, the reigning conference champions. We're under 50 seconds left now. Lebanon with a new team. Abu with the pull-up 3. A miss and another. Oh, my God. The AI player for Saudi Arabia just got an offensive board and a putback and an and 1. This is a massive free throw right here. He is on fire, as you can see.
Now you just have to wait.
Strokes it.
Gets that point. And if Lebanon gets a 3, they're going to only get the 1-point lead now.
Oh, wow.
It's a hard game.
This is it.
40 seconds left.
We might be going to our first overtime of the weekend. This could be absolutely huge. What's going to happen? Faraj. Oh, there was a backdoor cut. A quick transition here. Abu gives the ball out right as he's rattled it home.
That's 2 points for that one. He wasn't behind the 3-point line, but still a 4-point lead for Saudi Arabia in 30 seconds left.
Just to explain, when you are ice cold, you've got the little icicle. Another turnover here from the Saudi Arabia team. Lebanon are imploding with these late turnovers. And now we're in the bonus, 22 seconds left. Now, just explain how tough a shot that was for Raid. When you are ice cold, you got the little icicle symbol next to your name. That means, as he bangs home here, Abu, one of the free throws, that means your penalty for shooting is so high, you need to shoot that perfectly, but he did. 6-point gap now. Lebanon, a mountain to climb here with only a few seconds left.
Have to get these shots in, and he does. Now only 4 points left.
Now you're going to see full court pressure and quick fouls here as well. Saudi Arabia, the cool hand here of Abu. Corner 3, I would have held on to that myself. You gotta go. You have to take a timeout there if you're Lebanon.
They try to shoot, and it doesn't go in, and I think that's the game.
Unbelievable finish there. That game had absolutely everything. The narrowest of margins victory for Saudi Arabia. I got to tell you, we love an underdog story. We have to, as commentators, remain impartial. But look, just tell me, from a narrative perspective, I don't want to focus on the negative because I think they did great. How did Lebanon lose that game, though?
The thing what I would want to say is that at the start, they showed great opportunities. They were going head-to-head. The second and third quarter, not that good for them. But the fourth one, it's sometimes luck goes into play, and I guess it's the 1% that counts. They didn't get it, but the other team did. So
yeah, and they were trying to force some tight passes into tight windows. Look, full credit to Saudi Arabia. I think, as far as I'm concerned, the expression is poking the bear, okay? Lebanon came down, They planted the flag. They poked the bear. They said, let's go. Let's play this out. They had a huge comeback there. I think a 12-0 run at one point. But Saudi Arabia, to their credit, the steady hand right there, they got it done. Those steals don't create themselves. You have to have amazing reflexes. You need to get your hand up in the lane, get a steal. It was really, really great. And I thought the way they closed out the game, really, really important. Mention that shot that Ray took from the corner there where he's an icicle. He's a popsicle. The shooting penalty on getting that just right, so massive, but he still knocked it down.
And we can say that this icicle, it pretty much shows in real life as well. If you don't get like 3 shots in a row, you are going to feel like worse than you are when you actually get these shots.
Absolutely. It's totally in your head. Okay. And now we're going then to have a look at our next game, and we have some exciting stuff here. We are about to witness the very first, the inaugural, the initial African conference at the FIBA Esports Open. We've got Gabon versus Ivory Coast, and we're about to have a look at the players for both teams. Brilliant. Okay, so starting with Ivory Coast here. Okay, so we've got George Dem, Omar Hassan, we've got Lutin Grognon, we've got Yannick. I like Yannick, you're a great name right there, and Bayan Demigod as well. Is he going to be a demigod, the 18-year-old? Who do we have for Gabon there?
We have Dasha Kare, Debed 2011. Nice year there.
Yep.
Jeffrey Prixilia and Ikwipi.
Absolutely, yeah. I bet everybody watching, all of us wishes that it was 2011 again, right? So it's been a tough 2020, but we're so happy to be here. One thing that I'm noticing here, there is definitely a kind of differential in the ages here. So you've got, you actually have our first player in his 40s in Omar Hassan, and that is awesome to see. Just to show all the esport athletes out there, aspiring esport athletes. It's not just a young man's game or a young woman's game. You can definitely get on the court in your 40s. That's great to see.
And he's the captain of Ivory Coast as well. So maybe the age will be the wise turnover. They're gonna have the best stat strategies to play on. But for Gabon, you can also see that there's one player who's 18 and then one who's 35. So there's these big age gaps that you couldn't see in real life, and it's all thanks to FIBA and making this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is the very first time, the inaugural time we've had an African conference in the FIBA Esports Open. And we've seen an increase. We've seen an increase from 17 participating national basketball federations in the initial FIBA Esports Open. 37 this time. So obviously every continent is represented. We're delighted by that. FIBA working with NBA 2K. It's really, really brilliant to see. And again, to remind the folks at home, this is purely online. This is a purely digital tournament, and they're playing from home. So we saw there one of the Saudi Arabia players drop. What are you thinking if you're on the Saudi team? And these are the best players in the country, and you lose one.
Well, you just have to boost their morale, emotionally. You can't help them physically. Well, you have to help somehow else.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Like an ongoing pep talk. I don't know. I feel like if I were playing 2K and you lose one of your friends or one of your mates' internet connection drops, and oh god, it's a nightmare. So I can only imagine representing your country. It's pretty rare, but I think they did really well. I gotta say, I was really impressed with the performance from Lebanon there, considering those are all brand new players. They completely wiped the slate clean. They come back, and clearly they're competitive.
It's the first time on the big stage, and you maybe have some jitters at the start, but afterwards they showed great performance, and we hope to see more of that in the next games. But I wanted to ask you a question about this game. So Gabon and Ivory Coast, how do you think? Is it going to be a different play style?
Well, this is going to be really interesting, and I feel as though each continent plays a little bit different. You can see that the Australians have just an insane tempo. It's a salacious appetite to get to the hoop and to actually score baskets as quickly as possible. We're going to find out. I'm very, very interested. The same has kind of been said about the South American Conference as well. So this is going to be fascinating. The first time Ivory Coast and Gabon have played as well. One question that we're going to be asking in the post-game interview is Are they familiar with one another? Are they played in other tournaments that are local to the African continent? Are they familiar with their opponents? How do you study up? So what's going to be fun for you and I, casting and hosting this particular game here, is we're in for surprise. We've never seen them play before. I can't wait.
Well, if we look from the players who are playing in this tournament right now, we can see that a lot of them said that no, they've never played in any other tournament at all. So it's like the first tournament for 2K NBA as well for them. So it's very interesting. That's from Ivory Coast, and on the Gabon team, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
Everyone's first try at a big stage.
Absolutely. Now, a lot of them seem to do, like, they do have real world basketball background and experience as well. So obviously the tactics change. This is NBA 2K. It's an incredibly realistic and awesome game. But at the same time, you can see the tactics change a little bit, but sometimes not so much. It looked pretty realistic. It looked like Allen Iverson was out there playing for Australia early on. Not playing favorites at all. Just looked like AI was out there. But look, to answer your question, I'm very excited. Great to be on the call with you, Artis. It's going to be fun. And I believe we're just waiting for technical difficulties. We're just waiting for the teams to come out now. So one thing that you and I, we have a lot of fun in our pre-show, coming up and finding and asking all of these players all of these questions. So for me, I've actually the thing that stuck out here for me is I mentioned Yannick Eo, the player for Ivory Coast. Okay. Who is a Rockets and in particular a Westbrook and a Harden fan. And the funny thing about him, okay, is that he likes chicken. That was it.
That was interesting.
That was his fun fact. So we're going to find out later on when we actually interview them, what is your celebratory meal? What are you going to eat? Because I want to know, obviously.
A lot of chicken.
It could be a lot of chicken. That's it. But what kind of chicken? I want to know where each of these team captains, all of them are taking their players for celebratory meals. Although that was pretty funny. You got something over there?
I have one from it's really nice to see that these players also take some advice from their fiancés and from their friends. So Lutin Grognon, his nickname, he got it from his fiancée. She said that this is a good name for you. You just start using it. But in his friends nickname him the General.
The General, right?
That is serious, I think.
He's gonna be the general on the court there, right? And then my favorite fact, one of the Gabon players there, Rocks Mad, okay, 37-year-old Brooklyn Nets fan, so a glutton for punishment. Kidding. Now he says he is both a doctor and he's very funny. So I want to know. I think those are two good attributes to have. Like when it comes to being a doctor, I think you got to have a sense of humor.
It makes sense, You have a serious job. When you do the serious job, you go in to have fun, and he's probably the comedian towards their team.
Now I know why he pointed this out. Obviously, historically, one of the greatest players to ever play the game, Dr. J. So I'm going to be looking potentially for they do get to dress themselves, these players, right? And let's see, maybe they have the throwback 70s uniforms on there for Gabon. I can't wait to see it. We're just awaiting word as to whether or not the game will be played. But look, there are a couple of narratives that have been developing there, and in particular, I just want to go back and maybe have a look, because you were on the call that final game there between Indonesia and the Philippines. It was pretty special.
It was really special, and it looked like Indonesia could take it, but then unfortunately, it's a game. That's what happens. That's basketball for you.
And I got to tell you, we the casters have been giving the ominous choice and duty, the dubious duty of picking an MVP from each conference. Who's potentially jumping off the page for you? Maybe just a player, so we don't show our hand, but a player from each team that caught your eye at the moment. Maybe starting with Indonesia.
With Indonesia, if we start off from there, there's mostly two people that I really enjoyed. In that game, I saw Glory being very good.
In a Glory, absolutely. And we're getting word here. Okay, actually, the Gabon and Ivory Coast is going to be played off stream. We're not going to get to cast that. Such is the world we live in sometimes. There are technical issues. However, we are going to be pulling up the next game, and the graphic beneath me here has been updated. We're going to go to match number 2 between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. And I got to tell you, it's a rematch.
It's a total rematch.
It's already going to be a grudge match as well. I'm just going to check with production. Are we waiting 19 minutes for that one, or are we? Okay, well, what? So
all right.
We're hearing that that's going to be ready within 10 minutes. So look, let's finish our train of thought. We've got 10 minutes before tip-off. Yeah, you're liking Inner Glory. For me, Rafisa, I think the youngest player potentially in the tournament, 16 for Indonesia.
That is one of the youngest players, if not the youngest.
He has looked absolutely phenomenal. Okay, Philippines. I'm pretty sure we're both going to say the same player.
Shintaro.
The Shintaro show. I got to tell you, I loved. I was listening to yourself and Renaz on the call earlier. All of a sudden, Shintaro's been dropping in threes like the rim was this big. He's just dropping him in like it's an ocean, and he's just throwing the ball in, and then boom.
And that's not the only thing. He actually goes for the dunks as well. It's so great that you can see that the players are versatile, and they not only do only one position. They go in, if they have the chance, they dunk in, even if he's the shortest player on the team.
The little man getting the dunk. Shintaro is that really, really annoying friend that you love growing up, who's just like, he can do it all on the basketball court. You know, he shouldn't be able to shoot threes. He shouldn't be able to dunk, but he can do it all. Hey, every team needs one. Shintaro's been absolutely fantastic. All right, from the Aussie side, who you got?
I think there's 2 main ones that I've seen. One was definitely Warwick.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, look, Warwick's been insane. And I hope we get an interview with him at some point, because just looking at his photo, he looks very suave. He looks very calm, cool, collected, and confident. But I want to give a shout out to the captain.
Yeah, as well.
Squoogs. I feel like Squoogs could add a couple of O's to the middle of his name there, and we could get some Squoogs chants going in the crowd. Very, very crazy. I feel like we could do a top 5 Squoogs dunks at the moment, right? Like, I think Inner Glory was doing the same. I think we've seen some posterizing dunks. What about Rack, actually? Rack from the Philippines. Man, he is living up to his name. Obviously, just driving to the rack and grabbing the racks. So, like, those are probably my standouts so far. But we're not going to be picking our MVPs until tomorrow, though.
That is true. And for the viewers at home who are watching this, you can also write in the streams, which is like your MVP of the games right now. You know, have some interaction with us and tell us, what do you think has been the best player so far?
That's a great point. Look, we're commed in with the production team as well. So look, if viewers, I want you to start to spam the names of your favorite player, who you think should be getting the MVP in the chat. Obviously, we're streaming across Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook simultaneously to the entire world. And obviously, 37 different countries tuning in and taking interest, 7 represented here today. But yeah, let us know in the chat, and we're going to get that feed in. But look, because we have a rematch coming up in just a matter of minutes here between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia, I want to kind of focus on what we just saw, because that was probably the best comeback in the third quarter that we've seen out of all the games today.
Yeah, I don't think we have seen the fourth quarter be so close, especially starting off with a bigger gap and then just sort of closing off and then just switching all the time from one point to the other. You love to see that. I know I'm repeating myself, but it's seriously, I love to see that the excitement is growing, and it's growing with each match as we go into it.
Totes my goats. It was great. I got to say, at one point, there was a loose ball on the floor, and it looked like 3 Saudi Arabia's teammates were diving for the ball. Wait, we just got word from someone in chat. I think this is gonna be a funny one. Alan7 says he's the best player. Okay, well there we go. Like, it doesn't count if you vote for yourself. Okay,
well, it counts for yourself. You think you played well.
That's true.
I think that's a really important thing to do.
Look, I feel as though there's 7 nations playing. There's 6 players from each team. I feel as though there's 42 really, really proud mums in the chat typing names as well right now. I mean, mums are the best, and they have to vote for their own son. So there we go. That's all right. We'll allow that, though. We'll allow the bias, okay? But look, it was a great.
I think the players can be biased on what do they think? Like, which team is the best, and that they're probably going to say their country as well.
Yeah, in fairness, that's true. Absolutely, okay. But look, I thought what was really interesting about that, the initial game between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia, is the early takeovers that we saw, and we're about to see here the player screen, if I'm not mistaken, the early takeover we saw, in particular from Raid, he went really, really hot early on. He was on fire. And again, here are the lineups. Are we seeing any changes? We're not. So Saudi Arabia, we have Axman, Abu, we have Ahmed Ghazi, who was just dominant on the boards there, Uchiha, and then Raid. I got to tell you, for me, Ghazi was a hero there as well. He felt like he had nearly 10 offensive rebounds, and then he banged home the massive 3 as well.
That's what the power forward position is for, you know. Yep. You're sort of the rebound man, but you can also score just as well.
Yeah.
Alan says thanks for the comment. So he's really happy to hear his name probably out loud and thinking that he is the best player. But going on to the Lebanon team, we have Mo Fatal, Rabi Hassan, Faraj, Madani, and Nostick. And I want to say about Nostick, what do you think?
Yeah, the young gun on the team stepped up and did brilliantly right there. Madani, difficult name to pronounce when we're in the heat of the moment in the game. It's okay if we call him Madani, that's all right. We've been told. Faraj, though, the steady hand from the 35-year-old shooting guard, he absolutely lit it up. He was into the 20 points there. And I got to tell you, the thing that impressed me the most was just how Lebanon were able to close that gap in the second half, the effort that took. But then likewise, you take nothing away from Saudi Arabia, the reigning conference champions. Those steals that they got in the final minute closed out the game.
Definitely, and hopefully in this game we're going to see a 5v5 until the end. Hopefully everything works perfectly. But again, I wanted to talk about that in the Lebanon team, they have 2 players who are both 20. You can see that as No Stick, and I don't think he's in the game this one. No, he's not. He's a different player from, he's a player who's on the substitute right now, but there are 2 people who are studying still, and one is a physical education in a university, and the No Stick actually is a full-time student at Ohio State University, and that's
as they say in America, the Ohio State University. So there we go. No stick repping not just Lebanon but Ohio State University. If I'm not mistaken, I want to say the Buckeyes, but please don't get upset in chat if I mess that up. But yeah, maybe some Buckeye love in chat right there as well. But he has been brilliant. I mean, you would have to think. You'd feel a little bit intimidated, okay? The closest age to you is a 34-year-old, 14 years on you, you know. But he's really stepping up and playing well.
Half of your age in front of you, but you're still teammates in one game, and that's what I love to see in this game. And that's what this gives us, because in real life, you couldn't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a couple more fun facts here as we're getting ready for this game. It's nearly there, folks. But the Lebanese captain there, Shadi Faraj.
Oh, that's a good one.
Shadi Faraj, who his favorite team is the Dallas Mavericks, okay? You know, near and dear to Latvian hearts as well. But it's showing his age a little bit. Favorite player, Magic Johnson, Shaq, and then LeBron. So kind of like a chronological order there of greats in the game. However, his fun fact is, he falls asleep playing video games. Well, I wonder has he ever fallen asleep whilst playing 2K and still got the win?
And a tournament, and that fact, maybe, because he actually, well, he hasn't participated in other tournaments, at least in NBA 2K tournaments, but
yeah.
It's interesting to see how will that play in. Maybe at the end of the games, he's like, okay, we won, so I'm going to just take a nap.
Look, yeah, in fairness, listen, if you shoot, we're going to the game now, and if he shoots that well, he can put his opponents, you know, he can just lull them to sleep there. I think we're ready for the game. Okay, here we go, and we've got the jersey swaps. Do we know? They've decided to stay in their same kit there, so they have. Well, that makes our job really easy right there. And look, here they come. They're getting their pre-game swag on right there.
You can see the country's names on their jerseys.
Yeah.
Somebody just joined in. The red is Lebanon and the white is Saudi Arabia.
Absolutely, and this is what's great about NBA 2K Pro-Am is the 5v5, the customization of the courts and the jerseys, which is brilliant. And here we go. So the opening tip going to Lebanon. Again, no stick on the ball with those green shoes. There's Faraj, pulls up and makes the pass on Madani. And no stick. Oh, they don't want to give him too much space. Oh, a risky pass, though, across the paint. That was one thing that we saw early on in the first game between these two. Off-balance shot.
And it's an air ball. First air ball, I think, that we have. First air ball bazooka, at least.
Well, it's the second air ball, but the first. Oh, a huge. Oh, two-pointer. Great shot, though. First air ball that you've got to call, though. There was one a little bit earlier, but.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the cruel. It's okay. The cruel air ball animation. But hey, you know the animation department gets that fun as well. So here is Raid, and again, they're doing the classic kind of pick and roll. You can't fall asleep if you're those baseline defenders for Lebanon. Raid, though.
With the shot.
Beautiful.
With the big three. And for anyone still watching and still tuning in just now, say which team is going to win.
Yeah.
Think about it. Like, right now we have 2 against 3. Everything can happen. So put it in the comments and think about it. Like,
absolutely. Now, you and I have to remain completely impartial. We're not allowed to make predictions. But that doesn't mean the chat can't have fun. And another lazy pass here from Lebanon, though. They've got to be careful. Good hustle. Good hustle on defense, though, to get back and get a hand up. That's what you like to see. Look, if you make a mistake, hustle down the court on defense and get the ball back.
Yeah, usually what my trainer said, well, in a different sports, but that's a big dunk. Beautifully executed there. The player, I forgot the name of him, and I'll find it in a second. Before he was exchanged against an AA player, but now we can see his true might.
Yep, and we have the 3rd consecutive steal in a row. Lucky not to give up another bucket there. Ball security is really big for Lebanon. They need to snap out of it. No stick. Rattles home a 3. He gets the user-friendly roll. It did a lap of honor, and then it dropped in.
And it's Iuchicha, which I was talking about. Yeah, the captain of the team. And, the big dunks come from the captain.
Ooh.
And we see another layup, but it doesn't go actually in. Madani gives a pass.
Yeah, and Madani hustled on that board there. An alley-oop tip in. Beautiful. Okay, now this is better from Lebanon. And if they've shown anything, they can put together a few different baskets, which is good. Now, Abu has that. He's ice cold at the moment. He's a popsicle. He's got that ice cold little symbol next to his name. And if you're unfamiliar with that, it means he's not gonna be easy for him to shoot. That's a good hard foul. Again, depending on how you were coached as a youngster, that's a good foul.
Yeah, what I wanted to continue about the coaching is that it never stop playing until there's either a whistle or the ball is real clearly out of bounds. So always play till the end, hustle till the end if you do lose the ball.
Yeah, and we're seeing a much better start from Lebanon here after throwing the three interceptions, the 3 steals. Much more improved gameplay here. We're knotted up at 7 apiece, and if you're Lebanon, you got to be thinking that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, well, similar to the previous one as well, because at the start they were all quite tight, but a 3 doesn't go in right there. Gives a far pass back to Abu, still with the ball.
Here's Ghazi, good hustle. Axeman can't get it to bang on. Great offensive board there, though. Abu, that's a tough shot. Now, guys, that takes some skill. If you've got the icicle next to your name and you got a 3, even if you're open, it's so hard to drop those in. He did brilliantly there.
Well, he did, and by doing so, he broke the ice that was covering. And now Fatsa with a shot, but misses. A poor 3 could have been better, but he tried. Abu with the ball. Right now, without the icicle next to his name, and trying to do best as he can. Shoots
and he's got
3,
green.
and he gets another one.
Back-to-back 3, 6 points right there for Abu, and just like that, Saudi Arabia. Just creeping away from Lebanon here. And if you're Lebanon, you're big alley-oop.
That is beautiful. It doesn't go in.
No, he pulled it down.
He pulled it down, but
hard
the
drive.
second one also.
I love that they went for a high percentage shot. I'm not sure what happened on that alley-oop. That was a bit odd. That looked like he dunked it.
Maybe the jump was too low. He couldn't actually reach the net there, but sometimes happens.
Yeah. I know all about that. Look, hard to get up in old age, but hard to get up above the rim. That rarefied air, but there we go.
There we go.
No such trouble for Uchiha there, slamming home the dunk. Saudi Arabia putting on an aerial show, and they've got 8 straight points now. Actually, they've actually now got 10 straight points.
Yeah, well, 7 against 15. That is good for the Saudi Arabia team. Lebanon leaving back a little bit, so it's kind of hard for them to get back. But now a far pass and gets it in.
High percentage shot in the paint. That they needed that bucket, Lebanon. It was getting away from them. So yeah, and hey, if you're in chat, let us know. You know who's standing out for you in this game already. And there we go. And and chat said 50-50. By the way, they can't pick a winner.
That is hard. I think it's also appropriate for this game because in the previous it was so close. So this one, it's bound to be as close as the previous one, in my opinion.
Definitely. Really good hustle. Great basket there. And we got 4 straight points to Lebanon. They needed that. The game was just getting away from them a little bit. You just got to reel it back in, calm it down, get some points on the board. Good hustle on defense. Yeah, one thing I'll say it, that separates the average pro players from the great ones. Really good hustle on defense.
And we have to remember that these they are protecting they're defending their national pride, and that's what they're doing with these great shots.
There we go. First quarter comes to an end. That was actually a pretty good look considering the quarter was ending here. I've been impressed here. Again, another close game. Now, if you're Lebanon, what you don't want to do is give up. They played a really
gets the ball.
Great steal. They played it tough in the second quarter in the first game. That's a good look from No Stick.
Just a little bit left. But No Stick has been so great at these steals so far. Also in the previous game, I saw that. That was one of the things they actually did better than I think I've ever seen in anyone in these tournaments so far. So that's definitely their key thing to look out for.
Yeah, absolutely. And 4 steals, if I'm not mistaken, in that first game. Very, very impressive. Look at this. They're wrestling for the ball under the hoop. Good offensive boards from Uchiha. Great. Find Axeman, who can't knock it down, though.
That 11-15 has been on our clock for a little while. But now
Stick.
a far shot and gets it in. That's a beautiful 3. I think he almost fell down afterwards. But
that was amazing. It looked like he nearly fell into the commentary booth there. He nearly landed in our laps. Looking a big, huge dunk. Uchiha, baseline, 2-handed dunk with authority.
That's what we missed in the previous game. In the end, we missed those huge dunks by these big men. That's what it's just basketball, and if you have the strength, you have to go for the dunks and pretty much just break the net.
I tell you what, though, that might be the 4th turnover. A big 3. Wow, I thought his foot was on the line. They're going to count it, though. Okay, listen, right now the difference is those turnovers. So right now I think they've thrown 4 interceptions, 4 steals that Saudis have come away with. Full credit to them. That's a good look for Faraj. Couldn't knock it down, though, but he does have a hot hand.
A far pass and gets the 2 points in. A fast turnover and just saving time for Saudi Arabia to get the lead in front.
Look, if you're a coach right now, you're sitting there going, good work, lads, because that was literally 2 seconds from basket to basket. Amazing transition hoop right there. You can't ask for much more, and the lead is 8 again.
It's the second fastest for me, which I've seen. The first one was in the Philippines against Indonesia. That was so fast there, but this is also great. And it saves time. You rack up points. Easy for you to defend them afterwards.
Low percentage shot there. Emadani with the board. Bring it out to Rabah Hassan here. He's got the ball at the top. Faraj, a good look. Steps back, knocks it home. Solid, steady hand there. Again, baseline shots. Very low percentage, though. That's good to see.
Great with the ball.
Working the pick and roll right there. A little bit of movement on that screen. Raid with the miss.
That was a hard shot to hit.
Here we go.
I would have taken that. But now a fast travel to Faraj. He does go for the shot, and it's clear. 3 points for Lebanon.
He is nearly automatic sometimes. And here we go. They've cut the lead to only 3. Good hustle defense. Look, they're getting high pressure from one defender and then lead. Double-handed windmill dunk there.
I think we already see in every team there is one player who's going to pretty much almost go into the top 5 dunks.
Yes. Yeah, they nearly deserve each their own top 5, don't they?
That is true.
Good foul here. Okay, so Saudi Arabia really going for these turnovers. And
another
again,
foul. I wouldn't have taken the second one. They were all in the same position that they were before, and 18 seconds on the clock. Still a lot.
Yeah, look, the one thing you don't want to fault is hustle, though, and at least they're going for those steals. Okay, and here we go. Hamdani getting some open looks there. Here is Faraj at the top of the key. Good look.
That was a hard shot to take, but he still took it. No Stick gets the ball.
Great
shoots
shot.
again, and it's an easy shot for him.
Just absolutely stroking it. Nothing but green. The youngster from Lebanon the youngest member of the team, the 20-year-old from the Ohio State University, representing his country here, playing absolutely brilliantly. And a great drop off there to Uchiha and a big dunk.
I never get tired of it.
I never get tired of it either. That was fantastic. There we go. So a 5-point gap. I'll tell you what, though. Halftime in the first game. Another steal there. And it's the big man, Uchiha, coming away with the steal. Gives it off to Raid. Oh, he had a long look there. Oh, but then he goes up.
And it doesn't go in, but the Uchiha gets the rebound. Tries to go for it now. Gives it back to Axeman. Almost loses the ball there, but Abu gets the ball anyway. And 4 seconds on the clock. Still waiting. Shoots.
Good look.
And I wanted to say it should be, and it was a clear one, but Uchiha gets the ball back and puts it in.
Uchiha is absolutely dominating the paint right now, dominating the glass, and he's even got a couple of steals to his name. I'll tell you what, Saudi Arabia are playing the wings incredibly well. So they're not letting any easy passes go to the corner. They must have identified a strength for Lebanon there. That's another risky pass. Stepping up into the contact. Again, who's there? Uchiha with another outlet pass and another quick bucket. Phenomenal teamwork here.
Fast 9 points for them. Getting to a lead of 9 points, that was very fast. But a far pass, which doesn't go through, actually gets intercepted. But
look, if you're Lebanon, you need some points here. You probably want to score once, try and get the ball back, score again. You cannot let this 9-point lead sit at the half. You know, you've got to, here we go. That's more like it. No stick, driving hard to the lane. You'd like to see it. Now, a big defensive stop here is needed just to stay in touch here. No stick with 12 points in the game
again,
already.
Half of the team's points. It's incredible to see the 20-year-old is actually, getting most of the points on the Lebanon side. But not a beautiful dunk.
Well, Uchiha says, you know, Chris, he's got 16 points. He's got half his team's points and 7 rebounds and 3 assists. He is the team leader at the moment. No stick with a good look, but it's a long one. Oh, off the front of the rim. Final 4 seconds of the half here. It's Uchiha, finds a man. Big three. Wow. There he is. He's got an A+ rating. He's got 16 points.
I don't doubt it.
He's got 7 boards, a handful of assists, and a huge finish there for Saudi Arabia. They are leaving nothing to chance here as they get the ball to begin the second. I'll tell you what, we saw easily one of the most dominant comeback performances in the third quarter so far today from Lebanon in the first game.
Maybe they will repeat it.
There we go. Now the chat is trying to coach up Lebanon, we're being told, to say, steady the hand, take it easy, focus, high percentage shots. And I got to tell you, chat, I think you're right. I think they really just got to play to their strengths here. Big alley-oop, reverse dunk.
That's what we're talking about. Show out to play, make it, and then get a beautiful dunk and get those 2 crucial points to lower the grab. But that's a backcourt violation. No, you can't have these.
Yeah.
It's bad.
A little mental error. Now, let's see, can Lebanon, though, make them pay? This is going to be crucial. Look, that could happen to the best of us here. But, yeah, definitely need a bucket here. If you're Lebanon, they took it 1 possession at a time in that first matchup against Saudi Arabia. You're just looking to do the same again.
No stick with the ball. Going to see if he shoots more and gets more points and maybe gets to the 20-pointer right now. But Faraj with the ball still goes to no stick, needs a shot.
Green.
Takes
Beautiful.
it. That's, I think, 2 points there.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Yeah, it wasn't quite the 3 he wanted there, but look, he's on 14 points, 75% shot, field goal percentage right there, 3 assists. And, yeah, he's going to go for the fouls. But that might be his 3rd or 4th personal foul there. You want to be careful, no stick. You don't want to foul out, okay? A lot of game left to play, and the way these 2 teams finished the first game, you know, I wanted an overtime, I'm not going to lie. I wanted our first overtime of the day, but you don't want to get fouled out, let's put it that way. A lot of game left to play.
I like that these green-booted players are defending each other.
Yep.
It really stands out in the field there, but that's a missed shot from Saudi Arabia.
Big
doesn't
board.
help.
Big board, and a quick transition here. We're just a tiny bit delayed.
But a shot goes out, and no stick gets 2 more points. I think it's up to 18 now, and that's
good stuff. It's good stuff. That's
No,
what you wanna
16. I'm
see.
sorry.
16 points. He's got 2 out of 4 threes. You know, I say keep working the high percentage. And another turnover there.
No, that was out of bounds, actually.
Look, it's I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that's Abu who got the backcourt violation and the out of bounds. These are 1 percentage. Saudi Arabia, they did it in the third quarter in the first game. Man open in the corner. Passed up by No Stick, though.
And the same thing goes for Lebanon. Also, like a back-to-back out of bounds.
Look, that's when you're the team captain. You got to say, look, youngster, you're awesome. We love you. You're awesome. But you got to give that pass. You got to give the rock to the corner.
And now there's an actually
big 3.
Quite a hard shot, in my opinion. But, you know, the defender didn't block it properly. And that's how you get a clear shot there. So 11 points ahead is Saudi Arabia, and Fatal with the ball right now. No Stick, again, keeping the ball to himself. Isn't giving passes. Now actually gives one to the captain of the team, Faraj. Which we haven't seen a lot in this game.
It's true. It's true. No Stick pulling up. Green. 3 or 2. I believe that was 2. Okay, foot on the line. Again, though, they're still relevant. They're still in this one. 9 points in the third quarter, but they do need a stop or 2 a little bit further down the line. Hey, no time like the present. You can't fall asleep under the hoop like that, though. Look, I think what we're seeing here is a Saudi Arabia team that really respects this Lebanese team. Yeah, they've played well against them the first time. Faraj with a 3. Steady hand from the captain. So you're seeing Saudi Arabia basically, you know, just taking care of business, being very respectful. But let's see what Lebanon can do on defense here. As Raid has the ball at the top. They're playing the pick and roll game. There's the roll. Another pick. Raid, tough shot, knocks it in.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. This is the slow play, and they actually use it. And I think that's because they do have the experience of playing in the previous tournament with the same team. And you sort of get to know that's a beautiful block there. And it's the Lebanon's ball. What I was continuing on telling is that they have played before, and it's easier for them to communicate with each other. As is to the Lebanon team, they don't have that sort of experience. And I think that's really crucial in these games, especially in these tactics.
Absolutely. So you are at home. Just to update you, you're watching the Middle East Conference, which is going to be a best-of-7 game series. We're interested to hear from chat if they've changed their mind. This is a green stroke right there from No Stick. A best-of-7 series, but all 7 games will be played. Because obviously, these players are representing their national basketball federations. They're representing their countries, playing for countries' pride right here. As good hustle, great hustle from No Stick in the very least. As Ghazi pulls the trigger.
Doesn't actually get it in. It seemed like a clear shot there, but, you know, sometimes happens. And now the ball is Faraj. He shoots a long one, and that should go in. A big 3 for him.
Beautiful. I like that. The captain, he backed it up. He backed it up, and then he drops it in. A 6-point game. Uchia there, passing it out to Raid. Lebanon, if they get another stop here and just have the final say here in the third quarter, then we're going to be set up for an absolute roller coaster of a fourth quarter.
Right with the ball and shoots it. That's an easy 3 for him, in my opinion.
Great look. Look, that is such a pro move right there. And now if you're Lebanon, you need to have the final say here. You've got to finish this quarter with the final bucket. Doesn't need to be a 3, although that would be good.
Just play it safe. Don't lose the ball. That would be my commendation for them. And don't go out of bounds. Bet you did. And
don't
sadly,
don't do a backcourt violation. Oh, No Stick. You can't do it.
And now they just have to keep on to the ball, not give any opportunities for Lebanon to actually get a shot. And that's
6
what
on
they've
the
been doing.
clock.
3, 2, 1.
Ghazi
shoots it, but doesn't get it in.
All right, into the fourth quarter here. Lebanon to inbound the ball. Only an 8-point game. It's tight. It's tight. There's the captain, Faraj. Strokes it deep. It's a long shot, though. Didn't get green. Hard to get green. Good.
Shoots, but gets
great
blocked.
defense. Great defense here. Lebanon showing that they want this game. Faraj in the corner.
That was a bad 3. He didn't release it at the time, but
Good
they
hustle.
still keep the ball. Another 3 and another miss. Now Saudi Arabia finally takes the ball, gives a long pass, and gives it back to the Lebanon.
Good work there from No Stick. I got to tell you, they are passing up points in the paint and high percentage shots to step back and take the 3. I just don't think we're there yet. You got a whole quarter to play here. Take those 2 points. Close the gap a little bit.
what I've seen in Lebanon, he could have gone for the shot right there.
Don't like it. Faraj pulls up though and strokes it. That's nice. You got green. I'm with you. You and I want to see a big old mean dunk and a high percentage shot there.
And what I wanted to say before is that, yes, I don't think I've seen in Lebanon that they've done a lot of dunks. Maybe it's just not their game. They really like to do these 2 shots, but it hasn't been working out. So, you know, maybe try switching it up. You still have 4 minutes to go and 6 points to catch up to. So change up the tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. We haven't seen any pick and roll alley-oop dunks. They're definitely movers and shooters. They don't even like the layups. That is more like it, though. That's what you need. Closing the gap to 4 points, under 4 minutes left. Artis, we got another epic finish here, mate. This is going to be brilliant.
Feeling a little deja vu right now, but the score is lower, so it seems that the players have been playing more carefully this game. You know,
this feels like a classic finals, though, doesn't it? A nice shot right there. Abu just dropping it in. Really nice from the top of the key. And here we go. Faraj moving the ball down the court. Okay, he's got the hot hand right now. Great pass.
Has to shoot. Still waiting on. Tries to give the pass, but it still keeps on into Lebanon because he shot the ball to the opponent.
11 seconds here from the inbound. Wide open Faraj. Oh,
it doesn't get it out.
Oh, maybe just like his eyes got as wide as the rim there. He couldn't believe he was that wide open, but he was. Oh.
These are the clear shots that you haven't gotten, and it's not amazing that you don't get them. You have to take these ones, and another fall from Saudi Arabia. They've been doing these quite a lot.
Yeah, you gotta knock those shots in. On such moments, our match is decided. And look, here they come though. They're still in it. It's not doom and gloom yet. Just under 3 minutes to play. You got a 6-point deficit. Lebanon want a timeout. They want to talk it over. They want to maybe just hold the momentum here, re-grab the momentum. Let's see what they can do off this inbounds.
Good call from Lebanon. I think they really need to take down the pace and play
Faraj,
carefully
green.
and get these 3-pointers.
We love to see it. The captain says, "Don't worry, lads. I've got you this time." And he strokes the 3 there. And here we go.
It's like the captain has woken up, during this second half of the game.
Big time. Good defense, good drive. Oh, and he got a hand up. And now here come Lebanon. Don't need to rush. That's what chat is saying. They're saying, take your time here. No sticks on the ball here.
And you have to take this one.
Yeah,
it's an easy 2 points.
You
1
do.
point lead only for Saudi Arabia. And it just, I can't help it, but it feels like the previous game all over again.
It does. Oh, my God. The mind is getting ready to absolutely blow here. We absolutely have a 1-point game once again. And a good pull-up and a miss, and great hustle there. Mhadani with the quick outlet. Open look. Stroke green.
Fast shot, and Lebanon finally in the lead. And already the second time, it just feels like seriously the previous game, and I can't believe how close it is again.
Amazing stuff there. A captain's basket if ever there was one. And a good rebound and a pass out, and this is great hustle. Faraj has his takeover activated there. He is literally on fire. They need to look to get him the ball as much as possible. Get it into his hand with open looks so he can take the 3s.
He's doing what the captain should do, and he's leading his team to a hopeful victory if they do manage to do so. But careful about the backcourt violation again.
Yeah, and now
but foul.
We're into the bonus here, so No Stick needs to put this away. Does he have ice in those young veins? He does.
Yes. Well, I think it's hot-blooded right now. If it will be ice, it will be a worse part this time. But seriously, I get what you mean.
Yeah, he needs the cool, calm hand at the line, and he's got a turnover. No Stick playing beyond his years.
Play it slow. You have the whole team running back. Faraj with the ball, being hot-headed as can be, but now it's out of bounds.
Oh, look, they do have the 3-point lead here. Okay, 1:16 left. An electrifying finish here. Lebanon trying to get the win over Saudi Arabia.
Ghazi clean. Abu with the ball right now, trying to find a shot. It was almost clear. His player was blocking him, actually, in that moment. But Iuchi gets the ball.
Now, look, I like that. It's a high percentage shot. I like Saudi Arabia playing for that shot. I like the foul. Go and make the big man knock it in. Does he have Shaq hands?
And he's a center. So, you have the chance of him not getting the free throws that easily. But
he knocks him.
He gets only one. Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I was talking about now. Mandani not with the ball. No Stick is with the ball. I'm sorry. Gonna Give an interesting pass. Love to see these. And
Round the back.
47 seconds.
Absolutely. 45 here. A good open look and a big dunk.
Beautiful dunk. Finally, we see a dunk from the Lebanon team.
There you go.
A 4-point lead. That's what you love to see with 40 seconds left. Who will take it?
They have done brilliantly. Now, Saudi Arabia need to show their poise here. They're still very much in this. That's a good look for Abu, but he misses. And an Hadani rebound yet again. That's why he's currently takeover activated. He is on fire because he's eating up the glass.
I think Saudi Arabia is doing the mistake that Lebanon did previously. They're also rushing into things. They're not taking these two-pointers. They're always trying for the three-pointer.
Yep.
I don't think it's the best thing to work for them.
Look, 17.7 seconds left here. We're in the bonus. Again, a cool, calm hand needed here. Oh, it looks as though we're onto an AI player. It looks as though no stick has dropped from the game.
In the last seconds, but still gets both points, so 6 points ahead.
I think that's all she wrote, unless we see some heroics here from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, is that all she wrote?
Raid with the miss. Oh, of course, who with the rebound? But Hadani there, and this is going to be Lebanon's ball. 8 seconds left, 6-point lead. I think that's all she wrote.
I think that's it for this game as well. It's really hard to get these points back, so Faraj is just probably going to be holding on to the ball, maybe doing a last shot at this game. 3, 2, 1. He does it. That's it.
Brilliant game right there. Okay, Artis, we got our wish. We've got a series knotted up, just like the Philippines came back earlier, overcame their first loss to the Australians. We've now seen Lebanon nearly poach a win there from Saudi Arabia in game 1, but Saudi Arabia looked great and held on. And now in that game, Lebanon just brought it back. How did Saudi Arabia lose that one?
I think it all goes down to the fourth quarter. And the thing is, Saudi Arabia was playing too fast. They weren't pacing themselves. They were just rushing into things and trying to get these three-pointers, which you can't always get. It's better to go for a 100% two-pointer than like a 50% three-pointer.
I completely agree. Okay, we're going to have a look at the schedule then, have a look at the games that have been played and the games that are upcoming. So to begin with, the Philippines were down by Australia 70-53. Australia then backed that up with a win 75-61 over Indonesia. The Philippines then came back to beat Indonesia 65-37. Then the Philippines flipped the script there. They win 81-55 over the Aussies, then come back and beat Indonesia. A brave effort from them, 65-50. Then we saw Australia. Actually, we didn't see this one. This was played off air, but the final result there, the Aussies getting the win, Australia 80, Indonesia 59. The first game between Saudi Arabia and Lebanon, Saudi Arabia winning 73, Lebanon 69. And in that game we just witnessed, one of our lowest scoring games, really done well. Lebanon getting the win 56-50 over Saudi Arabia. Now, unfortunately, we couldn't cast on the Ivory Coast Gabon game. However, that is being played off air, and we'll let you know as soon as we have a result there.
But now I think we just have to wait for the next game, which is going to be afterwards, be Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia.
That's right. But before that, we're going to be having an intermission. And then to round out the end of the day there, Gabon versus Ivory Coast, Saudi Arabia versus Lebanon, and then Ivory Coast versus Gabon. Yeah, let's have a look at the standings here now. Yeah, and there we go. So the Philippines with that point differential, we did mention at the very top of the stream and the start of the competition, point differential may play a key role here. So both Australia and the Philippines at the moment, if the finals were to begin right now, would be playing in a best-of-3 final. Indonesia, though, still do have absolutely mathematically a chance, but they do need to start winning tomorrow.
It's you know, statistically speaking, it's hard.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible, but it actually, the production says it is impossible.
Oh, no.
So they can't win anymore, but the good thing that they can still do is play great games and, you know, at least win some games.
Yeah, absolutely. All the games are going to be played out.
Yeah, definitely.
These are players now representing their nations, and they're playing for pride every time they pull on the digital jersey. Okay, now we're going to have a look at the Middle East standings here. So after 2 games right here, Lebanon, well, at the moment with the +2 point differential, which is brilliant. Now, actually, though, this is quite simply a best-of-7 series. It's that simple. All 7 games will be played, but obviously the team that gets 4 wins will be crowned the champion of the conference. But I got to tell you, that is looking like a tight conference, and I, for one, am ecstatic.
That is true, and we saw these games, and they were so close that I'm so excited for the next games and for tomorrow to see how are they going to be happening.
Absolutely. So we are now going to have an intermission. I'm Chris Simpson. This has been Artis. That was a fun couple of games to call there. And look, go get your snacks, your bio breaks, get taken care of, and then come back for more FIBA Esports Open action after this intermission.
Fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Our people perish due to lack of knowledge, not in macroeconomics, but of God's solid promise. More relevant today than it can never be tomorrow. And we don't fear your pistol, so that tip you want is hollow. Hoping the resurrection, so that pit you dig is shallow. Reaching for it's easy, cause the best of leaders follow. Call me the harbinger, tool in the hand of the carpenter. That is stereotypes in the way that they like to market us. Fist up for my people that ain't pride is solidarity. Truth is a rarity. We don't deal with your relativity. We want for certain, and we don't want your bread and circus. Power the eyes, people with implication and purpose. Bigger than pound symbols and phrases without spaces. Timelines updated with prophetic application. Grinding from the basement, but we always been fly. Reaching for that maturation, cloud 7-8.
Yes, where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On cloud nine, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him. If they yes, where I'm at, tell them I'm right here. I stand beside a giant that resides no fear. Oh no, I never ride so low. I hear them cry, hold on, we gon' fly. On cloud nine, we go so high. Can't bring us down, we so fly. Hold on, I know it won't be long until we see his face. It was well worth the wait when we meet him in the sky.
Can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more. I can't hold it back no more. Yeah. Know you got a lot to give, yeah. I've been on the longest trip. I know I did you wrong, I did. I tried to get along, I did. I don't wanna lie. Are you right or die? Got me like bye. Whoa. I can't let it go when the moment passes. I guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back. I can't hold it back no more. No more. No more. No more. No more.
I've been stuck too long in this traffic, yeah. All these people fake, yeah, they plastic, yeah. Now I feel like Shaq with the magic, yeah. Now I feel like Messi with the hat trick. I've been waiting now for this too dang long. You ain't know me back then, please don't ever hit my phone. I don't sign no merch, I need my name up in that stone. I've been on the road, I swear I do not got a home, yeah. I can't let it go when a moment passes. Guess I'm only average. Blessings always come, but they go the fastest. I can't hold it back no more.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
T-Vision with the optics. Boy, I'm making magic when I'm looking down the scope. Y'all boys acting out of pocket. I be in the cockpit, flying over coast. Sell your soul for the profit. Instagram likes, clicks on the video. You can miss me with the gossip. All that clap trap, you can leave it at the door. Meet me in the end zone. She didn't want a friend zone. Now I got a dime like woo. Me and my kinfolk, get it like tenfold. We ain't got no worries, no. Timmy, he don't need a limelight. He wants you to find Christ. He give you the divine sight. Whoa. 2020 hindsight, pull me up the sideline. Now I'm making highlights. Woo.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If you pick a team, little homie, win the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
My team don't know what the beat is. When you see me flexing with them dubs on swole. Now I see these rappers wanna be friends. All up in my inbox, steady blowing up my phone. Boy, Ben Wallace with the defense. Blocking up the boards, but I gritted up the fro. You know it's street light season. Nothing they can do to stop us reaching all our goals. I step into the goal line, praise to the most high. Watch me hit the vote like, Only got the gang as a cosign. White that is so fine, know about the kissing like, Boy, I'm Chef Rizzy with the sauce though. Got it on a gold like I'm Costco. Know I got a condo in the gospel. Team strong, everybody hot roll. Trying to get some queso with these nachos.
No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If we picking teams, little homie won the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way. No way, no way. Rolls up on the pedal, little homie, no way. Move all week, little homie, no breaks. Lighten up the streets just for the city's sake. Roll with the beast, yeah, I know his face. If we picking teams, little homie won the place. Us be defeated, little homie, no way, no way, no way. Little homie, no way, no way.
What it do? 5 in the morning and I got my mind on loop. I never sleep cause they smoke up in the Bugatti. I woke up in the coupe. It's a G. 35 gin and juice where I woke up feeling like Snoop. And the whole team ready about the action and we didn't come to loot. Now we didn't come to lose. A certified polymath, I am living proof. And I just kick it, I do my business, and then I visit the obituary when I hit the booth. And I did it all on my own, cause nobody showed me no love. But now they say, damn man, he's grown. You should've known. Now what is to come? They say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They don't really got that buzz. So we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem. It's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. And it is what it is, so why you so mad at me, lad? But there's so many rappers that they all started calling me dad. You wanna battle me, somebody will end up dead. And I'm bored with the flow, oars in a boat, he better roll to death row before his boat never sail. I'm getting better still, old money, old bread, guess I like it better still. And she's on me, dog, and I don't wear designer cause I got a better sell. You peons can be on my level, I'm clever, so be gone. I know you see the lights flash neon, bright as hell, light a bell. But we don't save these hoes. And these girls bad as hell, so we say, oh Lord. They don't really do it like us. They don't really live that life. They don't really got that buzz, so we say, oh Lord. Carpe diem, it's about time that they see how many days that I've been seasoned. And right now I'm like my mama always told me just to go for it. Every time they see me, they say, oh Lord. We don't hear that jargon, what you talking about? It's my time, time to take my targets out. Make a move, pray to God you dodge a tune. Cause when I make a move, I tell everybody, move, bounce.
Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy. When you tryna eat, I producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man. Ay, every day been making plans. Ay, they don't really understand. Ay, gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam. Yeah, only worried about the fans. Yeah, I won't compromise the brand. Yeah, I've been saving up the bands. Whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Untethered, incapable of leaving the present moment and unable to embrace the future.
Remember when there were no MP3s but CDs? Didn't care about germs, no concern of disease. Street lights came on, we high-fived and we leave. Back in the days it wasn't so hard to believe that I would wake up as the Black Power Ranger, never scared of danger. Snapping my fingers to the beat of my drum, became addicted to fun. We would fight with our hands, never needed a gun. We would gladly chill in the house, play mom and daddy. The greatest feeling was when nobody could ever tag me. So happy, not being the last to be chosen, to run to the candy lady to buy us a Frozen. We were just kids up to no good. Remember the first time you watched Boys in the Hood? Rat tail in the back while my barber fades me. Do you remember when? Yes, no, maybe.
You would hear a song you like, and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when you would write a letter to your girlfriend, and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys.
Yeah.
Remember G.I.
Hey yo, I wrote the shit up all day. A long stay in the hallway. Harking back to an era of the tape play. Hitting on the track well, on the max cell. With the spitting the beginning of a rap tale. Elastic scoop the loop shine vividly. In due time produce rhyme synergy. And for the longest caught the blinking of the torment. Till England of performance still thinking of us dormant. And so it be, who hold close and kept dear. We're left there, won't know folks by next year. For ties cut, invest shares, perplex peers. Rise up and flex fear, for hex snares. For rest cheer, know we did it for a purpose. Poem of a kid who never did scratch surface. Until we own it, respect the craft for proponents. Cause it ain't over till the song.
Remember what? You would hear a song you like, and you felt like it was about your life. Remember when?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. FIBA Esports Open II here. The hype is real. The games are intense and close as they can get, really. I mean, those Saudi Arabia, Lebanon matches previously
Ooh, absolutely epic. It's good to have you back on the table here as the lead host and once again co-hosting for you. Mate, that was a fantastic finish there.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously a lot of national pride on the line here for all the countries involved. Everyone participating got an invite from FIBA themselves. All the teams that were able to confirm can be seen here today. Now, before we proceed with the games, we have a few interviews to take care of. And the first one is going to be with Saudi Arabia with none other than Uchiha or Fuad, whatever you prefer. So hopefully we can get him on the call soon enough and hear exactly what went down behind the scenes there and just in general how the guys are feeling. So Uchiha, hello, and do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
All right, happy days. Please let us know. Last time around, you were the winners of your conference. This time around, again, national pride is on the line. What does it feel like to represent your country so many times on an international stage?
Of course, we feel great. We represent our country in this event for the second time, and we hope to do it well, yes.
Okay. And what are your plans now going up against Lebanon? What are the key areas you feel like you should improve upon to secure that victory?
Yeah, I think we need to improve our defense. It's a little bit down, so we need to make it hard. And the Lebanon team got very good shooters. Yes, as you see, the shooters for them very good. So we will tight defense, yes, for these shooters.
All right, so defense improvement is the name of the game here for Saudi Arabia, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. We noticed that, look, Lebanon came in with a completely new starting five. One of the burning questions we had in production pre-show was, were you actually familiar with any of the new players? Were you able to scout them at all?
Sorry, again?
So, a completely new lineup, a new starting five for Lebanon. So, they changed their lineup entirely from the FIBA Esports One. Were you able to scout were you able to scout any of their players? Were you able to find any footage or have a look at them?
No. They are very good now, better than before. So we need to improve our game now. Yes.
No, that's a really, really fair point. Now, look, I have a fun question for you. Okay, now Z Ration, who says he is obviously he's a paint beast and a center on your team. And he says that his fun fact is he can never miss a three-pointer. So my question for you is, have you ever seen him miss a three-pointer? Does he ever even take three-pointers? Is it an in-joke?
I didn't see anything until now.
Okay, exposed. And maybe who is the best three-point shooter in real life on the team?
On real life, on our team, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Mahir. He's playing a point guard.
Brilliant. Okay, there we go.
We know who's the real winner here.
Yeah, you see?
All right, Uchiha, well, thank you very much. You have games up and coming, so we're not going to distract you too long. Thank you for tuning in, and I'm sure we'll get another chance to speak soon.
Okay, we see you again. See you.
All right, well, you heard it from the man himself. The only thing that they need to improve upon is defense, and that's exactly what we're going to see as the next match, again, is going to be played between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia. And I just like the rivalry that's building between these two, right?
Look, it's absolutely becoming an instant rivalry, which is great. And now we have the other side as well.
Exactly. So Shadi is going to be on the call here from the Lebanon side, and let's hear from the man himself. What are their thoughts as soon as we connect to the call here? And I mean, as well, Lebanon doing just such a great job with such a fresh lineup here. And I'm really impressed.
Yeah, me too. And you can see they've got a lot of respect from their opponents, the Saudi Arabians.
Okay, Shadi, hello. And do you hear us?
Hey, guys. I hear you very well.
All right, cool. So fresh new lineup. And let me know what the feelings are like for this set of new players now representing the national pride of Lebanon.
Exactly. Well, like, all of us, like, we're around 5 to 6 new players. We have an amazing head coach as well, and it's like a completely new roster for this national team. Much better than it was before.
Yeah, well.
So the black horse, as they call us.
Okay, exactly. So, do you think now that this new lineup is going to be the key to your success in winning over Saudi Arabia? Because you had like 2 close games now, and what are your thoughts? Like, do you have some sort of trump in the cards, so to say.
Well, as I said, we're still new. We're still getting to know each other. We're doing well. We've been training for the past week or two. The Saudi team is really good. We're facing a very hard opponent, and hopefully it will be. I think all matches will be a bit of tight matches. So I hope we will get the W out of the remaining games.
Well, it makes for a good show, right?
Absolutely. Look, it was brilliant to watch. A lot of fun to cast on. I hope you go back and rewatch, see the replays. We had a blast calling it. A lot of excitement in that game. Look, they give me the fun questions. Okay, yeah. So your fun fact is that you fall asleep playing video games. Okay, and so I want to give you a platform right now to tell the world as they watch why they shouldn't sleep on this Lebanese team.
Well, we have, as I said, we're all, yes, we're new players, but we have the passion. We want to win, and we do play video games. We've been playing the NBA 2K since last year, but we didn't know about the FIBA Esports when it happened at the first one. So now we are into it. So everyone, you have to log in to FIBA Sports channel and watch that Lebanese team, hopefully beating the Saudi team that are a bit more experienced than us.
Absolutely. And then I got another fun one for you. The youngest member of your team, No Stick, he says he's a chef in the kitchen and on the court as well. So I got to ask you, let's say you do win the conference. Where are you taking your team? What are you going to be eating as a celebratory meal?
Well, hopefully we will see this with our coach.
So coach gets to decide where you go for the team victory meal, yeah?
Yeah, he should decide where we get to go to victory. Brilliant. And No Stick is really an amazing player. He's the youngest, but he's the most experienced one.
Brilliant. All right. Well, I mean, I think that's about it in terms of time that we have for this interview. Shadi, once again, a huge thank you for tuning in, and best of luck to you in your future games, and hopefully we get to see more close matches.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Right. Well, I am very keen to get the ball rolling really between these two guys. So Saudi Arabia and Lebanon are preparing to face off yet again against each other. And yeah, just a quick reminder, one more time, in this conference, the Middle East Conference, it is a 7-game series. 2 games already have been played.
Yep.
Either team has managed to grab a victory for themselves. So this just makes it so much more interesting.
It does. It's just like your typical kind of league finals that you see all around the world, for all these national federations, best of 7 series. But we will play all 7 games no matter what. But listen, here's hoping. We'll only play 3 today, play 4 tomorrow. Here's hoping, though, that it comes down to a game 7. I got to tell you, that's just being greedy.
No, but yeah, I am completely on board with that. The nail-biter finals is always what everyone really is hoping for. And from a viewer's perspective as well, that's probably the best case you can hope for. For the nerves on the players' sides,
we empathize with the players. We get it.
Yes.
But you know what I loved about those 2 interviews we just did there was you could see a lot of mutual respect between the teams. And Saudi Arabia showing a lot of respect to the Lebanese because they are the reigning conference champions. But I got to say, those 2 team captains represented their countries incredibly well. That was really great.
Sports, man, keeping it clean and keeping it sportsmanlike, and that's what it's all about here in FIBA Esports Open II. So I believe the players are starting to gradually join the game, so I'm sure that we'll be able to do so as well. In the meantime, though, let me hear from production. Can we have a look at the versus screen and see the lineups for these 2 teams? Just a moment here as we transition onwards. And so on the side of Lebanon, you're going to see Mo Fatal, Rabi Hassan, Esfaraj, and Madani, as well as No Stick, the youngster that you pointed out there. And on the side of Saudi Arabia,
we've got Axeman, Reaction, Abu, Ochia, the captain we just spoke to, and Raid 27. And listen, I love the hustle on defense. I don't think we've seen as many steals as we've seen the Saudis make than any other team. More steals than any other team. I gotta say, I like the way that they calmly handled game 1, and they nearly they were right in game 2 as well. But Lebanon just etched out a victory there. Really impressive.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. For Lebanon as a fresh lineup, getting those early victories in and getting those early wins is definitely an easier way how to work upon your momentum, especially with a fresh lineup, as they've mentioned now multiple times beforehand. And as well, I think they said like a week, 2 weeks before that they started practicing. So that's a really good performance so far for such a narrow time gap in which you need to, first of all, understand all of your team players, at least for the one that's making the calls. That would be one essential part. Second part is, of course, how these players can interact between each other. And what's the communication even like? Was, you know, you throw in five people that are not that in-depth familiar with each other. That will leave its footprint on the playing field because, you know, for you to have an amazing, flawless game and a nice flow of the game as well, you guys really need to be like in a friendly environment. You need to become friends almost in game as well as real life in order for you to get that extra edge on top, to understand each other from half a word that's being said.
I think communication is key. Look, you, out of the two of us, you are the former esport athlete who's represented at a national level. And I think one thing that Faraj touched upon in his interview was the coaching side of it. I think it looks a lot like a real-life national basketball team that brings players together, and you only get to come together before a tournament for a really finite period of time where you have to, like you said, get on the same page as quickly as possible. I always think that the best coaches pull that off. And whether it's bonding, communication styles, or really even just simplifying game plans, I think that's what we're seeing here.
Yeah. Well, I think we do have a game, so let's not waste any more time. Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia up next. Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia. Lebanon here in the white and red jerseys, and you can see that they posted themselves quite the threat there.
Yeah, and look, okay, so we've got a jersey switch, you know, so our job is made a little bit more complicated. I really am liking the green of the Saudi Arabia team here. That is looking solid to me right there. And, of course, the green boots, you know.
Hey, you got to match. You got to match, right?
There we go. Look at the goggles on M. Hadani. He was absolutely just brilliant in that last game there. And it looks like Lebanon have won the opening toss all 3 games.
And going for an easy layup there. Unfortunately, that bounces out. A very long pass, and somehow Axman makes it in time. Now Abu in position. Long three-pointer. That is good, and opening things strong here for the Saudi Arabian side with a quick three-pointer. Only 20 seconds into the game. Now, of course, Lebanon looking to set up a play of their own as now No Stick in possession of the ball. Goes closer into the paint. Jump shot.
Oh, 2 good contested shots here. The Saudi Arabians are really getting up on the Lebanese players and just putting a hand up, making sure that's difficult. Can I just mention, this is why NBA 2K's Pro-Am is to get a corner 3 and it's in. Ooh. And a quick 6-point lead here for Saudi Arabia. Can I just say why the NBA 2K Pro-Am game mode is so good?
Please do.
Look at the color of both the 3-point line and the key line. And even the net and the hoop. Saudi Arabia, excuse me, Lebanese colors looking brilliant there.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Absolutely,
right?
It just looks great, and that's what's so cool about this game mode. Anyway, another low percentage shot miss that time for Lebanon, and a quick lead for the Saudis here.
Yeah, I would say just some unfortunate bounces. No real chance really to contest for the rebound there, as well as now Abu in control. 5 seconds on the shot clock, goes for a jump shot, safe distance is there from the free throw line, and a timeout called here for the Lebanon side. 8-0 so far, and Lebanon are yet to put up a point here in this first quarter. At this stage, and if I were Lebanon, I wouldn't be too worried about how the match has begun. As a famous person has once said, it's about how you finish.
Yep, exactly.
Not how you start.
But look, an 8-0 start is a pretty good way for Saudi Arabia to come out here. But yeah, don't panic. And another contested shot, though.
And another unfortunate bounce there. Did Axman? Oh, my God. My eyes are starting to deceive me. I literally was about to ask, no way did he
No way he
manage
catches
to like
that.
catches that one. Okay, two ridiculous passes is enough in a span of 2 minutes for me.
Absolutely, and here is No Stick with the rock right here. Open in the corner.
Fatal, wide open three. Ooh. And it's good. And finally, some decent points on the board here for Lebanon.
Yes, Mo Fatal with the fatal shot from the corner. That is nice to see. And they're on the board, and that's great. And here we go. Oh, a little reach-in foul. I got to tell you, though, I think I've seen some of the best hustle on defense we've seen today between these two teams, which is why I don't mind those fouls at all. And you got the fouls to give, and we've only seen them go to bonus once. So have at. Try get those steals.
Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you don't get carried too away.
Ooh.
Otherwise, if you follow the ball too much, you might leave an opening for the Saudi Arabia
to
true. Just abuse your defense like that. Now, in the meantime, though, ball in possession for Lebanon, going close there, and that's going to be another reach and foul. But I would say justified. It looked like he was just about to make a shot.
Yep.
So putting a slight pause on there.
Oh,
an instant three-pointer doesn't go through, but the rebound is still good. No stint comes in possession, and that is another reach and foul this time around. So you can see that Saudi Arabia literally quoting themselves on their own words there and working on defense like there is no tomorrow, as if this would be the very last game, and that's probably the best mentality to have there. But what a big dunk coming out from Lebanon.
Hamadani there slamming it home. Two-handed dunk with authority. That's a statement dunk right there, and now they're back on defense. Oh, but they give it up. Big block.
Holy, that was needed for sure. Not allowing for Saudi Arabia to extend their lead. However, No Stick now with the rebound, holding on to the ball. Finds an opening for himself, can go for a play, decides to hit the brakes there. Pass over to Madani. What a dunk.
So he's getting blocks at one end. He's getting big two-handed authority dunks at the other end. You love to see it.
Yeah, and just a minute and a half ago, Saudi Arabia was in the lead with essentially no points answered by the Lebanon side, and now just 3 points left in the lead for Saudi Arabia, as they're still looking to find the best position for a shot. He could have gone for it there, unfortunately decided to play it out. And a second, will this be a shot clock violation?
Big block.
Yeah.
That is solid defense from Lebanon. And you couldn't ask, since they called that timeout to stop the momentum, they've come out and they've outscored Saudi Arabia. Lebanon have 7-2. You can't ask for much better. Oh!
What a play there. Fatal, unfortunately, didn't manage to really put it in there till the very end. However, an excellent try at that.
Imagine. That was his easiest look of the game, and he couldn't get green. Oh, beautiful. All green right there from Abu, and that's more like it from the Saudi Arabia team here.
Yeah, and I was behind the scenes there for a brief moment, so if you could point out on the Saudi Arabia side, which player are we following more closely here? Who put up the biggest spike beforehand?
Oh, in the previous matches?
Yeah.
I would say that, look, Uchihi, the captain, gave a really good job, but Raid has been solid as a rock. And actually, Abu's made some good plays as well. He had a little bit of an off game, a couple of turnovers there. Green here from No Stick as he drops in three. We got a close game. 41 seconds left in the first quarter here. 13-10. Another low-scoring affair. Let's see. Can the Saudi Arabia team answer? Reaction? Oh, no.
It bounces out. Still, they get the rebound, though. So
good putback.
Making sure that they correct their errors, that they mistake. But even though it looked like to be a perfect shot, to be honest, from my perspective. Now, Hassan puts up a layup there.
Great drive.
Easy two. And again, coming back to get the option of getting an easy two-pointer, make sure it happens.
You got to take it, and I think that's how they actually won the last game, Lebanon. So take those high percentage shots when they're on offer, just like that. Nice dunk.
I think Lebanon's defense there slightly fell asleep, so to say, because Abu was able to just walk past, so perhaps the focus was censored towards a different part of the arena. However, 5 more seconds only remaining in the first quarter here, and a steal coming through, fast play, and a throw over the half-court line, almost makes it in, and the first quarter is going to be over with Saudi Arabia in the lead. 17-12 so far, and an interception there.
And then he steps out of bounds.
Yeah.
Unlucky. Oh, no, he's going to get this back. Nice. Okay, interesting call.
Yeah.
Faraj has an open look. That's green. That's 2. I mean, great start for Lebanon.
I would have questions if he would have missed that shot.
Rightly so. That was a great start there. A lot of hustle.
And
look,
you know, slight facepalm for the Saudi side. An early mistake like that can be very costly. Luckily for them, it's only the beginning of the second quarter here, and having those 2 points on top now, 20 to 14, so 6-point lead right now for the Saudi Arabia side. Not much, but doable. Faraj, wide open three.
Boom.
Where's the defense?
Absolutely great question right there. And it was a point of emphasis for the Saudis, and you're leaving the best shooter. And they even mentioned that the good shooters in the interview that we had. There's no stick, not afraid to get physical, to try and get that ball out of there. I like that. I really love the tenacity from the youngest player on the Lebanese team.
Yeah, reaction back to Abi. Back to reaction. Still Abu in control of the ball. 10 seconds.
Oh, wow.
That was a bit of a screen there as well coming in from his teammate. So good job in terms of setting your star player to be able to put that three-pointer in there.
We just need to tell everybody at home, believe us when we say what you just saw is hard to do. That was a great play there. Great assist there. Hamdani nailing another dunk home.
And I think, here it might be just the way how Lebanon should approach this. They should just add a bit more passes to their game, get the defensive line out of position for Saudi Arabia, and then make sure you get that easy two. And it's actually going to be out of bounds here as well. So Saudi Arabia's ball. It seems that these two teams are very keen for the far pass.
They really are. They're all about getting those quick hustle, quick transition baskets right there.
It's pretty much just trying to catch your opponent with his pants down, really, at this stage.
Pretty much. Great offensive board there from the captain, slamming it home with authority yet again there. I got to tell you, this is a tight game. I'm enjoying it, mate. This is fantastic.
Oh, for sure. I mean, and it has to be absolutely encouraging for the new players, and coming in with the big threes like that. Lebanon are setting themselves up for a bit of a comeback right now. Not far to go. Only 3 more points. Right, somehow goes through there. Axton now.
Only 2, but he drops it home. Really, really nice.
Yeah, that was a far two-pointer.
And again, the skill we're seeing here, as we see some of the games that have already occurred on the right-hand side there, really, really impressed with this this Middle East conference. So very tight games. Great drive. Mo Patel can't drop it in. Good board from Hamdani, though. Kicks it back out.
Hassan over. Great. Still not going in. The rebound now in the hands of Saudi Arabia. Fast return on the attacking side now as Abu almost went in for a shot, but didn't make it in time. If he would have been like half a second sooner, that would have been a free throw already.
Yeah, definitely. But look, a good look from no stick there. Again, the transition is great, though. They're playing high-end basketball.
And they need to, because they're currently tied in the standings. 3 points for either side. Long three, wide open, and Saudis again continue with their rampage of three-pointers. And I mean, it looks like that they might continue doing just the same thing, finding Abu in a favorable position, giving him the ball over, allowing him to take those three-pointers.
So Faraj passed up an easy layup there to go for a lower percentage shot. But I got to tell you, what I'm really loving is when the green lights up for the Saudi Arabia team with the green uniforms as well. It's making a lot of sense to me. It really is. Good drive here from Uchiari, and he's just pulled up the ball a tiny bit. Now we're onto the feed that doesn't have audio, so apologies for there. And a good timeout from Saudi Arabia here.
Yeah, so 30 to 22, 8 points are missing in Lebanon's pocket right now. It's still 1 minute and 45 seconds are remaining. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Abu needs to find an opening soon enough here. I feel like Mahima just go for a fast play. Screen set up, goes for a three, long one, and the ball bounces again, but the rebound is still good in the hands of Reaction. Alley-oop. Oh, and it looks like we have a dropped player on the Saudi Arabia side. So AI player joins in. He's like, don't worry, I got this.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, Hassan back over to no stick. Holding on to the ball slightly too long. And now back to Rabe. On to Reaction. Reaction puts a big pause there on the attack. It's over back to Raid.
And it looks like Uchiha is actually the player. The captain has been the one who's dropped here. So
yeah.
As Raid just drops in another three. Wow, well, they're pulling away, aren't they?
They're pulling away with 4 members now playing, as the 5th one is AI controlled here. And I mean, look, making the best of a bad situation, I suppose. Very long pass. It actually connects. Can go for a dunk there. Plays around the hoop as much as he wants. Passes it out. Doesn't go in. Still the ball in possession of Reaction. A long two-pointer. A difficult shot to take as well. It was slightly twisted. And now Hassan can go for...
Ooh, a tough pass again along the baseline there.
Medic!
Medic. They're getting picked up a lot. He's going to need a Band-Aid after that. Timeout for Lebanon here. They have got to have the final say in this half. I must say, 37 seconds left. They got to get a bucket here.
At least one. Just for the sake of pride there. Another interception almost coming through. Hassan still in possession of the ball. 33 seconds remaining in the second quarter. Goes for a layup. Still somehow the ball doesn't go in. What's happening?
Unlucky.
And now Saudis in the return. You need to get those in.
That is pretty interesting stuff. Look, you know what that is, though? That's hustle plays on defense. You know, that means that they have a badge there that is making it a tougher shot for when they put up a hand and making a contested shot, and it's working really well for them here. But look, Lebanon, got to finish strong right here. Got to have a bucket.
You got to have to do that. 13-point deficit right now. 13 seconds only remaining. Hassan can go for three. Pass over to Faraj. Can go back to Hassan if he needs to. Decides to hold on. Goes for a pass, and that doesn't go through. 3 seconds remaining, and Saudi Arabia on the returning foot now goes for three. And oh my God, it's good with 0.2 seconds remaining. Saudis are in the lead. Saudi Arabia 38 to Lebanon 22, and Saudis having a man down, still making sure that they take advantage of every single ball position they can get their hands on. Long pass over to Reaction here, fast pass over back to Abu. He's still again lingering around this three-point line, and just defense, please don't give him openings like what I just saw beforehand there, because it's gonna end up badly for you. Now near the free throw line. Manages to somehow still get so close. The dribble work on this man is insane. 3 seconds, takes the shot, jump shot from right elbow there, and gets it in as well. 40 to 22, wasting maximum amount of time for Lebanon, and ends up being resultive at the end of it as well. What else can you ask for?
That was brilliant. I mean, the way the ball traveled there is no stick pulls up on the three. This is getting into danger zone. Big dunk there.
Axman just axes it in and makes sure that you really feel this one, and taking the 20-point lead already. Lebanon are struggling to recover from this one. A steal comes through as well. It's 3 against 1 in the defense. What can you do? Goes for a layup. That misses.
Close. Good contested shot. Good hustle from Lebanon. What I like is they're not giving up. You need a bucket here if you're Lebanon. There it is. Beautiful three-pointer. Stroking it from the corner. You love to see it. That's what they need here. They're down 17, but you know something? They're the only team so far that has clawed back from being down 17.
Hey, I'm a huge believer in comeback stories, so I'm not going to write off Lebanon just yet. I'm pretty sure that they can recoup themselves, and really what they need right now more than anything is unity. If you look at their defense, it looks like all the players are trying to make individual plays happen, but that doesn't collide with this being a team sport, right?
Yeah, exactly. You're right. They've got to get on the same page. They've just got to take it one possession at a time. That is what they did really well in Game 1 versus Saudi Arabia. And we're hearing that we're actually going to be playing. We're going to be seeing them play immediately again after this as well. So I tell you what, they're giving us a whole bunch of action-packed games in a row here in the Middle East Conference. Look at this, 19 points. They've just got to take it, as I say, one possession at a time here. Just one foot in front of the other. Don't look at the peak. Walk up the mountain. Get it done. And here's Faraj from the corner.
Almost shows it how it should be done.
Big rebound.
What a rebound there. Coming out now, Faraj again in possession of the ball. Long pass over to Hassan. Goes for a jump shot. That's a shooting foul, and that's going to be a free throw chance for Lebanon to even the scoreline more.
I don't hate that move right there. I think that's the right option. As long as you're scoring points, you're remaining relevant, and that's important here. And he'll knock these down.
Of course, it's as important as ever to make sure that these shots go through.
And they do. That's what we want right here. Okay, so 17-point deficit. One play at a time. Saudi, though, need to just have the steady guiding hand here as we see good ball movement and a big alley-oop dunk.
All right.
They are alley-oop dunking to the AI player. Oh, my God.
AI knows what time it is, and it's dunk time. So Now the Saudis again still in possession here as Axum just goes forward, passes over to the AI, and AI is like, "This is what I was programmed to do."
That's it. I've been sent back in time to dunk.
Yeah, exactly. Well, all jokes aside, Lebanon are trying their best right now, but I think a bit of a breather during these foul moments is required, and perhaps a word or two out of one of the more vocal players on the team should be like, guys.
Yeah.
Look, we're losing out on defense here, clearly. We're not making our shots. We're not getting those rebounds in as well. We just need to start to focus on one area so that others can start to benefit from that.
Yeah, and look, what Saudi Arabia have done, that's green right there from Faraj. Nice pull-up. You'd like to see that be a three. But look, what Saudi Arabia have done the last 2 games is they've got a little lackadaisical. They've taken their foot off the gas, and they've given up big leads. And so now what you want to see is that killer instinct just to finish out the game, close it out, keep scoring, don't take it for granted, and get the dub. And that's what they need here. And shots just like that.
Yeah,
high
exactly.
percentage, take some time off the clock, high percentage shot.
All right, well, minute and 25 seconds still remaining in the third quarter here. Hassan can go. Why? Okay, so he could have gone easily for a play there, but still decides to pass the ball over. And this is what is sometimes hard for us to understand looking here from quote-unquote sidelines.
Yeah.
Would be that, is this a call that's being made, or is that an individual decision?
Well, look, it's more than likely it's a nice alley-oop layup right there. Lebanon going to take a timeout here because it is getting away from them well and truly here. 23-point lead at this stage. But look, it's also a game of instincts, and it is a very fast-moving game. If you feel like someone is going to actually fill the lane, then you want to pull up and give off a pass, but nobody did, so you're dead right. He should have taken it. I want to see him drive. Another nice shot from the captain, Faraj, right there.
And keeping things relevant still for Lebanon's side, and I think as well if there are any Lebanon viewers out there that perhaps can share some insights what their team could do here to improve their scoring, that will be definitely helpful afterwards, because surely the players will look back at the games and see what the people were saying as well. In the meantime, though,
great boards, really good boards. Mo Fatau has to knock that in, though. Great hustle here from Faraj, though. Mo Fatau had another look. Here's no stick. And look, if there's one player that you can believe in can bring him back here, and by the way, they're in the bonus here, so they're going to shoot free throws. If there's one player that could probably start to stroke it, it is no stick and Faraj, the captain. You never know, but they're going to have to hurry up. Only 27 seconds left in the third quarter.
Correct, yeah. And I mean, at least so far here, they're starting to finish off on a better note than the second quarter. So I have still some inner faith left in me that Lebanon can claw their way back into this. And it's exactly as you say, comeback stories start very slow, and that's exactly what we were talking about, just making sure that you can profit on the opportunities that are presented to you here.
Definitely.
7 more seconds remaining here in the third quarter. Long pass over to Faraj. Goes for a shot. Oh, that was close there. Madani over to his teammate, but that didn't. Well, not enough time there.
Yeah, right. Okay, listen, if they come back and win this one, if they come back from 19 points down in the fourth quarter, I think coach will take them wherever they want to go for celebratory dinner. This is pretty massive right here. But do remember, this is a best-of-7 game series where all 7 games will be played. First, obviously, the team to get 4 wins is going to be crowned the champion. But this is pretty exciting. It's a bit more lopsided than we wanted.
Yeah, but look, now it's only a 17-point difference. Lebanon managed to secure an easy 2-pointer there again. Yeah. And again and again and again, these things start to reoccur here. And if it happens a few more times, I think the Saudis' defense side is going to start to crumble a bit more. What a recovery there.
Great offensive board. I mean, he missed a wide-open 3, and you're thinking, if you're Lebanon, hey, this is brilliant. We got a chance here. But that was a pretty good offensive board. And now, Mo Fatau, I'm not a big fan of that shot right there. I'm a big fan of, no stick and Faraj working their way open. Like right there, that's a good look. 3 points.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Green.
Looks correct, feels correct. Yep. And, of course, the shot itself is great there as well.
You bet. And then we go. And just to remind the folks at home, you can see the upcoming game on the right-hand side. We're going another big 3 there dropped in by Saudi Arabia. We're going straight into match number 4 between these two. And, so far, they haven't failed to deliver. This has been pretty epic. A little lopsided in this one, but I also feel as though maybe Lebanon got a tiny bit unlucky.
Well, slightly perhaps there now. Very long pass over to Raid. Back to Abu. Another three-pointer opportunity. That bounces out. No stick in possession of the ball. Can go for a fast play here. Just play till the end, Mana. You got this. Passes over back to Faraj. Faraj stuck in the corner there. Already two defensive players in front of him. Finds an opening for himself. Decides to play a long turnaround there. Madani now puts a layup. That's not good. And the rebound taken away by the AI player. What a high alley-oop pass there. Unfortunately, didn't greet his teammates.
Yeah, a rare alley-oop in this game. We haven't really seen too many of them. But look, right now, Saudi Arabia in the driver's seat. Oh, broken ankles there. Does he get it? Oh, he does it. That would have been picture perfect.
That would have been epic. Like, if that's the definition of ankle breaking there. Now, Raid in possession of the ball. So far, been relatively quiet this match, I would say. I would be expecting a bit more from him. Reaction puts up a three-pointer of his own, and they just simply can't find a hoop. As good enough. Faraj right underneath the basket. The ball is going to leave out of the hands of Saudi Arabia. So Lebanon still in possession with 18 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Plenty of time to set yourself up for a play. I would say perhaps a fast screenplay into a three-pointer would be something that should be taken into consideration here. It looks like they're trying to do exactly that.
Definitely. Look, I you know what I would call this game? I would call it the game of missed opportunities here for Lebanon. They've passed up on some wide open, high percentage shots, and they just haven't made their shots when they're shooting. And look, that's what it comes down to. And it's really easy. Big rejection right there. It's really easy to call it from the commentary booth, okay? These guys are playing at such an incredible tempo and pace. And you really are talking like the most deft of touches on the sticks there to make these shots. So, yeah, it's tough to do.
It's tough to do, and that's why these people are professionals, my friend. The AI player does his best against these two defensive players on the side of Lebanon. Fast forward, pass over now to Hassan. Over back to No Stick. He has two players on him. That means one of his teammates is surely wide open, and that is going to be from the left-hand side corner there. Unfortunately, the ball just seems to bounce out in the same fashion for every single shot taken. That's odd.
They're just a tiny bit off. And like I said, it is tough to time these shots. It takes a lot of skill. And these are national players representing their countries here. They're the best of the best. So that should give everybody at home an idea of just how difficult it is. A lot of misses here, but it's exactly the type of game that Saudi Arabia want. If everybody's missing, then that's okay. That means the 19-point lead is going to stay in place.
Yeah, well, the ball now is going to be out of bounds. It's still going to be Lebanon's ball with 1 minute and 28 seconds remaining. Realistically looking here, Lebanon really needs to amp up the pace, and they need to do it now, because if they continue the same way as they have so far, they'll just simply will run out of time.
Yeah, it's running out. As they say, the fat lady is warming up, right? So, great defense there.
Back over now to Axeman. Goes for what looked like to be a dunk. Ends up being just a layup. But the 2 points is what counts at the end of the day, not the fashion how you got them. And Saudis, of course, did get those valuable points, extending their lead to 21 points overall now. And for Lebanon, it looks like they need to start thinking about the next match in front.
That's it. And look, you are you've played. You've represented your country in esports. You've been an e-athlete at the professional, international level. What are you doing? How do you hit the reset button?
That's one of the most difficult things to achieve here, is to make yourself not necessarily forget the previous game, but not allow the previous game to linger on your emotions anymore. Because in any way, you care about winning, you care about representing, and as soon as that's not happening, you're going to feel some sort of emotion deep down inside, and the biggest art is learning how to control that here, really.
I get you. So, like, remaining big dunk there. I like it. Emma Dani leaving us with a fond memory here as this game closes out. 17 seconds left, 17 points differential on the board. And we got...
No Stick twice on the ground there, just continuously tries to go for the ball. 7 seconds. Another free three-pointer goes in for the Saudi Arabia side, and that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. Saudi Arabia are going to win this game, but don't go too far, because the next one is right up after this.
Well, rattling home a final three. Yeah, they have to have the last word. They are the players, after all.
Even it takes the timeout there as well.
At Saudi Arabia taking a timeout. Oh, that is rubbing some salt into the wound right there. Goodness gracious.
62-45 in Saudi Arabia in a very convincing fashion, even with a man down. Like, as soon as one of the players dropped, you didn't even feel the fact that he wasn't there. And that is something to think about,
Well,
right?
not for the first time. A player has dropped and then only gone and activated a takeover, literally become on fire and dominated at their position. We even saw an alley-oop dunk to an AI player. Twice. Not once. Twice. Incredible stuff.
Well, again, making use of the bad situation that they are in, one. Two, like their main priority so far for Saudi Arabia was to just hold on to the lead. So waste as much time as possible, go for those easy shots, go for those three-pointer opportunities that Abu was presented with multiple times there. And even though on both sides the ball did tend to bounce out quite similarly, so that's like slightly overshooting the ball, what looks to be. So that might be just also nerves playing here. You know, it could be just the fact that you think you know the perfect timing to release the button and simply not there.
There were a lot of missed open shots, and so again, you can't leave those. There was a period there for 2 minutes in the fourth quarter where neither team scored. That can't necessarily happen if you want to remain competitive. But look, we're having a look at the group right now. Obviously, 2 wins to Saudi Arabia, 1 to Lebanon at the moment, and it is the best of 7 series. All 7 games will be played, but we have a 4th game between them coming up today.
Well, if history tends to repeat itself, Lebanon should be taking this one, right?
Well, I would like to see that, I got to tell you. But listen, the hero that I want as a kind of really, really highlight there for Saudi Arabia was Abu. He came out and he dropped in 14 points at halftime.
Casually.
Oh, just casually. Just easy breezy. Maybe he's born with it. Maybe it's Maybelline. Look, he just dropped it in. It was beautiful. And then they continued to just dominate. And look, to Lebanon, we've seen this happen a couple times. We said it actually after Australia just rolled over Philippines in their first game. We said these are coachable, teachable moments.
Yes.
You can turn around, you can overcome, doing exactly what you said. Focus on what you can fix. Don't focus on the anger that you lost. Focus on what you can fix. Bounce back.
Exactly. And I mean, there's several things to point out here for the Lebanon side. And I think it was just off the fact that sometimes this can happen and just travel with me with my train of thought here. Like when you're trying to fix problems on the fly, sometimes you can focus so much on the problems that you're not really noticing what's happening real time. So perhaps they were trying to fix whatever was not working out for them in their own minds, but by doing so, they started to really overplay themselves and overcomplicate situations where it wasn't necessary. So, if they're trying to analyze the situation, right, and you have a situation where No Stick is just really open to shoot into the basket, and he, instead of that, turns around and passes the ball back to the three-point line, well, you don't need to be a genius to say that, like, something's off communication-wise there. So I think they might have been just trying to fix whatever was wrong on the fly. Perhaps also feeling that they might not be able to take the game right now, but to have more time to discuss before this next game comes on.
Absolutely. I think you're spot on. And a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush, as they say. Take the easy points that are on offer. Keep the scoreboard ticking. I'm with you. I think you're right. Missed opportunities as well, so which means they were in that if they just focus and make those shots.
Yeah, so not necessarily the plays were bad. It's more about just making sure that the play goes through.
Yeah. Definitely. No,
right.
I'm absolutely with
I
you.
mean, at this stage, it's better to take the shot and miss rather than not at all.
Completely.
And just give passes.
so we're hoping from a viewership perspective, that Lebanon can turn the page here, come back, not up this best of series at 2 apiece, and then we'll be going into match day number 2 tomorrow, Sunday.
Oh, yeah, and a lot will be determined tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to find out who are going to be winners of these conferences. Now we have already a good idea how things might turn out in the Southeast Asia and Oceania Conference, looking at Philippines and Australia, both dominating their games, actually changing in between there in the middle as well between each other. So, it's all good fun in that region. This part of the world, a Middle East Conference, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, close fight so far. Africa still remains a mystery to us. Games are being played off stream, I believe, so far, because, internet and an online scene of things just tends to play cruel tricks at you at the worst possible timing.
Of course, Murphy's Law. Look, the Irish are going to be in the European Conference, in a couple of weeks when we see them there. But Murphy's Law, when something can go wrong, it will go wrong. And we're seeing that today with a couple of technical difficulties. But I tell you what, if I'm ever playing online NBA 2K, I hope my AI players play as well as the ones we've been seeing today. That's been brilliant.
All right, well, let's have a look at a few replays before we jump into the next match here. Now, this is between Lebanon and Saudi Arabia. I think, was this the first game that you saw?
Yeah.
This was from the first one. So you can see here, Uchiko went for those big dunks, making sure the ball actually goes through. Mo Fatal comes back, passing the ball over to Nostik. And here we can see those brief moments of brilliance. See, this is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
These are the moments that Nostik needs to utilize, because he can surely easily do this. There were even two defensive players there. What a backhander there. So, enough with the replays. Two are enough. Let's jump straight into the game now.
Let's do it.
Into the game we go. Again, Saudi Arabia going up against Lebanon. How did you like those replays?
Those replays were fun. They were all too brief. We were looking at big dunks, but you know what? Live action is better than replays. And but for anyone who missed the games earlier, you saw some of the high-flying antics there. Now, here we go. The lone wolf tattoo on the shoulder. And, that is the first time Saudi Arabia have won the opening tip. So they're going to get the rock first here. Abu bring it down. He was the hero in the last game. Let's see. Have Lebanon turn the page. Abu strokes it. Green three-pointer straight off the tip-off.
Okay, well, let's see. Have Lebanon had their little chit-chat and a little talk about what should be switched about as Faraj back over to Hassan, and that is an easy two for Lebanon's side, and these exactly are the shots that we were talking about. Just make sure that the ball goes through into the basket. Doesn't matter what the distance is right now. And a nice steal coming through there. Nostik actually does manage to regain control of the ball there. Can pass over, can go for the play himself. Goes for a three-pointer instead and overtakes the lead.
That was beautiful. Look, he gets the hustle steal. We've seen him get a lot of reach-in fouls just like that. But that's why, for those moments that if you're coach, you say, you know what, young buck, go for it. Go get the seals. And then to just drain that three. Oh, my God. Spectacular.
And, yeah, for the Saudi Arabia side as well, they probably were just expecting for some sort of fast pass play coming out from Lebanon. Instead, he goes for that three-pointer, sort of jukes the opposing side out. So, good play overall. But let's see. This is only the very beginning between these two yet again. And right now, holding on to the ball. Back over to Abu. Let's see if, screen play and a three-pointer off the back of that. Unfortunately, it doesn't go through for the Saudi Arabia side. Now back on a quick attack. Faraj can't go for three. Decides to pass over to Fatal. Corner shot, and it's out. The rebound almost there, but not good enough. As now Saudi Arabia, long pass over, is going to be intercepted, but still going to be out Saudi Arabia's ball as the ball left the court off the hands of Lebanon.
Hamadani there doing really well. Bounces off the backboard, and then that was strange. Okay.
First time we see that today,
right. There we go. We're playing NBA 2K Bingo. Backboard pass. First one today. Hamadani doing really well. Great alley-oop. El Capitano is back.
Clean.
The captain is back, and he's putting in beautiful alley-oop layups. That's harder than it looks.
Yeah, and I mean, just looking at the pace now, you can't really compare this first quarter to the last fourth.
No, this is speedy. This feels a lot more fluid. That's a great pass. High percentage shot. You love that.
Let's go.
You love to see it. I think they got the message. They might have even been listening to us. You never know.
Hey, I mean, we actually know some stuff that we're talking about here.
Right? Do we get invited? Do we get invited to the winner's dinner? I'm just kidding. Now, look, Faraj doing well. But look at Raid. He breaks a double team and then just dunks it home one-handed.
That didn't even seem possible in that situation, but Ray just makes it happen. A long two-pointer there. Fortunately, that is going to be over. A rebound falls in the hands of Saudi Arabia. Quick layup there and a quick two-pointer for the Saudis. as they now again overtake the lead just by 2 points here. So nothing too much to get excited about.
So Raid is back, though. Couple of buckets for him. Good high percentage shot right there.
And Hassan again from that position with another 2 of his own. And it seems like he's found the place to be so far. And as long as Saudi's side on defense are not doing much about it, I would say just remain there. Just keep doing the same thing.
Keep feasting, young man. Go for it. Absolutely. That's a good look. Oh, beautiful.
And over 2 defensive players on the Lebanon side there as well. You can see both of them weren't really too sure to go for a jump. If not, if one of them jumps, that's an instant opening from one of the side where the player can advance holding on to the ball. Now 3-point down. Lebanon goes for a jump shot there. Not good enough.
Good
the
hustle.
Rebound is good, though. Forced pass.
Yeah, I'd like to see him just put that back and take the 2, you know. Look, great hustle, though. And again, see, this is the thing. High percentage shots that Saudi Arabia are taking are dropping in. And look, we're seeing some fantastic skills here. These players are representing their national teams, their national basketball federations, playing for their nations here. And anybody watching, any young players watching, if you want to do the same, well, you know, you just got to get this good.
Exactly. Nice quick play coming out from Lebanon there. Hassan was able to put up another easy 2 layup underneath the basket as well. So excellent footwork coming out from him. Raid now holding on to the ball.
Trying to make a nuisance of himself there with the block. Good drive. Good defense, though, there from Lebanon. And look, it's no stick and a great pass.
Faraj out back to Fatal now. No stick holding on to the ball. Long pass over into Madani. Back to Hassan. Back to Faraj again. 3-pointer line, and that is good. So extensive play there, but ends up being a 3-pointer, and the scoreline is even.
You know what? That was like a classic basketball 5-pass rules. We get an alley-oop reverse dunk. Uchiha slamming it home. That was like classic 5-pass rule there. You can't shoot until you made 5 passes on offense, and it worked.
Yeah, absolute textbook plays coming out now. And 19 seconds remaining in the first quarter here. Hassan over to Fatal now, goes in a bit deep. Back to no stick, back to Fatal again. Jump shot, that's going to be clean. And again, these pass plays start to bring more and more benefits to Lebanon's side.
Really, really beautiful ball movement here. 5 seconds left in the first quarter, and we're all knotted up at 16. We got a great game. Reaction can't get it to drop. Into the first quarter, 16-16.
16-16 is the name of the game. Even playing field for both sides right now. And as long as no misfortunes attend either side here, I think we are in for a very close game here. And as I said before, I think this is going to be one of those where history does tend to repeat itself. Faraj now holding on to the ball, close to the 3-point line. The defense are doing everything they can to not allow this player to advance. A long pass out. Hassan, 3-pointer.
Oh, you'd like to see him knock that home. They worked it so nicely, didn't they? Look, Faraj, oh my goodness.
That's what we're talking about. Don't overcomplicate anything. Only one defensive player making use of that huge avatar that Uchiha has just nails the ball in.
Uchiha disrespecting the defense. That man has a family. You can't dunk on someone like that. That's amazing.
And another 3-against-1 situation for Saudi Arabia. I mean, these fast breaks are insane for them.
Okay. So the Saudi Arabia team has basically just said, okay, this is dunk contest. Let's go.
Yeah.
It's All-Star Weekend. We're going to throw down some dunks.
I mean, we need to get the replay somehow.
Absolutely. Faraj working it open here. He's so patient. Look at that. Green just stroking it. And just like that, they're back with him 1. I mean, he is being so patient on the wing there. And he's dribbling the ball, waiting for the defender to just, overplay one way and then just stepping back and dropping it in, just like Ray does right there.
Or just fall asleep as well. You need to be mindful of the fact that these players will try to fool each other.
Yeah.
And sort of these pauses where the player sort of lingers around that 3-point.
There you go.
3-point line is exactly what confuses the defense. Another 3-pointer coming out. So Lebanon is saying, whatever you can do, I can do too.
It's literally like they're talking to each other on the court saying, okay, let's do dunks now. Okay, now let's do threes.
Fatal, 3-pointer coming out from him. Not good enough there. The rebound is in the hands of Uchiha, but a reach-in foul will be played. So the ball is going to be put back to play from the side court.
What a game. This is already neck and neck. This is fantastic. Look at this. Uchiha driving, big block there.
foul
Really
there
big
as
block.
well at the end of it. So
M. Hadani saying, not this time. No, no, no. That was his Dikembe Mutombo moment, waving the finger at him, looking good.
Fatal now over to Hadani.
Another foul, another reach in. So, look, it's a tight game. But they're not playing tight, are they? They're playing loose. That's a good look.
That is a clean jump shot. And now Lebanon overtaking the lead by a single point, but doesn't matter. Like, it's immeasurable what this does for Lebanon's morale.
Quick pull up there. Oh, a little bit short on that one. That looked forced, didn't it?
A bit, perhaps. Now No Stick in possession of the ball, slightly stuck in front of the defensive player. Screen coming in, doesn't work out as planned. Faraj now in position. Back over to No Stick, can give it to Fatal in the corner there. This one player on the Saudi side was out of bounds, but now a quick return coming in from Ahmed and a dunk on top of that. And that is another statement dunk coming out from Saudi Arabia saying that, like, no, we got this.
Yeah, that was a great turnover transition, really fast transition basket. I love that the Lebanese defender got back and made it a contested dunk.
Hassan?
But Axeman getting it done. Oh!
Somehow loses the ball there in mid-movement.
Yep.
Now over to Abu, back over to Raid, holding on to the ball. Oh, that's another reach and foul coming in for Lebanon. So
this is such a tightly contested match, though, right?
Yeah,
like they're really not giving up any easy baskets here.
And this shows on points as well. Oh, Chia now presented with an easy layup, but 27-24, almost close to the very end of the second quarter here is not your typical scoreline that we've used to seeing so far today. What an interception there, just a bit of a blunder, not making sure that the player is open before he passes the ball. It's out of bounds. It's actually going to be Lebanon's ball there as well.
He took it over the baseline. They got bailed out a little bit there because he was about to put back another two, and that would have been a 5-point lead.
So a sigh of relief for Lebanon there.
Yeah, collective sigh of relief from all the Lebanese players. And look, they're going to try and knot this up probably with another fantastic steal, though. The Saudis' defense has been just dogged, They just are unrelenting.
Wide open three for Raid, misses that. There were too many defensive players to take the shot from the paint, and now a personal foul. Obviously, there was the risk of Lebanon putting up a three-pointer, and that would have been uncontested, so I would say justified so far.
So a one-possession game right here. It's so tight. I'm really enjoying it. There's a good look for No Stick.
Oh, that goes in.
Rattles it home.
27-27, even scoreline with 45 seconds remaining in the second quarter, just before halftime. This is a very good note to finish on if you're Lebanon, and in the overall standings, you're currently one game down.
Yep. All right, just steps back and nails it. I'll tell you what, both teams have been so patient behind the arc, just waiting for that opening, waiting for a little bit of a buffer where they can get an uncontested three up and stepping back and taking it. Now, the final shot they're going to try and take right here with nearly another steal.
No Stick jump shot, that's good.
Okay, good look right there. And here we go. 20 seconds here to the half. What can Saudi Arabia do? Raid has the ball in his hand. He's really come back with just a resurgence here. Is that a...
That's a personal foul there again. And that was definitely uncalled for.
Okay, yeah, that was either a flagrant... Yeah, I guess that's a flagrant foul. Yeah, he missed it, though. So here we go. What can they do?
14 seconds remaining. Abu holding on to the ball. Probably going to go for a last-second three-pointer here. Just adding a bit salt to the Lebanese side.
Alley-oop. Oh, and it's in! What? I did not know what was happening there. It looked like they'd muffed it, but then they come down with it. Wide open! Oh. Well, there we go. Uchiha has just, all he's been doing is slamming down our top 5 dunks for the entire tournament there. We have a really tight game. This is exactly what we wanted.
Yeah, that's what we were hoping for. And now No Stick in possession of the ball is going to be looking to, again, set the tone here for the Lebanon side. Wow, what a pass to connect. And Madani could have gone for an easy two-pointer in that situation, decides to pass it out still. So
Let's wait and see what happens before we make judgment. But you and I both really, really want to see them just take the quick 2 there.
Yeah, exactly. Well, now for Saudi Arabia.
Oh, we're having connectivity issues there. Let's hope it isn't another drop player. Although the AI
is not too shabby in my opinion.
AI playing way better than I ever did anyway. Renewed shot clock. There you go. Feeding it inside. M. Mahadani there doing great work. That's a big dunk. That's all you need. Just every possession, either drop in 2 or 3.
Yeah, just don't allow for Saudi Arabia's side to extend their lead. So far, Lebanon has been doing an amazing job at it. Now that's a 3-pointer you can't really do much about.
Again, what you're seeing are these players representing their countries. Another huge dunk. You love it. I love a big man 2-handed dunk. These players represent their country. They're the best of the best. These are the best Saudi Arabia players in NBA 2K, and you're seeing why.
Exactly. Well, Abu there, pass over to Axman. Unfortunately, the ball was already out of bounds. No chance you could, argue with the judge on that one.
Yeah. See, I'm not a massive fan of the passes to the corner whenever there's a defender anywhere nearby. I like that's okay right there. Wide open passes to the corner. Let's go. But those contested ones always seem to end in some form of turnover.
Oh, and what an easy layup from Axman there as well. And again, off the back of, I don't know which long pass we've seen already today between these two. But yeah, these teams play a different style, definitely, in comparison to some of the other games that we've seen beforehand. And another reach-in foul coming in here. I'm going to be 50-50 on this one in terms of how justified it was. I would say it was a bit uncalled for. You could have just tried to block the player out. Long pass out, back to Abu. Goes for 3.
Couldn't get it to go. And another reach in.
Yeah, so this is where the nerves start to kick in a bit more for both sides. I mean, these reach-in fouls are going to be something you're going to see more often, as Faraj now holding on to the ball back to No Stick. Very long, too. And that is going to be good, but unfortunately for him, he did overstep that line there.
And one thing that has plagued every 2K player, no matter what level you're playing. Oh, a big 3 again here for Saudi Arabia. One thing that plagues us all is when we try to step back, they're beyond the arc to make that 3. Sometimes, well, I guess I'm a noob. I step out of bounds.
Okay.
So you just got to take your 2.
Real legs, really long legs, real life, really long legs in game might just end up stepping out of bounds. However, Lebanon now lacking 7 points behind Saudi Arabia. Looking to set up a play. That's going to be a ball out of bounds. Goes for a huge leap there. And it's still going to be Lebanon's ball.
Good hustle play there. Now, this is an important possession, though. This is one of those key moments. Third quarter. You're over the halfway mark of the third quarter. You're down 7. That's a great look. That's a captain's 3-pointer right there. They needed points, and the captain, Faraj, steps up and says, I got you.
And that's the one that lifts your spirits, right? Because you see now that's only a 4-point game, and that's very doable. But unless Saudi Arabia can do something about that, and they respond with a 3-pointer of their own. So, Faraj, you're up next.
Right?
You need one more of those.
Yeah. It really looks as though, you've got to just stay switched on, don't you? You got to stay switched on. You got to score the points, get down the other end, play defense.
Yeah, and Hassan goes for a layup. He was also beforehand in the situation where he was very resultant before. And what a pass over to Ray. Now back over to Reaction, a 3-pointer, and finds its way in. And now it's already a 10-point lead here for Saudi Arabia. Lebanon need a bit of a breather.
Just slipping away from them ever so slightly, isn't it? Just ever so slightly. You've got 87 seconds left in this quarter. What can Lebanon do just to claw back a couple of points here, a couple of possessions?
Hassan holding on to the ball there.
Oh.
Was that out of bounds?
Yeah. That's just one of those moments where...
That's nerves.
Yeah, you got to control the rock. Play the percentages, and wow.
Look, Abu just did that, and he looked like he was just taking a walk in the park.
Yeah, he makes it look so easy. And guys, ladies and gentlemen at home, it's not that easy. You can take it from us. These are players representing their countries playing at the highest level.
Pass steal coming through for the Saudi Arabia side. Fast play coming out from them. Pass over, and a missed pass there at that. Over to Lebanon now, breaking down towards that three-pointer line. Pass over to Madani.
There you go.
And gets it in.
There you go. Look, they're 13 points down as it stands, and they've just got to remain relevant. Excuse me, sorry. They're 11 points down now. We're just seeing the same image a couple of times there. And here we go. So, look, they need the big stop. It's time to dig in, finish this quarter with authority.
I mean, Ray could have gone for a beautiful finish on that play, decided to pass it over, and eventually Uchiha is the one to lay the ball in.
Just getting hungry, and he's got 10 hard points. Look at that. 10 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. He's nearly got a double-double. Really doing the hard yards. I've been impressed with all the captains we've seen play today.
Oh, for sure. They're not lacking in the helping department, but that's a dunk and an and one on top of that.
All right. Is that the moment? Is that the moment where the Lebanese team, they dig deep and they say, let's go?
Has to be. Build upon those small victories that you obtain. That's the way to coming back into this with 24 seconds remaining. Oh, and the ball bounces out there as well. An instant long pass over. Alley-oop dunk. Big dunk at that. Couldn't be any more truer in that situation with 13 points in front. Now Lebanon playing on the back foot. 12 seconds to take the shot. I sense that was a bit rushed in my opinion. Now Uchiha looking to return the favor in the last seconds there. Raid 3.
3 seconds left.
And just simply not good enough. Axman last second layup. It's not there. It's not there. So the final quarter between these two, and ladies and gentlemen, due to some unforeseen circumstances, also the last game that you're going to see today. So give it up for Saudi Arabia and Lebanon. Lebanon fans, it's about that time that you need to get loud. Give your team the energy that they need to come back into this. Saudi Arabia, you do it too. Your team needs the support to continue their reign of terror here in the form of three-pointers that just have been an absolute plague on the defensive side of Lebanon.
Absolutely. And look, likewise, if you're Saudi Arabia, you know what I want to see? I want to see Lebanon and Saudi Arabian flags. I want to see them spammed in the chat. So give the mods all that they can handle in terms of spam flag emotes now, guys. Get it going.
And Raid with a fast play just walks past the defense, doesn't even consider stopping there, and ends up being very successful. That 18 points to his name, 4 assists there as well. So, I mean, what else can you ask for from the man apart from a few more on top, right? 4 minutes and 10 seconds remaining here. Lebanon still looking to find a way back into this. No Stick tries to go for a three-pointer. Faraj, will he do it again himself? 6 seconds remaining there. Goes into the paint, goes for a jump shot. Actually, that's a pass over to No Stick. Long jump shot out of him. That didn't go through.
And look, there is still time here. Just under 4 minutes left, okay? You need a couple of big stops on defense, though. And Axman with the alley-oop. Oh, what happened there? Out of, 3 second. 3 second violation.
Like, you still need to be mindful of the fact that you cannot linger that long.
Absolutely here. Okay, coming down the court here. Faraj, they need points. They need points quickly. Quick baskets. Doesn't matter if it's 2. Doesn't matter if it's 3. There you go. No Stick driving the baseline, pulling up about a 15-footer there. Looked good.
3.5 minutes is still very doable for Lebanon here, but first they need to stop the pace that Saudi Arabia is taking here. I feel like they're playing faster and faster to just throw Lebanon off, but with speed you lose accuracy here as they've lost the ball, and now Lebanon on the returning end. The ball gets intercepted mid-play, very long pass over there, and a dunk to finish things off on the Saudi Arabia side, and just extending their lead now to 13 points. And you know, it starts to look a bit grim for Lebanon, struggling to find the correct pacing that they need, even getting the ball to be intercepted by Saudi Arabia. Axim, a very eager attempt there to put a layup over a player that is so much higher than his avatar there, but No Stick with a long 3, and that is good.
Beautiful. That's the look they needed. Okay, 10 points, 2 minutes, 40 seconds left. What can they do? There is still time. So you're telling me there's a chance? There is. There is definitely a chance here.
Hey, 1 in a million is still a chance as well, and it's definitely not even that here. Another three-pointer goes through for the Saudi Arabia side, but I think at this stage for Lebanon, just focus only on your own plays. Forget about what the opposing side is doing. Just to make sure that what you're doing is the best possible play in that situation. Hassan goes from his comfortable position, but he was contested by the defense there.
Big block.
That's a block and a half that goes through. A long pass over back to Madani. Difficult position to be in. Has to take the shot. Gives it out to Faraj. Can go for 3. Why are we waiting?
I don't know.
Thank God it goes in.
There you go. They etch it back to 10. What's going to happen here, though?
Ray just returns the favor on the Saudi Arabia side.
We've jumped back. We've jumped back to another feed here. Sorry.
Oh,
but
okay.
Hey, at least we get to see the same 3, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There we go.
It just completely threw me off.
It did. Me too. But look, we're back. We're back here. Good defense being played. Raid and Abu have just dominated, haven't they? They've done such a good job there from beyond the arc. They've just been really great. Oh, missed alley-oop. Good hustle there from Axeman, though.
Good save. Retains possession. 5 seconds on the shot clock. Reaction needs to make a play. Pass over to Abu. Still Reaction. Goes for that jump shot over the free throw line. Doesn't go through. The rebound is good. Uchiha under the basket. Layup.
Captain.
I mean, masterful play there.
Captain, my captain. Hungry. He's doing the thankless jobs. He's doing the hard tasks. Leading by example. That's exactly what you want in your national captain.
And a reach-in foul for the Saudi Arabia side, meaning it is Lebanon's ball. Just making sure they slow down the tempo. Obviously, that was a very difficult shot to take with a defense jumping like that. No stick, though. Finds himself again wide open. And at this stage, 2 back-to-back three-pointers. Just give the third one to him as well.
Yeah, look. Oh, that's a quick turnover.
No stick, jump shot, goes in.
Knocks
That's
it in.
clean.
Beautiful.
Right.
What could happen here? Full court press. Full court press here. It means there are players open up the back here.
More interceptions like beforehand, and Lebanon might just steal away the win here, but not with a slam like that coming out from Uchiha. Once again, just wants to put an end to this with 38 seconds remaining. Faraj loses the ball mid-play as now Abu with a fast pass over. He tumbles, and it's going to be Lebanon's ball.
There we go. Hey, look, you know what's great about this? Both of these teams, it doesn't matter that there's 10 points in and only 30 seconds left. They're both giving it their all. You love to see it. Faraj, top of the key 3, misses. And here comes Uchiha. He's been brilliant today.
Reaction three-pointer from the corner there. Nice correction coming out from Uchiha. Another assist in the pocket for him. And that's going to be it. Lebanon, there's no way of coming back into this now with 16 seconds on the shot clock. Long pass over to Faraj. Three-pointer. That's going to be good. But still, they need an absolute miracle here in the form of like 9 points to steal away the win here.
He got a 2.
Is that a 2? That is a 2.
Oh.
Okay, 7.5 seconds now. Saudi is in possession. Uchiha goes for a layup. That misses, but with 3 seconds remaining, Lebanon will be forced to concede here. 71-64, what looked like to be an immensely close game. At the very end of it, Saudi Arabia did manage to find the opportunities that they needed. They started to utilize Abu more and more during the third quarter, getting those three-pointers in nice and early, making sure they have a lead to work with, and then afterwards just corrected the errors that they had on their side. But, like, what can you say about Lebanon?
Spot on. Look, I thought the Lebanese team went down swinging, and that's all you can ask for. That full court pressure at the end there, you know, demonstrative of their effort. These guys are playing for their countries. They're not going to leave anything out on the court. I really like to see that, but I tell you what, that is a pretty commanding lead, a 3-1 lead in the best-of-7 series for Saudi Arabia.
And, I mean, it's backs against the wall for Lebanon, really. They need to secure absolutely every single next victory in terms of games that they're going to have against Saudi Arabia, and if they fail at least one of those, that's it. Saudi Arabia will be able to name themselves king again of the Middle East Conference.
They literally cannot drop another game, and that means the pressure is going to be on tomorrow. I can't wait, though. I'll tell you what, though. I've been massively impressed, considering, again, for anybody who's joining late, this is a completely new 5 players we're seeing for Lebanon from the FIBA Esports Open Part 1. So they've come back. And I think they've hit the ground running and really, really impressed by what they've shown
I
us.
think the foundation is really good what they have. But so far, this is like I think Lebanon still has plenty of time to invest here, just in fixing the small details for now. You can think about the long run afterwards, but for now you just need to prepare for tomorrow. And speaking about tomorrow, and speaking about today as well.
Well, let's recap what we already saw today. Here comes the schedule.
All right, so we kicked things off today with the first game between Philippines and Australia, where Australia did manage to secure a very convincing victory. After that, Australia had a back-to-back game going up against Indonesia next, and they secured the win there as well. Then Philippines had 2 back-to-back games, and they secured their respective victories there. So it started to turn on us in terms of how this will be playing out in the Southeast Asian Oceania standings. Afterwards, Philippines did play against Indonesia. Indonesia was forced to give up the victory there as well, as Philippines secured 65-50. Now, that was the first bunch of the games that we had today.
That's
but
right.
there are still plenty to go through, Chris.
And look, then on the backside, we didn't actually get to see this one televised. They played off-air, technical difficulties. Australia getting the win over Indonesia there. And then this has just been such a tight contest. We got a whole lot of Lebanon versus Saudi Arabia, and they were all great games, okay? The first game, Saudi Arabia get the win over Lebanon, 73-69. And then the next game, Lebanon come back and squeak out a 6-point win there. 56-50 over Saudi Arabia, and then a little bit more of an easy cushion. Saudi Arabia defeating Lebanon by 17 points, 62-45. But that last game we just saw there,
it showed
down to
everything.
the last minute.
Yeah, it showed everything that you need to know about Lebanon, and that means that they are not out just yet. And the last region that we didn't manage to look at today was the Africa Conference, where there's Ivory Coast and Gabon, and these are technical forfeits from the Gabon side, so experiencing some unprecedented technical issues, probably just internet of all things. I mean, I know what it means when you have an official match and your rooster's just like, yeah, I am noping out.
Yeah, and look, let's just take a moment here to we're disappointed we didn't get to cast the games. We were really looking forward to that.
True.
But at the same time, let's take a moment for Gabon and Ivory Coast. Those players representing their countries didn't get an opportunity.
Yeah, well, here it's a 7-game series between these two countries as well. We're going to see the second part of this coming down tomorrow and see how these teams are going to finish off here. Gabon, obviously, due to their technical losses today, are also in a position same as Lebanon, really backs to the wall and no room for error. But in hindsight, perhaps more time to prepare, more time to surprise their opponents. So I'm not disregarding them by any means just yet. Obviously, Ivory Coast holding on to that 6-point lead that they have in the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we're also going to have a quick look at the Middle East standings here. And Saudi Arabia at the moment, again, it's going to be a best-of-7 series, okay? But we play all 7 games no matter what. Right now, pretty commanding 3-1 lead, though.
Yeah, so Lebanon, all 3 games need to be won here as well. One thing to take away from what I've seen out of Saudi Arabia today would be make sure that you have control over the 3-point line, but also keep you mindful the fact that Uchiha will not hesitate to utilize any open space underneath the basket. And
Absolutely.
The last and but not least, of course, is the Southeast Asian Oceania Conference standings, where we just had a roller coaster of emotions today, probably playing. Philippines and Australia are going to be advancing tomorrow into grand finals, where they'll play out a best of 3 series. But beforehand, they still have a few group games to be played out.
Yeah.
But like realistically looking here, Indonesia, there's just no way they're going to be topping either the 2 teams above them. So this time around, Indonesia will be forced to forfeit. But we will answer a very serious question tomorrow, and that is going to be, who is the true king of the Southeast Asian Oceania Conference? Because last time around in FIBA Esports 1, Philippines and Australia were playing separate conferences, and they were the winners of their respective conferences. So now it's really literally the best in that respective part of the globe.
Absolutely. Look, between a rock and a hard place, and I feel like Indonesia just got left a little bit behind there, but They fought really bravely.
Yeah.
And again,
Well,
we're talking national pride on the line.
All of this was today, but there's still tomorrow that we can have a quick glimpse at. And like tomorrow, as I said, very big day. Africa deciders, Middle East Conference deciders, Southeast Asia deciders. So the pressure is amping up here for all the teams involved. I think a lot of good talks are going to come out tonight. My heart bleeds for Lebanon because I know what it means to come in with a fresh lineup and have such huge responsibility on your shoulders. Definitely a plenty of moments of brilliance on their side. So I think they will be able to surprise us. And in the worst case scenario, if not in this FIBA Esports Open, probably in the future, you know?
Yeah, I think they've taken a huge step in the right direction. And fingers crossed, here's hoping we can see some of the African Conference games. I feel for the players and the fans and the family and the friends. Hopefully we get to watch them tomorrow.
Okay, well, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in today. This has been an amazing experience so far. Once again, a huge thank you to NBA 2K and FIBA coming together like this, building an international scene for the esports scene to evolve into. We're starting to find new stars, new talents. We're going to find out tomorrow also who are the MVPs of their conferences, and those will get a little special something from FIBA as well. But so far, my name's Renars. This has been Chris. This has been an amazing day, and we'll see you again tomorrow.
You would write a letter to your girlfriend, and she would read it to all of her girlfriends. Remember staying up all night, talking on the phone. Remember skipping class with your homeboys. Remember G.I. Joe? I used to play Mortal Kombat with Matthew. I swore he used to cheat. I swear I could never beat him. Those sour jawbreakers, I swear I could never eat him. Baddest chick in the school, I swear I could never meet her. Until I wrote her a letter telling her I'm a singer. Me and Terrence would draw pictures of sneakers. Me and Ashley used to be in the class singing. I wrote my first rap in the back of the class thinking, I'm feeling it, yeah. Feel like, did you get feeling like? If you feel it, raise your L in the sky. I remember selling my mixtape in high school. They was really kinda supportive at my school. I was selling cassette tapes for $5. I was making my own beats, I was beatboxing. Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, ayy. 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 Brown, brown sugar, that brown, brown, ayy.
I mean, we were just sitting back, you know, chopping it up, reminiscing about the good old days and all that. You know, tracking my roots, where I came from and where I'm going. But like I say, man, always said it. It's not about the destination. It's all about the journey. Ain't nothing changed but the weather.
The dangling carrot that hang from the rear view. Your dreams in the past ain't nowhere near you. Backseat drivers got nothing but 2 cents. Shotgun riders too biased, they all liars. I should get an A for effort, I'm too tired. But I'm never giving up, that's why I'm kinda admired. Role model, like it or not, I gotta play it. Sugarcoat the rhyme sometimes, but still say it. Said I was quitting at 40 is just a fib. I'm still a kid that's wiping the food off of my bib. You ever wanted something so bad that you could taste it? Cried over every opportunity wasted. Good and bad news, which one you want first? Either way you pick, the bad still gon' hurt you the worst. I never got to bask in the fruits of the labor, and I never got the cash from that dude from the label. I'm just thinking back.
Can we go way back, way back, way back? Can we go way back, way back, way back? It's time to go way back, way back, retrospect, I would've did it the same. In hindsight, I'm the only one to blame. I ain't picky, I'm just real specific. I want nothing less than terrific. I know y'all get it. I'm aggressive, so our style is clashing. Killer instinct, and I play with passion. I'd rather be hated for being one of the realest than get a lot of love for these overrated appearances. I can stand on skill alone, but I'm a package deal. I can write the whole song and rap for real. I got my head in the cloud with a pun intended. I don't need to see nobody, I don't want no visits. Introverted, I just flirt with the music. Small circles, how I choose it. Stay away from squares, they the one that look like a L7. I've been doing this since I was 11, and the shit gets real. Can we go way back? Way back, way back. Can we go way back? Way back, way back. It's time to go way back, way back, way back, way back. Pure pandemonium when I'm in the building. Grown man flow, I ain't got time for the children. Now you can boo me, jump off, I'm winning. I still love you though, shout out to the women. Wash, you was cool, they was acting wild. Walk in, leave drunk, it was packed for aisle. Belligerent students, man, the shit got messy. Remind me of my first show I did at the Red Sea. I ain't had no DJ, just the tape deck. Opened up for